Hello everyone, welcome to History and Sleep. I know you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. Tonight, we journey into the life of Al-Hussein, a curious scholar navigating a dynamic environment, uncovering knowledge, and shaping history in ways that continue to inspire. This story brings fresh and unique narrative elements, avoiding familiar cliches and offering a deeper look into his intellectual legacy. Now, get comfortable and relax. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, Al-Hussein bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, Al-Hussein possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier, he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations. For Al-Hussein, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. Their House of Wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, Al-Hussein felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al-Hussein grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, Al-Hussein reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Maryam bint Sa'id, cast an eye over Al-Hussein. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognized the advantage of travelling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Al-Hussein observed Maryam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimizing exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Al-Hussein, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Al-Hussein found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practiced fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, What wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, the caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Al-Hussein unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Eunice's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Mariam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Al-Hussein keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Al-Hussein could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Mariam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Al-Hussein, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artifact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century. A place with alabaster walls, if legend could be trusted, concealing a trove of scrolls older than Babylon. Al-Hussein listened, heart quickening. Though Mariam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, the scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Al-Hussein unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Eunice's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden jinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Al-Hussein listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Al-Hussein dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described, behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still, his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Al-Hussein peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Al-Hussein examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerized him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumoured codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Al-Hussein noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Al-Hussein lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Al-Hussein admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanal, might hold a key to the codex. Al-Hussein's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al-Hussein wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al-Hussein felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. Perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, a half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al-Hussein took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al-Hussein pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al-Hussein noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al-Hussein listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times, the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Al-Hussein found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Al-Hussein, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Al-Hussein scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dockworkers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Al-Hussein felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Al-Hussein set off with Mariam and 2 guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Al-Hussein, it was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward, heart-pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Al-Hussein called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Al-Hussein introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library, rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Al-Hussein unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go." But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving. Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Al-Hussein promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Al-Hussein laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Al-Hussein. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Al-Hussein and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Al-Hussein pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Taufik, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Al-Hussein brought his notebooks, Eunice's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanal's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Al-Hussein inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Taufik recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Al-Hussein jotted down each tale, uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark clouds brewed on the horizon. Taufik urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Al-Hussein clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Al-Hussein's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Tawfik guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Al-Hussein, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Tawfik pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous, with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Tawfik secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Al-Hussein carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Al-Hussein guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Al-Hussein paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Al-Hussein's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts, layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Basim's determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Al-Hussein's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway. Intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Al-Hussein traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlights spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Al-Hussein's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Al-Hussein and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Al-Hussein's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Yunus had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritising the drier sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Al-Hussein catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognised partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Eunice's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Al-Hussein marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Al-Hussein often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Al-Hussein found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Eunice's instructions. Heart-hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Al-Hussein felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Al-Hussein agreed, recognising that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Al-Hussein took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realised his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation. This concludes our historical story. Al-Hussein was someone that set the tone for the world to revolve around with everything that he did and accomplished. As you drift deeper into the peaceful rest, picture yourself standing next to him, listening to him on a wisdom level, you both gazing at the stars at night, knowing that life is super special and we only have one to live and experience. We appreciate you tuning into history and sleep tonight with us. More stories will be coming your way as always, to ensure you get that sleep that you deserve. Let the rain nestle you deeper under your warm, soft blankets. Sweet dreams and good night. The 9th Legion, known as Legio 9 Hispana, was one of the most battle-hardened and feared units in the Roman army, its origins tracing back to the violent civil wars of the late Republic. Raised by Julius Caesar in the mid-1st century BCE, the 9th fought fiercely in the Gallic Wars, earning a reputation for unyielding discipline and brutal efficiency. Over the decades, it became a cornerstone of Roman military power, participating in some of the empire's most pivotal campaigns. It battled in Spain, Germania, and across the vast landscapes of Britannia, Rome's most rebellious frontier. But for all its glory, the 9th would become a ghost in history, vanishing from records as if erased by time itself. By the early 2nd century CE, the 9th Legion had already seen centuries of bloodshed. Under the rule of Emperor Hadrian, Rome's grip on Britain was fragile. The island had been a thorn in the empire's side since the conquest began in 43 CE under Emperor Claudius. While the Romans had established towns and fortresses, they never fully tamed the wild, mist-covered north, lands inhabited by fierce tribes like the Caledonians and Picts, warriors who resisted Roman rule with unrelenting ferocity. Rome had built walls, roads and forts to control Britannia, but their presence was never secure. The 9th was stationed at Eburacum, modern-day York, tasked with enforcing order in an increasingly volatile land. Then, at some point between 108 CE and 120 CE, the 9th Legion disappeared from history. Unlike other Roman legions, whose movements were meticulously documented, the 9th simply vanished, its name never appearing in imperial records again. Historians have debated its fate for centuries. Was it annihilated in a catastrophic battle? Was it quietly disbanded? Did it march into the unknown, leaving only whispers behind? The most widely accepted theory is that the 9th was sent north, into the uncharted highlands of Caledonia, on a mission that ended in disaster. Rome had suffered crushing defeats before, the infamous Teutoburg Forest Massacre of 9 CE, where 3 entire legions were wiped out by Germanic tribes, proved that even the mighty Roman war machine was not invincible. But unlike Teutoburg, where survivors lived to tell the tale, no known tomb accounts exist of what truly happened to the 9th. One possibility is that the legion marched beyond Rome's frontier to subdue a rebellion and was ambushed by a force too large to repel. The Caledonians were masters of guerrilla warfare, using the dense forests and rugged terrain to launch swift, devastating attacks. If the 9th was lured into an unfamiliar landscape, perhaps pursuing an enemy deeper into the highlands, it could have been surrounded and slaughtered to the last man, its survivors hunted down in the shadows of the mountains, no messengers, no escape, no trace, a combat and total obliteration. Another theory suggests an internal mutiny, that the 9th soldiers, worn down by endless campaigns, harsh conditions and poor supplies, turned against their officers. If rebellion broke out within the ranks and the legion fragmented, it could explain why Rome never acknowledged its fate. A rogue legion was a dangerous thing, a stain upon the empire's reputation that Hadrian may have preferred to erase. The ninth's disappearance coincides suspiciously with the Emperor's decision to construct Hadrian's Wall, a vast stone barrier that cut Britannia in half, sealing Rome away from the unconquered north. Could this wall have been a silent admission that the ninth's destruction proved Caledonia was beyond Rome's reach? Whatever happened, the ninth was never reformed. Unlike other legions that suffered heavy losses but were later reconstituted, the ninth was erased from history as if it had never existed. No triumphal inscriptions were made in its honour. No poets sang of its bravery. A unit that had fought for over a century across 3 continents was simply gone, leaving only speculation in its wake. His disappearance remains one of Rome's greatest mysteries, a shadow in the Empire's annals, a silence where history should be. Did the ninth meet its end in one final savage battle in the mist-shrouded hills of the north? Or did it disappear for reasons Rome dared not reveal? The answers may forever remain buried beneath the earth of Britannia, lost in the echoes of time. Somewhere beyond the Roman frontier, deep in shadowy Caledonian highlands, lay the probable fate of the Ninth Legion. Contrary to the well-patrolled roads of southern Britannia, beyond Ibericum known today as York loomed an unforgiving wilderness of heavy forests, icy rivers, and endless hills perpetually shrouded in grey mist. An unyielding place, the Romans had previously suffered a couple of very critical defeats at the hands of local tribes. If it did, the Ninth Legion marched north for one last campaign, perhaps into the jaws of annihilation, never to return. One such theory says that around 117 CE, the Ninth was sent to put down an uprising in Caledonia. Roman historian Fronto mentioned severe losses suffered in Britain at about this time, hinting at unrest beyond the frontier. It is probable that the newly appointed governor of Britannia, Quintus Pompeius Falco, ordered the Ninth to strike north against rebellious tribes. The Romans, with their heavy armour and rectangular shields and disciplined formations, would have been an unstoppable force, but the Caledonians fought on their own terms in their own country, where the rigid tactics of Rome could be broken as easily as shattered stone. The Caledonians were past masters at ambush and in guerrilla warfare. They did not fight in formations, nor were they challenging the Romans in an open field, but they were using their acquaintanceship of the terrain best by striking out from the forest, cutting off isolated units to melt back in the mist again before the Roman could react. It is just as likely that the Ninth Legion was lured into some unrecorded valley or thick forest, out of which the entire force could be surrounded, attacked from all possible directions, and systematically wiped out before they could rally themselves. Whereas in other battles the Roman forces faced defeat but did not annihilate, and the soldiers left some message for those who stayed back, the Ninth left behind no messengers, no written records, no word of what happened. If every last man was cut down, if the legion was so utterly destroyed that no Roman lived to report the disaster, then their disappearance would have been absolute, a massacre so complete that it erased the Ninth from history itself. Another grim alternative is that the Ninth was led into an ambush, possibly thinking that they were on a mission to discuss peace terms with some local petty chieftain, then were massacred in a surprise betrayal. Some records suggest that the Roman officers may have overestimated their security and taken their enemy too lightly, much as they had during less serious earlier confrontations. If the Caledonians granted the Romans license to advance deeply into their land, apparently without opposition, only to strike with crushing force at a time of their choosing, then the Ninth had been consumed deep in the bowels of the enemy, in a place that was without exit. But even assuming the legion was defeated, why were no Roman reinforcements sent? If one of its legions was in trouble, Rome did not spare any expense in answering by using overwhelming force. If the Ninth had been destroyed, the Roman military should have sent out scouts, reinforcements, or at the very least a search party, yet no such records exist. Could it be that the Roman authorities knew what happened, but deliberately buried the truth? Some historians speculate that the destruction of the Ninth was too embarrassing to acknowledge, that Hadrian, who came to power in 117 CE, the same time the legion may have vanished, chose to erase the event from history. The timing is striking. Shortly after the Ninth is believed to have disappeared, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall begun in 122 CE, a massive defensive barrier meant to keep the northern tribes out of Roman-controlled territory. Might the wall have been an unspoken admission that the north was beyond Rome's grasp, that the loss of the Ninth proved further expansion impossible? Other theories suggest the Ninth did not get annihilated, but rather broken up, moved or reappointed to another frontier. Records even reveal that remnants of the legion might have been shifted to Germania or the eastern provinces. But if indeed that was the case, why was the name never reused? Rome revived legions which had been defeated. Why was the Ninth completely erased? If these legions had been silently disbanded as a result of internal mutiny, poor performance, or even for reasons of political consequence, this would serve to explain their silence in history. After all, the Empire did have enough history of revising history per the current needs of the leading regime. Had the Ninth refused orders, or worse, suffered some sort of embarrassing defeat, or collapsed due to low morale, then Hadrian may have found it easier to eliminate the legion from Rome's official records rather than acknowledge some kind of disgraceful failure. And of all these theories, one thing is certain. The Ninth Legion, one of Rome's most formidable military forces at that time, vanished into thin air. No memorials were built in their honour, no surviving officers recorded their final battle, and no concrete evidence explains their disappearance. The Ninth marched into history and into legend, becoming one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the ancient world. If the Ninth truly met its demise in the grim wilds of Caledonia, then hanging in the back of history there is one burning question. Why did nobody save them? Rome was an empire founded on her military. Thus, when the legion faced an existential threat, whether to reclaim lost territory or to avenge their fallen comrades, reinforcements were usually dispatched. But when the Ninth vanished, there was no Roman response on record, no counter-attack, no inquiry, no wild expedition to retrieve the fallen standard of the legion. The Ninth simply disappeared from history. It is an unsettling prospect that can be put as a question. How can more than 5,000 trained men vanish without this being noticed by anyone? In the best scenarios, maybe Rome never actually found out. If the Ninth had been lured onto hostile soil, say tricked into believing they were marching towards some kind of skirmish, only to be completely surrounded, the slaughter could have been so swift and total that no messenger survived to report back. In the days before modern communications, legions depended upon runners and scouts for delivering information. In any one cataclysmic battle, if the Ninth had been destroyed, no one would have lived to issue the call for rescue. Another theory is that Rome knew what danger the Ninth was in and simply abandoned it. By the early 2nd century CE, the empire was overextended with many fronts on which military action was needed. To the east, Rome was locked in bitter struggles against the Parthians, while across the Rhine in Germania, hostile tribes threatened the empire's borders. His predecessor, Emperor Trajan, had been aggressively expanding Rome's borders, annexing Dacia, modern-day Romania, and waging costly wars that depleted Rome's treasury. By the time Hadrian was crowned in the year 117 CE, he had but one option: to maintain Rome's tenuous grasp on Britannia or turn his attention to shoring up the empire's more valuable provinces. Hadrian's decision was clear. He gave up the policy of expansion in Britain and fortified its borders. Only a few years after the disappearance of the Ninth, Hadrian ordered the construction of Hadrian's Wall, begun in 122 CE, a huge defensive fortification across northern Britannia. Was this wall the silent admission of Rome's defeat? Did Hadrian finally realise that the no-man's land frontier up north was too hazardous to maintain? That the Ninth's annihilation proved further conquest impossible? There is also the chilling possibility that the Ninth was sacrificed for political reasons. Some historians speculate that the legion's commanders may have been involved in a failed rebellion or mutiny, leading Rome to erase them from history rather than acknowledge an embarrassing internal conflict. The Roman Empire was hardly unaware of rewriting history. It frequently happened that the names and figures of emperors were expunged from the records as if they had never lived. If the Ninth had risen against Roman rule, then it is very possible that Hadrian simply ordered them erased, thereby having their fate never recorded. Even granting the unlikely event that the Ninth was destroyed on the battlefield rather than by treachery, the Romans repressed news of military defeats. The empire, after all, was sustained by propaganda and illusions of invincibility. To let news get out that an entire legion had been wiped out could encourage further rebellions against Rome's enemies. It could have been easier for Hadrian's administration to simply bury the truth and leave the fate of the Ninth unknown. However, there are other theories that the Ninth was not destroyed but was simply removed from the records for far less sensational reasons. Some believe that the legion was quietly reassigned to another part of the empire, perhaps to the eastern provinces, since many Roman military units were stationed there against Parthian invasions. There is, however, some evidence that elements of the Ninth may have appeared in records in the Middle East decades later, but without any clear chain of command, it cannot be confirmed whether this was the same unit or just rebranding of another legion. One more troubling possibility is that the Ninth simply walked away from Rome. If this legion had endured years of harsh conditions, thinning supplies and incompetent leadership, is it possible they could have deserted en masse, melting into the wilds of Caledonia? There are accounts of Roman soldiers deserting their posts and integrating themselves into the local tribes against impossible odds. They will also have realised that they had been abandoned, and if the Ninth voted to take their leave of Rome, then they could have simply dispersed among the native people, their descendants melting into the population of Scotland without trace. Whatever the truth, the disappearance of the Ninth Legion is one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. If they were truly annihilated in battle, their bones may yet remain beneath the hills of northern Britain, buried in forgotten mass graves. If silenced by the political machine of Rome, they will forever be lost to the mists of time. And if to disappear on their terms, leaving behind an empire that did not serve them anymore, then perhaps their legend is greater than history remembers. The disappearance of the Ninth Legion has evolved over the centuries from a mere historical mystery to a full-blown legend, serving as the catalyst for a great deal of speculation, folklore, and even conspiracy theories. With no clear answers in the ancient records, historians, archaeologists, and storytellers alike have attempted to reconstruct the fate of the Lost Legion. But did the Ninth really perish in the wilderness of Caledonia, or might its soldiers have survived, their story lost to history's fog? One of the most resilient theories has been that the Ninth Legion was not destroyed in Britain at all, but was instead moved, without fanfare, elsewhere in the empire. Indeed, scattered references tend to indicate the presence of parts of the Ninth in the eastern provinces, certainly in Judea or Cappadocia, many decades later than those in which the regiment is last heard of in Britain. More probably, this would suggest that Hadrian transferred the Ninth, breaking it up and reassigning its men to other existing legions. Indeed, this would say that the legion was not vanquished on some desperate blood-drenched battlefield. The sands swallowed any traces of records in its aftermath. A sensationalistic hypothesis, popularly postulated, holds that the Ninth embarked to the east against the Parthians, and lost to native rebellions on unfamiliar fields, and not in Caledonia at all. It would not have been unusual for the Roman legions to be redeployed trouble spots throughout the empire, and some inscriptions have suggested that the remnants of the Ninth were serving in far-flung campaigns from Britain. If so, their disappearance may have been due more to gradual attrition rather than a single destruction. As survivors over time were absorbed into other units, the identity of the Ninth may have become blurred, erased by bureaucracy not battle. But if this was so, why was the Ninth never reconstituted? It was customary for Rome to re-establish such legions which had suffered defeats, sometimes with the same number but with recruits. The very fact that it was never revived suggests that something more significant actually happened, something Rome wanted forgotten. Legends and folklore suggest more dramatic possibilities. One such is the legend that says the Ninth did not perish, but instead broke its oath its men, realising they'd been left high and dry by Rome, turned their backs on the empire, and melted into the wilderness. The interpretation is partially based on a fact. Roman deserters were known to join barbarian society, even leadership in some instances. But if the Ninth did desert, might they not have been subsumed by the Caledonian or Pictish tribes, their armaments and knowledge of Roman tactics giving the natives a decisive advantage in future conflicts? Indeed, some have gone so far as to speculate that descendants of those lost Roman soldiers continued to live among the northern tribes, their lineage surviving long after Rome itself had fallen. This has been the inspiration for several works of fiction, most notably Rosemary Sutcliffe's novel The Eagle of the Ninth, where the remnants of the legion escape into the highlands, hiding amongst the tribes and keeping their Roman identity secret. Of course, it is highly speculative, but the idea of a Roman legion abandoning its empire and disappearing into the mist-covered hills is a tantalising prospect, one that inflames the imagination as much as any historical theory. Then there are more supernatural accounts, the whispered rumours of ghost legions, accursed battlefields, and restless spirits. Various local legends say it never left Britain at all, but was instead wiped out in a battle so fierce that their spirits still haunt the land. For centuries, stories have been passed down of Roman ghosts that march along countryside roads in Scotland. On misty nights, some say, the faint din of clashing swords and rhythmic tramp of iron-clad feet can still be heard echoing through the hills. The truth of what happened to the Ninth Legion may never be fully revealed. Their bodies, if they were destroyed in battle, still lie buried beneath the earth of Scotland, awaiting archaeologists to find where they lie. If they were quietly reassigned, the last remnants of their history might be tucked away in forgotten inscriptions on crumbling Roman monuments. But had they run, were leaving Rome, beginning to reinvent anew, far up north, then this is a story not about vanishing but of reinvention, about the few who wanted more than to choose between liberty and empire, and by that choice would become the stuff of legends. Whatever the truth, the Ninth Legion is one of Rome's greatest mysteries, a shadow in the annals of history, a whisper of a force that once marched beneath the eagle standard, but whose fate is unknown. Its story stays out there in the fog, beyond the reach of certainty, waiting for those who would uncover the past. Centuries have seen both historians and archaeologists look through the Roman records, analyse ancient inscriptions and excavate various battle sites in Britannia in order to find evidence that might confirm the ultimate fate of the Ninth Legion. Yet the answer continues to elude them. A piece in a game of jigsaw. A tale half buried beneath the earth. The first known history of the Ninth Legion dates back to the time of Julius Caesar, who had raised this very legion during his Gallic campaigns in the 1st century BCE. Over time, records trace its movements across the empire from Hispania to Germania and finally to Britannia, playing a major role in suppressing the revolts and defending Roman rule. Yet, after 117 CE, its trail goes abruptly missing from history. For many years, the prevailing theory among scholars was that the Ninth ended its days in Britain, most likely in a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the northern tribes. This view had been apparently substantiated by what seemed to be the most relevant piece of evidence, a stone inscription found in Eburacum, modern York, dated around 108 CE, recording the Ninth Instation in Britannia. This has been the last sure notice of the Legion on British soil, yet no Roman sources actually report its destruction, and that begs a question. If the Ninth was wiped out, why is there no written account of its defeat? Rome was not at all shy about recording the deaths of legions. When the Teutoburg forest disaster of 9 CE led to the destruction of 3 Roman legions, it was well documented. For the Ninth, there is only silence. This silence has engendered other theories in which the Ninth was not destroyed in Britain, but moved elsewhere within the empire. Some other scholars believe that this could have been transferred to the eastern provinces, probably Judea or Cappadocia, to assist in conflicts against the Parthians or Jewish revolts. One inscription found in Nijmegen in the Netherlands suggests that some remnants of the Ninth were indeed there around 20 CE, but whether this constituted a detached unit or survivors from a previous campaign, nobody can be certain. And yet there is no definitive proof that the entire legion was ever redeployed elsewhere. Archaeologists looking for the physical evidence for such a scenario, the destruction of the Ninth in Britain, have found no battlefield, no mass grave, no abandoned camp to verify this theory of annihilation. A few have pointed to Inch Toothill, an abandoned fort in Scotland, as one possible site of conflict. Others have looked to the area around Hadrian's Wall that was built only a few years after the Ninth vanished. Yet no evidence has turned up to prove it. No broken shields, no lost eagles, no bones of dead soldiers. If the legion was cut to pieces in a last great battle, where are the biddies? One theory is that the Ninth was destroyed piecemeal in a series of smaller battles. The Caledonians and Picts did not fight like the Roman legions. They were guerrillas, striking in hit-and-run raids and melting away into the landscape. If the Ninth was bled to death in some sort of long campaign, suffering ambush after ambush, then there may not be one battlefield where their bodies lie, but rather their deaths scattered across the wilds of Scotland, lost in the mists of time. Another theory is that Hadrian's Wall itself holds the key to the disappearance of the Ninth. Constructed between 122 and 128 CE, the wall made for a significant shift in Rome's strategy. Northern expansion was replaced by reinforcing the border. Some historians even feel this decision was based directly on the fate of the Ninth, as Hadrian himself realised that Caledonia was simply too dangerous to hold. Cut to pieces in some disastrous campaign, it may have provided that final warning that persuaded the Romans to draw back and dig in rather than advance. After decades of excavations, no concrete evidence has turned up so far that could explain what happened to the Ninth Legion, and the hunt goes on. Archaeologists continue to trawl Britain's landscape for Roman weapons, mass graves, or inscriptions that just might bring the story into the sharpest view yet. Advances in satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar in recent years have given researchers an unprecedented capability to map the sites of ancient battles in great detail, and it now raises the tantalizing prospect that one day a long-buried Roman battlefield will finally give up its secrets. For now, the Ninth remains one of history's greatest enigmas, a vanished force whose fate may never be fully uncovered. Were they slaughtered in the cold highlands of Caledonia, their bodies buried beneath the heather? Were they reassigned and forgotten, their legacy erased by Rome's shifting priorities? Or did they desert their post, choosing to disappear into the north and abandon the empire that had left them behind? Whatever the truth, the Ninth Legion presses on through the mind of the historian, the archaeologist, and anyone intrigued with the enigmas of the past. Their story is a story of battle, betrayal, and the unknown. A whisper of steel and blood, lost in time, merely waiting for a voice that might tell it. The Ninth Legion's tale has largely been lost in the rear view of history. We don't actually know what happened to them. Their last journey is but a distant rumour nowadays. Nobody actually knows what happened. If they were wiped out in some murky battle, went missing in the uncharted regions of Caledonia, or simply dropped off the face of the earth for good, one thing's certain, they were never heard from again. You're familiar with that slow fog that rolls in over the hills in the morning? Yeah, their presence is sort of like that. Just fragments of stone, small memories, and those silent questions that just persist on through the centuries. When the world's all asleep beneath the stars, it's as if the ghostly echoes of the Ninth are stirring again. In the silence of the Scottish Highlands, where the wind moves like a faint breath through the glens, there are people who say the Legion marches on. There are stories, old, half-remembered myths, of ghostly soldiers spotted on empty roads, of the distant rhythmic sound, of iron-shod feet that appear to have no origin. Legends tell of how on certain nights, beneath a silver moon, the spirits of the Ninth emerge from the shadows, caught in a perpetual march across the land that devoured them. Perhaps they were separated in the chaos of combat, their shields broken, their armour cracked by the blow of an unseen enemy too late to avoid. Maybe they struggled through the wilderness, panting with fatigue, their path swallowed by the dense forests and winding rivers, to discover that no rescue would ever come. Or maybe they simply dissolved into history, their final battle so conclusive, so absolute, that Rome chose to forget them, to let them slip away like a dream slipping beyond memory. Yet even dreams leave a mark, as the Ninth has left its mark upon time itself. The silence of their vanishing is louder than any record, their absence taking up the space between the pages of history like the profound, soothing quiet before daybreak. Hadrian's Wall remains a silent witness to their disappearance, a wall built to exclude the untamed land that could have claimed them, a divide between the known and the unknown. It remains there, steadfast against the winds that blow through it, a testament to an age still hidden in mystery. Though the fate of the Ninth Legion can never be fully disclosed, their myth survives. Their names are recalled in books, in whispers, in the minds of those who are drawn to the mysteries of history. Up in the still hills, where you can truly scent the earth and rain, and the rivers glimmer like liquid silver in the moon's light, the Ninth could still be roving about, not physically, but in memory, always walking the shadows of the ages. This concludes tonight's quest into the mystery of the lost Ninth Legion. But the past is replete with even more stories just waiting to be unearthed. Paris in the 1920s was alive, champagne corks popping, jazz clubs buzzing, and fashionable Art Deco lights twinkling. To astute visitors, Paris offered endless possibilities. Travellers flocked to the Seine at night, British tourists with their pastel-coloured suits, American expatriates, and European industrialists with fat wallets. It was perfect for a resourceful con man with a convincing story to sell. For Victor Le Renard Le Maire, the city vibrated with cigarette smoke and colourful posters. He was not always Le Renard or in Paris. Born in a small village on the Austrian border, he was captivated by the world beyond the mountains. While other boys herded sheep, Victor watched travellers in their streamlined car. He saw that the most persuasive could sell peasants anything, from worthless medicines to bewildering life insurance. Young Victor discovered that a good tale was worth more than gold. That's when locals dubbed him Le Renard, the fox, after he exchanged worthless trinkets for a prized hunting rifle. In a village of rumours, that tale spread quickly. As a boy, he learned to shape people's perceptions to see what he wanted. By adulthood, his skill was sharp. He mastered languages, studied psychology, and honed his sophisticated demeanour. He'd earned a tidy fortune from his swindles across Europe, letter forgery, impersonating nobility at social events, and selling near-new antiques. Each time he was being investigated by the authorities, he'd vanish, reappearing in Vienna, Milan, or Berlin, a step ahead. Victor arrived in Paris following the Great War with a suitcase and a shy smile. He had settled in within a month after reading an article about the cost of keeping the Eiffel Tower standing. It was built for the World's Fair in 1889. It was costly to maintain, and some people did not appreciate its appearance. There were strong protests against its demolition, despite the fact that it was popular among visitors. Victor learned of this news. He spent days in Champs-Élysées cafes hearing conversations on city projects. He learned that bureaucratic decisions were bogged down by red tape and that the city lacked money. He considered if he persuaded someone that the government of Paris was planning to dismantle the Eiffel Tower to sell it as scrap, he could become rich. It was a wild scheme. Failure would turn him into a laughingstock. But a success was possible. Victor considered it for a night. He figured the more ridiculous the scam, the more people might be made to believe it. Who would fake the sale of France's most iconic landmark? He thought it needed high bureaucratic flair, like forged papers and stamps. Rumour and secrecy would be at his side. If he succeeded, he'd vanish, rich and legendary. He spent the next few days poring over the engineering wonder, absorbing facts such as its metal mass, elevator upkeep, and the way the tower accommodated activities ranging from tourism to radio reception. With these details, he was able to address prospective buyers with authority. He took a lavish suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, pretending to be a high-ranking official. To add authenticity to his deception, he engaged an engraver for stationery of his imaginary Ministry of Post and Telegraph, since the Eiffel Tower was also a radio centre. The last touch put him in official mode. Paris, for all its beauty, also had its share of opportunistic entrepreneurs. There were whispers that a government minister was looking discreetly for a private investor in a secret project. The city did not want to face the public outcry of cancelling the tower, so this transaction had to be kept quiet. Everything was ready by the time Victor was prepared. It was such a warm spring afternoon that Victor was at a sidewalk cafe facing the Madeleine, scanning a list of buyers, ambitious, greedy-eyed men in the metal industry. His informant had told him they would stop at nothing to gain inside information on a city contract, no matter how sleazy. Breathing deeply of the scent of warm croissants and enjoying the hush as upscale Parisians walked past, Victor was filled with confidence. He could practically feel his win. He was more than a criminal in his own eyes. He was a performer with a bigger act than ordinary morals. He finished his coffee, concealed his notes, and rose to his feet. The greatest scam of his life was ready to start. Victor began by sending elegantly handwritten invitations on forged ministry stationery to half a dozen influential scrap metal merchants. He requested their presence at the prestigious Hôtel de Crillon for a most confidential discussion of national importance. The letter was a masterpiece of official-sounding rhetoric, sprinkled with phrases such as "in strictest confidence" and "under direct ministerial oversight." Anyone who read it would have believed it came straight from the desk of a high-ranking bureaucrat. He scheduled a single day of interviews, meeting each merchant individually. He wanted them to feel hand-picked and privileged, reinforcing the notion that the city wanted to keep this matter tightly under wraps. From the start, curiosity and greed twinkled in their eyes. When at last the conversation steered to the possibility of dismantling the Eiffel Tower, he watched their expressions dance between disbelief, astonishment, and excitement. Victor's calmly stated reasoning was that the maintenance fees had become prohibitive, and certain parties in government felt the tower no longer served its original purpose. To all of them, he leaked the same inside track. The city would soon finalise a discreet agreement for the tower's metal, but public backlash was a real concern. The city planned to avoid any uproar by finalising the deal quickly, so confidentiality was paramount. By the time the meeting ended, each merchant was fully enthralled. Victor had left them with the impression that they were among the few chosen to bid on the opportunity. Their own imaginations did much of the work from there, conjuring up fantasies of staggering profit. However, Victor soon identified a prime mark, André Dubois, a mid-level scrap metal businessman whose ambition often overshadowed his common sense. Dubois was known to be insecure about his place among the big players in the industry. If he could land a deal that secured him exclusive rights to the Eiffel Tower's metal, he believed he'd rise overnight into an elite echelon. Victor noticed how Dubois always asked breathlessly about the possibility of special consideration, a subtle hint that he might pay extra for preferential treatment. That was precisely the attitude Victor needed. After a few days of tantalizing phone calls and cryptic notes, Victor invited Dubois to tour the Eiffel Tower with him in person. For added realism, Victor booked a chauffeur-driven car to pick up Dubois. Both men sat in the back seat, forging an atmosphere of clandestine camaraderie. As they approached the landmark, Victor gestured toward it as if it were an aging beast about to be put down. "It's quite costly to keep it painted and structurally sound," he remarked, with a faint sadness in his voice, as though he truly lamented the tower's impending fate. Dubois nodded solemnly, but his eyes gleamed with hunger. Ascending the tower's first deck, they observed the city sprawling in every direction, evidence, as Victor noted, that progress required sacrifice. He recited maintenance figures he'd gleaned from newspaper archives and from subtle bribes given to minor city clerks. This data-laden performance impressed Dubois. Victor then produced a sheaf of official-looking papers, a forged contract awarding the successful bidder exclusive salvage rights. Dubois skimmed them, mouth agape, as if he held a golden ticket to instant wealth. Finally, on the cusp of sealing the deal, Victor paused dramatically, then leaned closer. "I must admit," he said quietly, "we're under tremendous pressure to finalise this swiftly, but some officials are, shall we say, open to persuasion." With one eyebrow raised in subtle suggestion, Victor let that phrase linger in the air. Dubois took the bait. He understood that a bribe would secure him the contract, an illegal but... Weeks later, Victor found himself in Vienna, living luxuriously at a grand hotel. He enjoyed idle afternoons at the imperial cafes, reading about the flurry of rumours swirling in Paris. A few tabloids speculated that a conman had fleeced a businessman out of a fortune. Official statements from City Hall denied any plans to dismantle the Eiffel Tower. Yet the press never got hold of Dubois's name, and no one had identified Victor. The story, swirling with half-truths, soon faded from public discourse. For Victor, that was a green light. His scheme had left no significant ripples, no public scandal, no humiliating trial. It was as though the entire episode had slipped into an urban legend. While sipping a particularly fine espresso one morning, he found himself flipping through a Parisian newspaper. In the business section, there was a fresh wave of articles on the tower's upkeep expenses. Costs were climbing yet again. The debates that raged a few years prior were resurfacing, with critics continuing to ask if the monument had outlived its usefulness. Reading that, Victor felt a surge of déjà vu, accompanied by a mischievous grin. If the city itself remained unconvinced of the tower's permanent place in its skyline, then the seed of plausibility was still there. The more he mulled it over, the more irresistible the idea became. Selling the Eiffel Tower once was bold. Selling it twice, that would be legendary. Of course, every repeat performance carries an elevated risk. Con artistry thrives on the unexpected. Victor was no stranger to the concept that lightning rarely strikes the same place twice. And yet, as he weighed his options, he recognised one key advantage. The first victim, Dubois, never went public. The scheme was still cloaked in rumour. Furthermore, the ephemeral nature of public memory in a bustling city like Paris worked in his favour. People had moved on to the next scandal. Victor decided that with a few adjustments, the plan could work again. He returned to Paris incognito, adopting the persona of a minor diplomat from a small Eastern European country. He took a suite at a different upscale hotel near the Opéra Garnier, careful not to retrace his steps exactly. He updated his forged documents, upgrading his fictitious role to an intergovernmental liaison dealing with municipal real estate transitions. This time, his approach would be more polished, more exclusive. He planned to target even wealthier players, men with deeper pockets and even greater appetites for risk. The second attempt began with the same formula. Elegantly worded letters on official-looking stationery, discreet appointments scheduled in lavish hotel lounges, and hushed talk of a sensitive government project. Yet the potential buyers this time were fewer, and Victor was more selective. At one meeting in a private parlour, he addressed 3 men together, an unusual choice for him. The trio included a well-known industrialist rumoured to have close ties to the city's political figures, a second man who managed a large shipping enterprise, and a third, a foreign investor looking to break into European markets. Victor carefully balanced the discussion, letting just enough details slip to convince them that the city's patience with the Eiffel Tower was running thin. But if the first sale had gone astonishingly smooth, the second was fraught with unexpected snags. One of the potential buyers was far more astute than Victor anticipated. This man, Claude Fournier, had a reputation for sniffing out underhanded deals. At the meeting, Fournier didn't flinch when Victor presented the rationale for dismantling the tower. Instead, he politely asked for references and official documentation. There was a certain sharpness in his eyes that made Victor uneasy. Still, Victor handed over his forged credentials without hesitation, offering carefully rehearsed explanations. Fournier accepted them with a practiced smile that revealed nothing. A day later, however, Victor discovered that Fournier had asked around about him, discreetly inquiring among local bureaucrats to confirm the authenticity of the liaison role. None of them, of course, recognized the name. A city clerk, already suspicious about a foreigner asking pointed questions, apparently alerted a friend in the police. Victor learned of this through his network of informants, petty forgers, streetwise doormen, and an occasional mistress or two. The rumour suggested that the police had begun quietly investigating a man posing as a city official peddling a contract tied to the Eiffel Tower. For the first time in his career, Victor felt the heat close in. The con was in motion, but the authorities were no longer ignorant. With a mixture of dread and exhilaration, he realised he had no choice but to accelerate the plan. He zeroed in on the second potential mark, an overly ambitious shipping magnate named Marcus Weissman, who had a penchant for shady dealings. Over dinner at a private club, Victor dangled the tower's contract before him as if it were a rare gem. Weissman, too enticed by the prospect of beating out his competitors, took the bait. Still, the tension was palpable, even as Weissman scribbled out a cheque big enough to make Victor's heart flutter. There was a persistent, nagging awareness that time was short. He needed to vanish before Fournier's inquiries led the police to his door. So he chose to skip the bribe angle that had worked so well with Dubois. Instead, he accepted a lump sum payment that covered everything, the purchase of the tower's scrap plus a discreet administrative fee. Weissman assumed that the simpler the transaction, the less likely it would be detected. Late that night, under the cover of darkness, Victor slipped out of his hotel. He carried a small valise stuffed with his ill-gotten gains, heading straight to the Gare de Lyon. By dawn, Victor fled to Monte Carlo, a glittering haven of high rollers and exile aristocrats. Initially, he relished the sweet satisfaction of having bested not just one, but 2 gullible buyers. He told himself he had achieved what no other conman in history had dared. Alone in a lavish suite overlooking the Mediterranean, he replayed the final moments in Paris, the anxious hurry to collect Weissman's cheque, the furtive glances at the station, and the first sunrise that found him safely out of reach. Now, with the sea breeze caressing his face, he figured it was only a matter of time before rumours of the second sale caught up to him. For a few months, he maintained a low profile. He frequented the Monte Carlo casino under a false identity, staying clear of any large wagers that might draw attention. He used coded telegrams to stay in touch with his forgers and informants back in Paris. From them, he learned that Fournier had indeed pressed the police for an investigation. Weissman, facing public humiliation and potential legal woes, tried to keep the matter as quiet as possible, hoping to recover his money through any means short of a public scandal. Still, the police smelled something big. They had never heard of such an audacious swindle, and that alone piqued their interest enough to keep them digging. Eventually, investigators uncovered the faint tracks Victor left behind, receipts at the hotel, witnesses who recalled a confident, well-dressed man with a foreign accent. They pieced together the timeline of his meetings, even found traces of his forged stationery. Before long, they had a name, though it remained unclear if Victor Lemaire was real or an alias. With pressure mounting, the authorities circulated descriptions to major European cities, urging border agents and local police to keep an eye out. One photograph, taken secretly by a curious bystander at the Eiffel Tower, showed a side profile that might have been him. Rumours spread that a flamboyant con artist, rumoured to have sold the Eiffel Tower not once but twice, was at large. Despite the noose tightening, Victor couldn't resist the lure of one last escapade. He reasoned that living on the run forever would be unbearable. Why not gamble big while he still had some measure of control, Soror? One evening at the casino, dressed in a crisp dinner jacket, swirling a glass of fine cognac, he sat at a roulette table. In a dramatic flourish, he placed a small fortune on a single bet. It was uncharacteristic of him to risk real money on chance. He usually preferred to rig the odds through manipulation. But something inside him craved the adrenaline rush. The wheel spun, heart pounding. He watched the tiny ball bounce from slot to slot. When it finally settled, it landed on red, a loss for Victor's black bet. Though it was only a fraction of his earnings, the defeat seemed like an omen. For a moment, he stared at the chipped green felt of the table, the croupier's polite nod indicating the end of the bet. In that instant, a seed of doubt sprouted in Victor's mind. Was his luck running out? He excused himself, stepping away from the table, ignoring the curious glances of other patrons who recognised him, by one of his many aliases, presumably. That night, as he strolled the moonlit promenade along the coast, he tried to shake off the feeling that everything was about to catch up with him. He told himself he was a master of illusions. He could reinvent himself anywhere, America, South America, or a quiet corner of Asia. Yet the persistent thought nagged at him. How long can any fox outrun the hounds? He had always believed in the artistry of his craft, but sooner or later, every performance comes to a close. Sure enough, his downfall arrived abruptly. While stepping out of a Monte Carlo cafe one morning, he was discreetly approached by a man who introduced himself as a private detective from Paris, hired by none other than Claude Fournier. The detective's tone was polite, but his eyes brimmed with that unwavering sense of purpose. He claimed to have evidence linking Victor to the Tower Con, along with sworn statements from hotel staff. The detective offered Victor a choice: return to Paris, meet with Fournier's lawyers, and negotiate a quiet settlement, or face arrest and extradition. Outwardly, Victor kept his composure. He flashed a wry smile, feigning indifference. But his heart pounded. Even if he eluded this detective, he sensed the net was cast too wide for him to remain free for much longer. Sometimes, surrendering on your own terms was the last con you could pull. In a move that stunned the detective, Victor proposed his own arrangement. He would meet Fournier in neutral territory, in Switzerland, to hash out a deal. The detective, intrigued and possibly influenced by some under-the-table persuasion, agreed to broker the meeting. Victor reasoned that by controlling the location, he might still orchestrate an escape. But as fate would have it, the Swiss authorities were also alerted. When Victor arrived, plainclothes officers appeared from the shadows, swiftly taking him into custody. His arrest was a quiet affair, overshadowed by bigger global events. Still, word spread among the underworld. The man who sold the Eiffel Tower twice had finally met his match. There was no dramatic public trial in France. Instead, in backroom negotiations to avoid an international scandal, a deal was reached. Some said Fournier and Weissman recouped a fraction of their losses, and the French government, stung by embarrassment, preferred to hush up the matter. Victor was quietly sentenced for fraud under an assumed name, but the legend endured in hushed whispers for decades. Rarely did anyone speak of his fate. Some claimed he escaped from prison using forged documents, vanishing into the night. Others insisted he served his time, only to emerge a changed man. Either way, in the smoky corners of certain Parisian cafes, old-timers still tell the tale with a gleam in their eyes. The man who dared to sell the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. It remains a testament to the power of audacity, the allure of ambition, and the strange truth that the bigger the lie, the more people want to believe it. And so the story endures, a monument to the enduring thrill of a great impossible scam. Long before the samurai became the most revered warriors in Japanese history, they began as mere enforcers for the noble class. In the early centuries of Japan's political development, power rested in the hands of the imperial court and aristocracy, with local disputes often settled by hired fighters rather than structured military forces. However, as the Heian period progressed, land ownership shifted from centralized control to private estates, shun. which gave rise to influential provincial lords who needed warriors to protect their holdings. These warriors, initially called saburao, meaning to serve, evolved into the samurai, a class of fighters who would one day dominate Japan's social and political order. Unlike the court nobles in Kyoto, these provincial warriors lived by the sword, honing their skills in mounted archery, swordsmanship, and disciplined military tactics. They were not just fighters, but strategists, trained in loyalty, duty, and honour, principles that would later be enshrined in Bushido, the code of the samurai. The imperial government's decline in the late Heian period accelerated the rise of the samurai, as noble families began relying more on military clans for protection. Among the most powerful of these emerging warrior families were the Minamoto and the Taira, two clans whose rivalries would shape Japan's history. Initially, these samurai were still seen as servants of the court, their status subordinate to the aristocracy. But that perception began to change as warriors gained influence through both battlefield prowess and political manoeuvring. By the 12th century, samurai were no longer just defenders of noble estates. They were power brokers in their own right, leading vast armies and commanding immense respect. The shift from noble rule to warrior rule was not sudden, but rather a gradual process driven by the failures of the imperial government to maintain order. As regional conflicts escalated and lawlessness spread across the provinces, the need for strong military leadership became undeniable. This transformation reached its climax in the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, a brutal conflict between the Taira and Minamoto clans that determined the fate of Japan. The war was more than just a struggle for dominance. It marked the end of aristocratic rule and the beginning of samurai governance. The final battle at Dan-no-ura saw the complete destruction of the Taira, solidifying the Minamoto clan's control over Japan. In its aftermath, Minamoto no Yoritomo seized power and established the Kamakura shogunate in 1192, officially shifting Japan into a military government led by a shogun, a supreme warlord who ruled in the emperor's name. This event marked the true emergence of the samurai as the ruling class of Japan, their influence stretching beyond warfare into governance, law, and culture. No longer mere warriors in service to the court, they had become the backbone of the nation's power structure. But with power came responsibility, and the samurai soon found themselves navigating a delicate balance between loyalty, honour, and political ambition. The rise of the shogunate brought new challenges: clan rivalries, internal betrayals, and shifting allegiances that would test the samurai's resilience over the centuries. What had begun as a class of armed retainers had transformed into a military elite, shaping the destiny of Japan for generations to come. Their journey had only just begun, and the centuries ahead would see them not only rule Japan, but fight to keep their place at the top. With Minamoto no Yoritomo's rise to power in 1192, Japan entered the Kamakura period, 1185-1333, an era where the samurai became the governing class for the first time in history. Unlike the imperial court in Kyoto, which relied on bureaucracy and aristocratic privilege, the Kamakura shogunate was a military government that prioritized discipline, loyalty, and strength. Yoritomo's leadership introduced a new structure to Japan's political system, establishing a warrior-led government known as the Bakufu, where the shogun held supreme authority while the emperor remained a symbolic figure. This system formalized the samurai's dominance, granting them land in exchange for military service, creating a feudal order where loyalty between a samurai and his lord became the foundation of governance. However, maintaining control over a country filled with ambitious warlords and noble families was no easy task. To solidify his grip, Yoritomo established the Shugo and Jito, military governors and estate stewards, who ensured the shogunate's rule extended to the farthest reaches of Japan. Despite Yoritomo's careful planning, internal struggles soon threatened the stability of the Kamakura shogunate. After his death in 1199, his widow Hojo Masako maneuvered her family into power, ensuring that real authority rested with the Hojo regents rather than the shogun himself. Under Hojo rule, the shogunate became more of an oligarchy, where the regents controlled political decisions while the puppet shoguns remained figureheads. Though this system maintained stability for a time, it created resentment among rival samurai clans who felt excluded from power. However, just as internal divisions threatened to weaken Japan's new military government, an even greater threat loomed on the horizon: the Mongol Empire. By the mid-13th century, the Mongols, under Kublai Khan, had conquered China and Korea, setting their sights on Japan. In 1274, they launched the first Mongol invasion, sending a massive fleet of warships and warriors to the shores of Kyushu. The Mongols fought unlike anything the samurai had ever encountered, using coordinated cavalry charges, massed archery, and explosives to disrupt traditional Japanese combat styles. The samurai, accustomed to one-on-one duels and honour-driven warfare, struggled against the Mongols' brutal efficiency. However, before the Mongols could achieve total victory, a typhoon struck their fleet, destroying many of their ships and forcing them to retreat. This storm, later called kamikaze, or divine wind, was seen as divine intervention, a sign that the gods had protected Japan. Undeterred, Kublai Khan launched a second invasion in 1281, this time with an even larger force of over 140,000 soldiers. For months, the samurai defended Japan with relentless determination, holding back the Mongols in grueling coastal battles. Once again, nature intervened. Another powerful typhoon struck, sinking much of the Mongol fleet and drowning thousands of invaders. The Mongols retreated, never attempting another invasion of Japan. These events solidified Japan's belief in divine protection, reinforcing the idea that the samurai were not only warriors, but guardians of a sacred land. However, the victory came at a cost. Defending against the Mongols had drained the shogunate's resources, and unlike traditional wars between samurai clans, there was no land to reward the warriors who had fought so bravely. Discontent spread among the samurai, many of whom felt their service had gone unrewarded. The financial strain and growing unrest began to unravel the Kamakura shogunate. Samurai clans, once loyal to the Hojo regents, turned against them, culminating in Emperor Go-Daigo's rebellion in 1331. With the help of powerful warriors like Ashikaga Takauji, the imperial forces overthrew the Kamakura government in 1333, bringing an end to the first shogunate. However, this was not a return to imperial rule. Instead, it paved the way for a new warrior dynasty, the Ashikaga shogunate, which would rule Japan in an even more fragmented and chaotic age. The samurai had proven they were the undisputed rulers of Japan, but the battle for supremacy among them was far from over. As the Kamakura shogunate crumbled, Japan drifted into a period of uncertainty, much like a restless night where stability fades into shadow. In 1336, Ashikaga Takauji, once a loyal general of Emperor Go-Daigo, turned against the imperial forces and seized control, establishing the Ashikaga shogunate. Unlike the Kamakura government, which had ruled with a firm military grip, the Ashikaga sought to balance power between the shogunate and the imperial court. At first, this seemed like a gentle transition, a lull before the next storm. Kyoto became the political and cultural heart of Japan once more, and the capital's refined atmosphere encouraged the flourishing of art, poetry, and Zen Buddhism. The Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw the rise of No theatre, elegant ink paintings, and the tea ceremony, a practice designed to bring a sense of serenity and mindfulness to those who participated. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, Japan remained in turmoil, much like an unsettled dream where nothing is truly at peace. The Ashikaga rulers, unlike the tightly controlled Kamakura regime, struggled to maintain unity among the daimyo, the powerful warlords who controlled vast territories across the country. The Bakufu had established its rule, but it was weaker than before, relying on fragile alliances that could crumble at any moment. The Onin War, 1467 to 1477, proved to be the breaking point, shattering the illusion of stability and plunging Japan into over a century of near-constant warfare. The once orderly world of feudal loyalty began to dissolve as samurai lords turned on one another in an unending battle for dominance. During this time of unrest, the samurai class continued to evolve, not just as warriors, but as enforcers of order in a world that had lost its balance. Their devotion to Zen Buddhism offered moments of quiet introspection amid the chaos, emphasizing meditation and mindfulness, much like the steady rhythm of breathing before sleep. Samurai sought peace within themselves even as war raged around them, practicing the art of the sword with the same precision and calmness as a monk arranging a rock garden. However, This inner tranquility could not prevent the collapse of the Ashikaga shogunate, which had become little more than a hollow shell of power. By the late 1500s, Japan had drifted into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, where no ruler held true control, and samurai warlords battled endlessly for supremacy. As the nights grew longer with uncertainty, the people of Japan awaited a leader strong enough to bring an end to the strife. The age of elegant courtly politics had faded, replaced by a time of battle, ambition, and relentless struggle. The country had become a storm-tossed sea, searching for the stillness of dawn. And soon, three remarkable figures, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would rise from the chaos to forge a new era. But before peace could be restored, Japan would have to endure its most turbulent dreams of war. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, was a time when Japan existed in a state of endless night, a restless dream filled with the sounds of clashing swords and the distant echoes of battle drums. The Ashikaga shogunate had lost control, leaving the land divided among powerful daimyo, each ruling their own domain like kings of miniature kingdoms. Castles rose across the landscape, fortified strongholds where warlords plotted their next move, their sleepless ambition keeping Japan in a cycle of bloodshed. Alliances were made and broken like fleeting dreams, with battles erupting across the country in an endless struggle for supremacy. The once rigid feudal order dissolved into chaos, as samurai pledged their loyalty not to a shogun or emperor, but to those who could promise them land, power, or survival. But even in the darkest of nights, there is always the promise of dawn. From the turmoil of war, three figures emerged who would change the course of Japanese history: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Each would play a role in bringing an end to the anarchy, shaping the future of Japan with their ambition, strategy, and sheer force of will. The first of these men, Oda Nobunaga, was unlike any warlord before him. Ruthless, innovative, and determined to unite Japan at any cost. He introduced new military tactics that shattered traditional samurai warfare. He embraced firearms, reorganized his armies for greater mobility, and crushed opposition with swift, merciless force. His victories over rival daimyo, including the powerful Takeda clan at the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, cemented his dominance. Yet, Nobunaga's dream of unification was cut short in 1582, when he was betrayed by one of his own generals and forced to take his own life. The mantle of leadership then passed to Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Nobunaga's brilliant general who had risen from humble beginnings. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing all of Japan under his control by 1590. He implemented sweeping reforms to ensure stability, disarming peasants to prevent uprisings, and restructuring the feudal system so that only samurai could bear arms. His leadership brought a brief moment of peace, a lull in the storm, yet his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea, hoping to conquer China as well. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and weakening the fragile unity Hideyoshi had built. When he died in 1598, his generals turned on one another, plunging the nation into conflict once more. The final act of unification fell to Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient and calculating leader who had bided his time while others fought for dominance. In 1600, at the Battle of Sekigahara, the largest and most decisive conflict in samurai history, Ieyasu crushed his enemies and seized control of Japan. 3 years later, in 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in an era of stability that would last for over 250 years. The long and violent night of the Sengoku period had come to an end, and Japan could finally rest. But peace would come with a price. The Tokugawa shoguns would impose strict control over society, isolating Japan from the outside world and enforcing a rigid social order. The samurai, who had once fought for honour and ambition, would find themselves in a different world, where the battlefield was replaced by politics, and swords were more for display than war. As the country drifted into a new age of order, the samurai would have to adapt or fade into history like a forgotten dream. For now, though, the land could finally breathe, wrapped in the quiet embrace of a newfound peace. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara in 1600 and his formal appointment as shogun in 1603, Japan entered a new era of stability, one that would last for more than 250 years. After centuries of chaos, the land could finally sleep. But this peace came at a cost. The Tokugawa shogunate established a system so controlled, so rigid, that it locked the entire country into a state of stillness, like a dream where time no longer moved forward. Ieyasu and his descendants implemented strict policies to prevent any future wars, ensuring that power remained in the hands of the Tokugawa family. The Bakuhan system divided governance between the central shogunate and the regional daimyo, but all power ultimately rested in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where the shogunate ruled with an iron grip. To prevent rebellions, the shogunate imposed sankinkotai, a policy that forced all daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, while their families remained there as hostages. This ensured that no warlord could gather enough strength to challenge Tokugawa rule. Samurai, once fierce warriors who had lived and died by the sword, found themselves trapped in an existence of bureaucratic duty, their blades more symbols of rank than tools of war. The class system was strictly enforced. At the top were the samurai, followed by peasants, artisans, and merchants at the bottom. No one could change their place in society. The structure was unshakable, like the walls of Edo Castle itself. One of the most defining aspects of the Tokugawa era was sakoku, Japan's policy of complete isolation. In 1639, the shogunate banned nearly all foreign contact, allowing trade only through the Dutch and Chinese at the artificial island of Dejima in Nagasaki. Christianity was outlawed, Western books were burned, and any Japanese caught trying to leave the country faced execution. This isolation sealed Japan in a world of its own, a self-contained dream where time seemed frozen. Yet, within these constraints, a unique culture flourished. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of art, literature, and entertainment. The rise of kabuki theatre and ukiyo-e woodblock prints captured the spirit of the era, depicting scenes of pleasure districts, bustling markets, and legendary warriors of the past. The tea ceremony, once a samurai ritual, became a refined art form, offering a rare moment of stillness in an increasingly structured world. Despite this cultural blossoming, the cracks in the system slowly began to show. The samurai class, once noble warriors, struggled under economic strain, as their stipends remained fixed while merchant wealth grew. The once lowly merchants, despite their social status, accumulated great fortunes, funding theatres, art, and literature. With no wars to fight, many samurai fell into debt, forced to marry into merchant families or take up menial bureaucratic work to survive. Meanwhile, the peasantry, burdened with heavy taxes, faced famine and unrest. Though the Tokugawa rule was firm, beneath its surface, dissatisfaction simmered, like a restless sleeper waiting to wake. By the mid-19th century, foreign ships began appearing on Japan's shores, their presence an omen of change. The stillness of the Edo period could not last forever. Like the dawn breaking after a long and dream-filled night, a new era was approaching, one that would shake Japan from its slumber and thrust it into the modern world. For more than 250 years, Japan existed in a state of carefully maintained stillness, as if wrapped in an unbroken dream. The Tokugawa shogunate had built a fortress of peace, isolating the country from foreign influence and keeping strict order within its borders. But no dream lasts forever. By the mid-19th century, change loomed on the horizon as black ships appeared in Japanese waters, ominous and foreign, like shadows breaking through the quiet of night. These were the vessels of Commodore Matthew Perry, an American naval officer who arrived in 1853 with demands that Japan open its ports to trade. The shogunate, so accustomed to control, found itself powerless against the superior firepower and technology of the Western world. The illusion of stability began to crack. In 1854, under pressure from Perry's fleet, the shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa, officially ending Japan's policy of sakoku. For the first time in over 2 centuries, foreign influence poured in, bringing modern weapons, new technologies, and unfamiliar ideas. Japan's people, once lulled into the predictability of Tokugawa rule, suddenly found themselves in an unfamiliar landscape. Western-style clothing and steamships appeared in the harbours, telegraphs and railways disrupted the old rhythms of life, The samurai, once the unquestioned rulers of the land, now found themselves staring into an uncertain future, their way of life becoming obsolete. The cracks turned into fractures as discontent spread across the nation. The shogunate's inability to resist foreign pressure angered many, including powerful daimyo and young samurai who longed for a return to Japan's former strength. Two factions emerged, those who wished to reform the shogunate and those who sought to restore the emperor as the true ruler. The conflict escalated into the Boshin War, 1868 to 1869, a final struggle between the forces of the Tokugawa and the imperial loyalists. At the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the modernized imperial army, armed with rifles and western artillery, overwhelmed the traditional samurai warriors, proving that the age of the sword had come to an end. In 1868, the victorious imperial forces declared the Meiji Restoration, and with it, the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate. The emperor was reinstated as the central figure of government, but this was no return to the past. Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western-style governance, industry and military tactics. In 1876, one of the final blows came, a law banning samurai from carrying swords in public, a symbol of their fading status. Many warriors, unable to accept a life without battle, joined uprisings against the government, the most famous being the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, one of the last true samurai. But the rebellion was crushed by the imperial army, armed with Gatling guns and modern rifles, and with it the last flicker of the samurai era was extinguished. Though the samurai as a warrior class had disappeared, their spirit remained woven into Japan's identity. Bushido, the samurai code of honor and discipline, influenced Japan's military and cultural values well into the 20th century. Their legacy lived on in literature, cinema and philosophy, a reminder of a time when honor was currency and the sword was law. The great warriors who once shaped Japan had become legends, their names whispered in history, much like distant echoes of a dream that fades with the morning light. This concludes tonight's journey through the rise and fall of the samurai, but there are more stories to come. The mythological birth of Japan, from the gods to the first emperors. Before the first samurai drew their blades, and before the great shoguns ruled from their castles, Japan was a land of mystery. The story of Japan's creation begins not with humans but with gods, the kami, divine spirits who shaped the very essence of the islands. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, two celestial beings, Izanagi and Izanami, stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, gazing down at a formless world. They dipped a jewelled spear into the sea, and as the droplets fell, they solidified into land. Thus, the Japanese archipelago was born. The gods descended, walking upon their creation, bringing forth mountains, rivers and forests. Yet their divine union was not without sorrow. In giving birth to the fire god, Izanami perished, descending into the underworld, leaving Izanagi stricken with grief. His journey to reclaim her ended in horror, as he fled from the decayed form of his beloved, purifying himself in a sacred river. From this act of purification emerged three powerful deities: Amaterasu, the sun goddess, Tsukuyomi, the moon god, and Susanoo, the storm god, the very forces that would shape Japan's destiny. Amaterasu, radiant and benevolent, was entrusted with the heavens, while her brother Susanoo, wild and uncontrollable, was cast down to earth. In a fateful moment, their rivalry erupted into chaos. Susanoo, in a fit of rage, stormed through the celestial plains, destroying Amaterasu's rice fields, hurling filth into her palace, and causing devastation wherever he walked. Unable to bear the destruction, Amaterasu retreated into a cave, plunging the world into darkness. The other gods, desperate to restore light, devised a clever plan. They placed a mirror outside the cave, and as Amaterasu peeked out, drawn by curiosity, they pulled her into the open, bringing light back to the world. This event would forever symbolize the divine right of the Yamato rulers, who traced their lineage directly to the sun goddess herself. From the union of gods and mortals came Ninigi no Mikoto, Amaterasu's grandson, who was sent to rule the land of Japan. He descended from the heavens, carrying the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the sword, and the jewel, symbols of imperial authority that would be passed down through generations. His lineage led to Emperor Jimmu, the legendary first emperor of Japan, who, guided by divine spirits, waged war against rival tribes and established the imperial throne in 660 BCE. Though historical evidence for Jimmu remains elusive, his legacy endures, his name enshrined in myth, his reign marking the beginning of a dynasty that still exists today. While the myths of Japan's creation provided a divine foundation, the reality was far more complex. The archipelago was home to early human settlers long before the first emperors emerged. The Jomon people, hunter-gatherers who lived in pit dwellings and created intricate pottery, thrived for thousands of years, their way of life shaped by the land's untamed beauty. But as the centuries passed, a new wave of migrants arrived, the Yayoi people, bringing agriculture, metalworking, and social hierarchy. Their arrival marked a turning point, as small tribal groups evolved into structured communities, laying the groundwork for the powerful clans that would one day shape Japan's destiny. Thus, the origins of Japan exist in two worlds, the realm of gods and the realm of men. One speaks of divine will, celestial battles, and the blessings of Amaterasu. The other tells of migration, adaptation, and the forging of society. Both intertwine to form the foundation of Japan's history, where mythology and reality stand side by side, their echoes still felt in the rituals, shrines, and traditions of the modern nation. The role of Shinto and the worship of the kami. In the earliest days of Japan's history, long before the samurai and shoguns, the land was shaped not just by rulers, but by the unseen forces of the kami, the spirits and deities that resided in every aspect of nature. Shinto, Japan's indigenous belief system, was not a structured religion with sacred texts and doctrines. Rather, it was an intricate tapestry of myths, rituals, and spiritual connections between the people and the natural world. Unlike the faiths of the West, Shinto had no singular founder or strict commandments. Instead, it was an evolving tradition woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people. Every mountain, river, tree, and shrine was believed to house a kami, and maintaining harmony with these spirits was essential for both individual well-being and the prosperity of the land. The imperial family, tracing its lineage to Amaterasu, used Shinto mythology to justify its divine rule, reinforcing the idea that Japan itself was a sacred land. The emperor was not merely a political leader, but a living bridge between the gods and humanity, performing rituals to maintain spiritual balance. Throughout the Yamato period and beyond, elaborate ceremonies were held at the Izgrand Shrine, the most sacred site dedicated to Amaterasu, where only the highest members of the imperial line could serve as priestesses. These rituals were believed to ensure bountiful harvests, military victories, and protection from disasters. Over time, this divine connection was institutionalized, shaping the way Japan's government functioned. Political power was not only a matter of might, but also of spiritual legitimacy. Shinto beliefs also influenced the structure of Japan's early legal and moral codes. Laws were often intertwined with religious purity, and violations of harmony, be it crimes, natural disasters, or even personal misfortunes, were seen as disturbances in the spiritual balance. Priests and shrine maidens played an essential role in cleansing individuals of misfortune through purification rites known as misugi. Ritual washing in rivers or at sacred waterfalls meant to purify both body and spirit. Festivals called matsuri were held throughout the year to honour the kami, ensuring their continued favour and protection. These festivals, filled with music, dance, and processions, were not just religious gatherings but also central social events that united communities under shared spiritual traditions. Beyond the imperial court, local clans and villages had their own kami, unique to their land and lineage. These local deities were believed to protect the crops, guide warriors into battle, and watch over the homes of their followers. Some kami were benevolent, offering blessings of health and fortune, while others were vengeful spirits requiring offerings and careful rituals to prevent their wrath. The concept of tsukumogami, objects that, after 100 years, gained spirits of their own, was rooted in the belief that the unseen world was constantly interacting with human life. Farmers prayed to Inari, the kami of rice and fertility, often represented by foxes, while warriors sought favour from Hachiman, the kami of war and divine protector of Japan. As Buddhism arrived from China and Korea in the 6th century, it did not replace Shinto but rather merged with it, forming the unique syncretic religious identity that would define Japan for centuries. Buddhist temples were built next to Shinto shrines, and many kami were identified as manifestations of Buddhist deities, ensuring that the new religion did not erase Japan's indigenous traditions but instead intertwined with them. This seamless blending of spiritual practices reflected the deep-rooted belief that all forces, gods, spirits, ancestors, and natural elements were interconnected in an ever-flowing cycle. Shinto was not merely a religion, it was a way of life, shaping everything from governance to warfare, from agriculture to art. It provided the framework through which Japan's early leaders justified their rule, the means by which communities found unity, and the spiritual force that connected the people to their land. Even in modern Japan, where Shinto no longer dictates the laws of the land, its echoes remain, in the towering torii gates that stand at shrine entrances, in the festivals that still mark the changing seasons, and in the quiet reverence for nature that lingers in the heart of the nation. Sacred sites, rituals, and the power of purification. In ancient Japan, where the natural world and the spiritual world intertwined, sacred sites were more than places of worship. They were living connections between humans and the kami. The most revered among them was the Izigran Shrine, dedicated to Amaterasu, the sun goddess and divine ancestor of Japan's emperors. Nestled deep in the forests of Mie Prefecture, the shrine was rebuilt every 20 years in a centuries-old tradition, symbolizing renewal and the impermanence of all things. Only the imperial family and the highest-ranking priests were permitted to conduct rituals within its sacred grounds, ensuring that the emperor's divine link to the gods remained unbroken. Other major shrines, such as Izumo Taisha, dedicated to the storm god Okuninushi, and Fushimi Inari Taisha, home to the fox spirits of Inari, became centers of devotion, pilgrimage, and seasonal festivals that shaped the rhythm of life across Japan. At the heart of Shinto practice was the idea of purification, the belief that humans accumulated spiritual impurities through daily life and interaction with the physical world. To cleanse themselves, individuals performed misogi, ritual washing in rivers, waterfalls, or the sea. Warriors, before battle, would stand beneath rushing water, clearing their minds and bodies of impurity, believing that a cleansed spirit would ensure victory. In everyday life, purification took place through temizuya, stone basins found at the entrances of shrines, where worshippers would rinse their hands and mouths before praying. This act was not simply about physical cleanliness, but about restoring spiritual harmony, aligning oneself with the natural flow of energy that bound all things together. Beyond personal purification, entire communities participated in grand rituals to appease the kami and ensure their continued blessings. Shinto priests dressed in flowing white robes performed ceremonies filled with ancient chants, rhythmic drumming, and offerings of rice, sake, and salt. Kagura, a sacred form of dance, was performed to entertain the kami and invite their presence. During times of drought, priests led processions to summon rain. During harvest festivals, people gathered to give thanks for the rice that sustained them. These seasonal rituals became the heartbeat of Japan's agricultural society, marking the passage of time through sacred observances. Perhaps one of the most enduring traditions was the Shikinen Sengu, the complete rebuilding of major shrines like Izigran Shrine. Every 20 years, the entire complex was reconstructed using carefully chosen cypress wood, following the exact design of the previous structure. This practice, dating back over 1,300 years, reflected the Shinto belief in impermanence and renewal, the idea that nothing is permanent, yet through careful preservation, continuity can be maintained. The wood from the old shrine was repurposed in smaller shrines across Japan, ensuring that the divine essence remained within the land. Among the most feared spiritual disturbances were yokai and vengeful spirits, believed to emerge when proper rituals were not observed or when great injustices were left unresolved. The restless spirits of fallen warriors, betrayed lovers, or those who died with strong lingering emotions could transform into onryo, ghosts capable of cursing entire regions. To prevent such supernatural turmoil, Elaborate exorcism rituals were conducted by priests to pacify these spirits and restore balance. Stories of these vengeful beings spread across Japan, reminding people of the importance of living in harmony with both the seen and unseen worlds. From the towering torii gates marking the entrance to sacred grounds, to the whispering forests where the kami were said to reside, the rituals and traditions of Shinto defined the spiritual landscape of Japan. Though centuries have passed, these sacred practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese culture, a quiet undercurrent in daily life, guiding festivals, ceremonies, and moments of quiet reverence. Whether through the flickering of lanterns at a shrine, the ringing of a bell before a prayer, or the flowing waters of purification, the ancient connection between humans and the divine endures, like a dream carried through time. The divine mandate. How mythology shaped Japan's rulers and warriors. In the world of ancient Japan, power was not simply taken, it was bestowed by the kami. The legitimacy of rulers was tied to their divine ancestry, their right to govern reinforced by sacred myths and Shinto traditions. Unlike in feudal Europe, where kings ruled by conquest or noble bloodlines alone, Japan's emperors claimed their authority through a spiritual mandate, a divine connection stretching back to Amaterasu, the sun goddess. This belief in divine rule set Japan apart, creating an imperial lineage that has endured for more than 2,600 years. The Yamato rulers, who emerged as Japan's dominant clan in the 4th century CE, carefully cultivated their link to the gods. By declaring themselves descendants of Amaterasu, they positioned themselves as the rightful rulers of the land, their sovereignty not just a political claim but a sacred duty. This divine lineage was reinforced through elaborate Shinto rituals at the imperial court, ensuring that each emperor was seen not only as a mortal ruler, but as a living conduit between the human world and the celestial realm. Even as military governments later seized control, the emperor remained a spiritual figurehead, his authority unbroken by time. But the imperial family was not the only class to draw strength from the divine. Samurai warriors, whose rise in the Heian and Kamakura periods reshaped Japan's social order, also found their legitimacy through mythology. Many powerful samurai clans traced their lineage to legendary gods or heroes, using these connections to justify their rule over provinces and armies. The Minamoto clan, for example, claimed descent from Emperor Seiwa, reinforcing their authority as rightful military leaders. Others, such as the Taira and Hojo, aligned themselves with powerful kami like Hachiman, the god of war, whose favour was believed to grant victory in battle. Before heading into war, samurai would visit shrines, undergo purification rituals, and offer prayers to their ancestral deities, believing that divine protection could mean the difference between life and death. This sacred connection between warriors and gods was embodied in the concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a code of conduct, Bushido was rooted in Shinto and Buddhist philosophy, emphasizing loyalty, duty, and spiritual discipline. A samurai was expected to live with honor and purity, maintaining an unshakable spirit much like the stillness of a shrine. Ritual suicide, seppuku, was considered an act of purification, a way to cleanse one's dishonor and restore balance to the world. The spiritual nature of the samurai ethos transformed warfare into something more than a struggle for land and power. It became a test of divine will, where victory was seen as a sign of celestial favor. Shinto mythology also shaped the way warlords justified their conquests. In the Sengoku period, 1467 to 1600, when Japan was fractured by civil war, leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu used divine imagery to solidify their rule. Nobunaga, in particular, saw himself as a force of destiny, invoking the idea that he was chosen to bring order to a chaotic world. Hideyoshi, though born a peasant, carefully crafted an image of divine favour, associating himself with the sun and even constructing grand temples to cement his legacy. Tokugawa Ieyasu, the most patient of the three, aligned himself with the ancestral spirits of the Minamoto clan, ensuring that his shogunate was seen not just as a political institution, but as the rightful continuation of Japan's divine rule. Even as modernity swept through Japan, the belief in divine legitimacy never truly faded. During the Meiji Restoration in 1868, when Japan sought to modernize while preserving its traditions, the emperor's divine status was re-emphasized to unify the nation. The idea that Japan was a sacred land chosen by the gods remained deeply ingrained in the national identity, shaping everything from politics to the arts. Thus, mythology was not simply a collection of ancient stories, it was a foundation of power, a force that shaped Japan's rulers, warriors, and vision of itself as a nation. Whether through the sun goddess's blessings upon the imperial family or the war gods guiding samurai into battle, the echoes of these beliefs carried through the ages, weaving the past into the present like an unbroken thread in the fabric of time. The symbolism of nature, mountains, rivers, and the sacred landscape. In ancient Japan, the land itself was alive with spiritual significance. Every mountain peak, flowing river, and dense forest was believed to house the spirits of the kami, divine forces that shaped the world and guided human destiny. Unlike in other civilizations where deities ruled from distant heavens, Japan's gods lived within the earth, woven into the very fabric of the natural landscape. To the people of early Japan, the land was not just a resource, it was sacred, a place where the divine and mortal worlds intertwined. Among the most revered places in Japan were its mountains. Towering above the land, they were seen as bridges between the heavens and the human world, where gods descended and spirits dwelled. None was more sacred than Mount Fuji, the iconic volcano that became a symbol of purity, beauty, and spiritual enlightenment. Legends tell of Fuji as the dwelling place of Konohana Sakuya Hem, the goddess of blossoming trees, whose fleeting beauty mirrored the delicate and transient nature of life. For centuries, monks and pilgrims ascended its slopes in search of divine wisdom, believing that reaching its summit brought them closer to the gods. Other mountains, such as Mount Hii and Mount Koya, became centers of religious devotion, home to Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines that further deepened their spiritual aura. Rivers and waterfalls also held profound spiritual importance. Flowing water was seen as a force of purification, a means of washing away physical and spiritual impurities. Ancient purification rituals known as misogi were often performed in cold rivers or beneath waterfalls, where monks, warriors, and common people alike cleansed themselves before engaging in religious ceremonies or battle. One of the most famous sacred waterfalls was Nachi Falls, where Shinto priests conducted elaborate rituals to honor the water spirits. The belief in the purifying power of water remains embedded in Japanese culture to this day, reflected in the practice of temazuya at shrine entrances, where visitors rinse their hands and mouths before offering prayers. Forests were considered the hidden sanctuaries of the kami, dense and untouched groves where spirits roamed freely. Certain trees were believed to be yorishiro, objects capable of housing deities, marked with sacred ropes known as shimenawa to signify their divine presence. The ancient cryptomeria trees of Togakushi Shrine in Nagano, some standing for over 1,000 years, were said to be infused with the spirits of the past. These sacred forests were not places to be disturbed, and even today, Japan maintains a deep respect for nature, preserving these ancient woodlands as places of spiritual retreat and meditation. Beyond individual landmarks, the natural cycles of the seasons were deeply tied to religious observances. The blooming of cherry blossoms in spring was celebrated with Hanami, a festival that honoured the fleeting beauty of life, while the arrival of autumn brought solemn reflections on impermanence. Rice, Japan's most sacred crop, was planted and harvested in accordance with seasonal rituals dedicated to Inari, the kami of agriculture. The connection between people and the land was not just practical, but deeply spiritual, as every shift in the natural world was seen as an expression of the god's will. Even the wind was believed to carry divine influence. The legendary kamikaze, or divine wind, that twice repelled Mongol invasions in the 13th century, was seen as a direct intervention from the kami, protecting Japan from foreign conquest. This reinforced the belief that Japan was a chosen land, shielded by the gods themselves, an idea that would persist throughout history. The landscape of Japan was not merely terrain, it was a living, breathing entity infused with the spirit of the divine, whether through the towering presence of sacred mountains, the cleansing waters of flowing rivers, or the whispering groves of ancient forests. The natural world remained an ever-present force in the spiritual lives of the Japanese people. This reverence for nature continues even today. The shrines and temples remain nestled in the quiet embrace of mountains, rivers, and trees, reminders of a time when the world itself was seen as sacred. The eternal influence of mythology, how ancient beliefs shape Japan today. though centuries have passed since the first emperors claimed divine ancestry and the first warriors sought the favour of the kami, the echoes of Japan's mythological past continue to shape its culture, traditions, and national identity. The stories of Izanagi and Izanami, Amaterasu, and Susanoo are not simply relics of ancient belief. They remain woven into the daily lives of the Japanese people, influencing everything from spiritual practices to modern governance. Even in an era of technological advancement, Shinto rituals persist, torii gates still stand as silent guardians of the sacred, and the belief in unseen forces continues to influence Japan's cultural landscape. One of the most striking ways mythology endures is through the imperial family. Despite the fall of shogunates, military governments, and the rise of democracy, the Japanese emperor still holds a unique position as a symbol of national unity. Though his political power has faded, his role as the spiritual descendant of Amaterasu remains a fundamental aspect of Japanese identity. Even modern enthronement ceremonies involve ancient Shinto rites, where the emperor offers prayers to the kami and affirms his role as a divine mediator between the gods and the people. The continuity of the imperial line, from the legendary Emperor Jimmu to the present day, reinforces the idea that Japan itself is a sacred land chosen by the gods. Beyond the imperial family, Shinto practices remain deeply embedded in Japanese society. Festivals celebrating the kami, known as matsuri, continue to draw millions of participants each year. During New Year's celebrations, Hatsumoda, people visit Shinto shrines to pray for good fortune, tossing coins into offering boxes and purchasing protective talismans. The Obon festival, dedicated to honouring the spirits of ancestors, mirrors the ancient belief that the dead never truly leave, but instead watch over their descendants. These customs have endured for over 1,000 years, adapting to modern life while maintaining their spiritual significance. The belief in supernatural forces also thrives in Japan's folklore and popular culture. The presence of yokai, spirits and creatures of myth, remains strong in art, literature, and entertainment. From the mischievous kitsune, fox spirits, to the vengeful onryo, ghosts, these beings still inspire countless films, novels, and anime. Even technological advancements have not diminished the influence of mythology. Modern video games, films, and books frequently draw upon ancient legends, ensuring that the tales of Japan's mythic past continue to captivate new generations. Japan's deep reverence for nature and purification rituals is also a direct inheritance from its mythological roots. The custom of cleansing oneself before entering sacred spaces persists, not just in shrines, but in everyday life. Whether through bathing culture in onsen, hot springs, or the symbolic washing of hands before meals, the idea that nature is sacred continues to influence conservation efforts, reflected in carefully preserved forests around shrines and the nation's commitment to protecting natural landscapes. Even Japan's approach to urban design maintains a sense of harmony with the environment, with traditional Zen gardens and temple grounds serving as places of quiet reflection amidst modern cityscapes. Perhaps most importantly, the spirit of Japan's mythology lives on in its people, the deep-seated sense of honour, perseverance, and connection to the past. The philosophy of mono no aware, the appreciation of impermanence, stems from Shinto and Buddhist influences, reminding people to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The respect for ancestral wisdom and the idea of duty to one's community reflect values passed down from ancient times, shaping everything from family traditions to workplace ethics. Even as the world changes, the myths of Japan remain, flowing through the nation like an unseen current, shaping its identity in ways both subtle and profound. The spirits of the past are never far, still honoured in whispered prayers at shrines, still present in the towering trees of sacred groves, still guiding the land and its people as they have for millennia. This concludes tonight's journey into Japan's divine origins. The story of Omaha Beach begins with the broader context of World War II, a conflict that had engulfed the globe by the early 1940s. After the fall of France to Nazi Germany in 1940, much of Western Europe lay under German occupation. Britain stood alone as the last bastion of resistance in Western Europe, facing the might of the German Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain and enduring relentless bombing during the Blitz. Despite these challenges, Britain, under the leadership of Winston Churchill, refused to capitulate. Across the Atlantic, the United States had initially maintained a policy of neutrality, focusing on domestic recovery from the Great Depression. However, the attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 brought the United States into the war, joining the Allies in their struggle against the Axis powers. The United States, with its vast industrial capacity and manpower, became a crucial partner in the fight to liberate Europe. By 1942, the Allies faced the daunting task of planning a full-scale invasion of Nazi-occupied Europe. This effort, known as Operation Overlord, aimed to establish a foothold in France, opening a Western front to relieve pressure on the Soviet Union, which was bearing the brunt of the fighting on the Eastern Front. The operation would require meticulous planning, vast resources, and extraordinary bravery. The invasion was scheduled for June 1944 and would take place along a 50-mile stretch of coastline in Normandy, France. The beaches were divided into 5 sectors: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. Each sector had its own challenges, but Omaha Beach, assigned to American forces, was considered one of the most heavily defended and treacherous. The Germans, anticipating an Allied invasion, had fortified the French coastline with a series of defensive structures known as the Atlantic Wall. This formidable barrier included concrete bunkers, artillery emplacements, barbed wire, minefields, and anti-tank obstacles. Omaha Beach, with its high bluffs overlooking the shoreline, offered a natural defensive advantage to the German forces. The beach was defended by the 352nd Infantry Division, a well-trained and battle-hardened unit. The Allies knew that success at Omaha Beach would be crucial to the overall success of Operation Overlord. The beach provided a direct route inland to key roads and towns, making it essential for securing the Normandy region. Failure to take Omaha Beach could jeopardize the entire invasion and prolong the war. On the night of June 5, 1944, a massive Allied armada gathered off the coast of Normandy. Over 5,000 ships carrying troops, vehicles, and supplies prepared to launch the largest amphibious invasion in history. The force included American, British, Canadian, and other Allied troops, all united in their mission to liberate Europe from Nazi tyranny. As dawn broke on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, the invasion began. The assault on Omaha Beach involved 2 American divisions, the 1st Infantry Division, known as the Big Red One, and the 29th Infantry Division. These soldiers, many of them young and inexperienced, faced a harrowing task. The first waves of troops landed at Omaha Beach under intense enemy fire. The Germans, positioned in fortified bunkers and machine gun nests, rained bullets and artillery shells on the landing craft and soldiers. Many of the landing craft were destroyed before they reached the shore, and those who made it to the beach faced a deadly gauntlet of obstacles and firepower. The terrain at Omaha Beach added to the challenges. The wide, open beach provided little cover, and the high bluffs allowed German forces to fire down on the exposed American troops. The rising tide threatened to engulf the soldiers and their equipment, adding another layer of urgency to the battle. Despite these overwhelming odds, the American soldiers displayed extraordinary bravery and determination. Small groups of men began to push forward, finding gaps in the German defences and scaling the bluffs. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear obstacles and minefields, enabling reinforcements to reach the beach. By mid-morning, the tide of the battle began to turn. Reinforcements from subsequent waves brought additional manpower and firepower to the fight. Naval bombardments and airstrikes targeted German positions, weakening their defences. Slowly but steadily, the Americans gained ground, overcoming the formidable obstacles and breaking through the Atlantic Wall. By the end of the day, the American forces had secured a foothold at Omaha Beach, but the cost was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. making Omaha Beach the bloodiest of the 5 D-Day beaches. The sacrifices of these men were not in vain, as their efforts paved the way for the liberation of Normandy and, ultimately, the defeat of Nazi Germany. The success at Omaha Beach and the broader D-Day invasion marked a turning point in World War II. The Allies established a strong presence in Normandy, which allowed them to launch further offensives into France and beyond. Within weeks, Paris was liberated, and the momentum of the war shifted decisively in favour of the Allies. The Battle of Omaha Beach is remembered as a testament to the courage and resilience of those who fought and sacrificed for freedom. The stories of individual heroism and collective determination continue to inspire generations, reminding us of the cost of war and the enduring value of liberty. Today, the beaches of Normandy are peaceful, their sands washed clean by the tides of time. Memorials and cemeteries stand as solemn reminders of the events of June 6, 1944, honouring the men who gave their lives in the name of freedom. The legacy of Omaha Beach lives on, a symbol of unity, sacrifice, and the indomitable human spirit. As you reflect on this story, imagine the quiet shores of Normandy under a starlit sky, the waves gently lapping at the sands that once bore witness to such bravery. Let the memory of those who fought and fell remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. As the day of June 6, 1944, unfolded at Omaha Beach, the battle continued with relentless intensity. The early waves of American troops had endured devastating losses. Many soldiers never even made it off their landing craft, while others were cut down as they stepped onto the beach. The chaos and carnage of those first hours were overwhelming, with confusion reigning among the survivors as they sought to find cover and organize. The German defenders, positioned in fortified bunkers and pillboxes, maintained a near-constant stream of fire. Machine guns swept the open sands, mortars exploded among the soldiers, and artillery from the high bluffs pounded the beachhead. These fortifications had been meticulously planned, with interlocking fields of fire and overlapping lines of defence, making it nearly impossible for large groups of soldiers to advance without suffering heavy casualties. The Americans faced logistical challenges as well. Many of the tanks and heavy equipment intended to support the landing were lost at sea due to rough waters and enemy fire. The soldiers were left with little more than their rifles, grenades, and sheer determination to overcome the formidable obstacles ahead. The landing beach itself was littered with debris, destroyed landing craft, abandoned equipment, and the bodies of fallen comrades, creating a scene of utter devastation. Yet, amidst this chaos, small pockets of resistance began to form. Groups of soldiers, often led by junior officers or non-commissioned officers, rallied together and started pushing forward. These men displayed extraordinary courage, braving machine gun fire and mortar shells to advance toward the German positions. Engineers worked tirelessly to clear paths through the beach obstacles, blowing gaps in the barbed wire and clearing mines under heavy fire. One of the pivotal moments of the battle came when soldiers began scaling the bluffs that loomed over the beach. Using ropes, ladders, and sheer grit, they climbed the steep slopes to reach the German positions at the top. The fighting here was brutal and close quarters, with soldiers engaging the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Slowly but surely, the Americans began to neutralize the German bunkers and gun emplacements, thus weakening the enemy's defensive hold on the beach. The turning point at Omaha Beach was also aided by naval support. Realizing the dire situation on the beach, American naval commanders ordered their ships to move closer to shore, despite the risk of running aground. From these positions, the ships unleashed a barrage of firepower, targeting the German fortifications with their heavy guns. These naval bombardments played a crucial role in suppressing the enemy defences, allowing the soldiers on the ground to advance. By the afternoon, the tide of the battle had shifted. Reinforcements from later waves brought fresh troops and supplies to the beach, bolstering the American effort. The German defenders, though still fighting fiercely, began to falter under the relentless pressure. The combination of infantry assaults, naval bombardments, and air support gradually broke the German lines. By nightfall, the Americans had established a tenuous foothold at Omaha Beach. The high bluffs, once a symbol of the German dominance, were now under American control. From this vantage point, the troops could push inland, linking up with forces from the other landing beaches and beginning the liberation of Normandy. The cost of victory at Omaha Beach was staggering. Over 2,000 American soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing, making it one of the bloodiest battles of D-Day. The courage and sacrifice of these men, however, paved the way for the success of the entire invasion. Their actions ensured that the Allies could establish a strong presence in Normandy, a crucial step toward defeating Nazi Germany. In the days that followed, the Americans worked to consolidate their position at Omaha Beach. Supply lines were established, reinforcements poured in, and the beachhead became a staging ground for further operations. The success of D-Day marked the beginning of the end for Nazi Germany, as Allied forces pushed inland and liberated towns and cities across France. The Battle of Omaha Beach remains one of the most iconic and studied engagements of World War II. It exemplifies the extraordinary bravery, determination, and resilience of the soldiers who fought there. Their sacrifices remind us of the cost of freedom and the enduring power of unity in the face of adversity. Today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and remembrance. The sands that once bore witness to such intense combat are now quiet, visited by people from around the world who come to pay their respects. The Normandy American Cemetery, overlooking the beach, stands as a solemn tribute to the thousands of soldiers who gave their lives on D-Day. As you think about the events of Omaha Beach, imagine the courage it took for those soldiers to face such overwhelming odds. Picture the determination of the men scaling the bluffs, the resolve of the engineers clearing obstacles, and the bravery of the naval crews providing support. Let their sacrifices fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. The story of Omaha Beach is not just one of extraordinary bravery and resilience. It is also a tale of lessons learned and strategies developed that would influence the remainder of World War II. The success of D-Day, including the hard-fought victory at Omaha Beach, gave the Allies a critical foothold in Western Europe, but it also came with a significant cost, offering lessons in leadership, logistics, and the nature of modern warfare. In the days and weeks following June 6, 1944, the Allies worked tirelessly to solidify their positions in Normandy. Omaha Beach, alongside the other 4 landing beaches, became a vital supply hub for the Allied forces. Engineers constructed artificial harbours, known as mulberry harbours, to facilitate the unloading of troops, vehicles and supplies. These floating piers were a marvel of engineering and a testament to the ingenuity and determination of the Allied effort. With the beachhead secured, the Allies pushed inland, encountering fierce resistance from German forces. The bocage, the dense hedgerows that characterised the Normandy countryside, proved to be a significant obstacle, offering German defenders natural cover and making it difficult for Allied tanks and infantry to advance. Despite these challenges, the Allies pressed forward, liberating towns and villages one by one. Omaha Beach's role in the larger Normandy campaign cannot be overstated. It served as a crucial link between the various sectors of the invasion, allowing the Allies to coordinate their movements and reinforce their lines. The capture of Omaha Beach also enabled the Allies to connect with the airborne divisions that had landed further inland, creating a unified front that could push the Germans back. The success of the Normandy campaign eventually led to the liberation of Paris in August 1944. The victory at Omaha Beach and the other landing sites had set the stage for this momentous achievement, giving the Allies the momentum they needed to continue their advance across France and into Germany. By opening a western front, the Allies forced the Germans to fight on multiple fronts, stretching their resources and hastening the collapse of the Nazi regime. For the soldiers who fought at Omaha Beach, the experience left an indelible mark. Many of the survivors carried the memories of that harrowing day for the rest of their lives. Their stories, filled with moments of terror, heroism, and camaraderie, provide invaluable insights into the human cost of war. These first-hand accounts have been passed down through generations, ensuring that the sacrifices made on that stretch of sand are never forgotten. The legacy of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It serves as a reminder of the importance of unity and collaboration in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. The D-Day invasion was a joint effort involving not just American forces but also British, Canadian and other Allied troops. Their collective determination and shared purpose exemplify the power of working together for a common goal. In the years following World War II, Omaha Beach became a symbol of remembrance and reconciliation. Memorials and cemeteries were established to honour the fallen, and annual commemorations bring together veterans, their families, and people from around the world to reflect on the events of June 6, 1944. The beach itself, now peaceful and serene, offers a stark contrast to the chaos and violence of that day, serving as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made for freedom. The Battle of Omaha Beach also holds important lessons for future generations. It underscores the importance of preparation, adaptability, and resolve in the face of adversity. The soldiers who fought there demonstrated extraordinary courage, refusing to give up despite overwhelming odds. Their example inspires us to persevere through challenges and to value the freedoms and opportunities that others have fought to secure. As you reflect on the story of Omaha Beach, imagine the waves gently lapping against the shore, the sands now quiet and still. Think of the soldiers who stepped onto that beach, knowing the dangers that awaited them, yet pressing forward with unwavering determination. Let their bravery and sacrifice remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. The legacy of Omaha Beach continues to resonate far beyond the shores of Normandy. It stands as a testament to the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought, and as a reminder of the profound impact of collective action in the pursuit of freedom. While the battle itself ended on June 6, 1944, its implications echoed throughout the remainder of the war and the decades that followed. In the immediate aftermath of the D-Day invasion, the Allies faced the monumental task of consolidating their gains and pushing further into German-occupied territory. The soldiers at Omaha Beach were soon joined by reinforcements, swelling the ranks and ensuring that the beachhead could serve as a staging ground for subsequent offensives. Supplies poured in through makeshift ports and logistical hubs, enabling the Allied forces to maintain their momentum. The capture of Omaha Beach, alongside the other landing sites, directly contributed to the liberation of Normandy. The fighting that followed was grueling, with both sides suffering heavy losses as they contested every inch of ground. The hedgerows of the bocage proved to be as challenging as the bluffs of Omaha Beach, with their dense vegetation providing ample cover for German defenders. Despite this, the Allies persevered, employing innovative tactics and overwhelming firepower to overcome the obstacles. One of the critical outcomes of the battle was the establishment of a Western Front. This forced Germany to split its resources, fighting the Allies in the west while continuing to battle the Soviet Union in the east. The strain of this two-front war proved too much for the Nazi regime, hastening its eventual collapse. The victory at Omaha Beach also had a profound psychological impact. For the Allied forces, it was a demonstration of their ability to achieve what many had thought impossible. The success of the invasion bolstered morale and provided a sense of hope for a future free from tyranny. For the German forces, it marked the beginning of the end, as the once impregnable Atlantic Wall had been breached, and the tide of the war was turning decisively against them. As the Allies advanced across France, the significance of Omaha Beach became even more apparent. It was not just a battle, but a gateway, an entry point for liberation. Towns and cities that had suffered under German occupation were freed, and the French people began to rebuild their lives. By August 1944, Paris was liberated, a moment that symbolised the triumph of the Allied cause and the resilience of the human spirit. In the broader context of World War II, Omaha Beach serves as a reminder of the high stakes and immense sacrifices involved in the fight against fascism. The lessons learned there informed Allied strategy in subsequent campaigns, from the push into Germany to the eventual victory in Europe in May 1945. The story of Omaha Beach has also left an indelible mark on culture and memory. Films, books and documentaries have brought the events of D-Day to life for new generations, ensuring that the bravery and sacrifices of those who fought are never forgotten. Veterans who survived the battle have shared their stories, offering invaluable insights into the human experience of war. For those who visit Normandy today, Omaha Beach is a place of reflection and reverence. The rows of white crosses at the Normandy American Cemetery stand as a poignant reminder of the lives lost. The monuments and museums tell the story of the battle, preserving its legacy for future generations. Walking along the beach, one can still see remnants of the landing, from scattered artifacts to the rusted remains of bunkers and defences. The impact of Omaha Beach extends beyond the battlefield. It reminds us of the power of unity, the importance of standing up against injustice, and the strength that comes from working together toward a common goal. It also serves as a cautionary tale, urging us to remember the cost of war and the value of peace. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the bravery of those who fought at Omaha Beach. Imagine the waves gently washing over the sands, erasing the scars of battle, but never the memory of what took place there. Let their sacrifices inspire you to cherish the freedoms we enjoy today, and to strive for a future where such sacrifices are no longer necessary. The Cuban Missile Crisis didn't arise in a vacuum. It was the culmination of years of Cold War tensions, a time when the world seemed to teeter on the edge of uncertainty. Imagine, for a moment, the quiet hum of the post-war era giving way to the slow, steady march of ideological rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. This rivalry, like a deep and resonant drumbeat, echoed across the globe, shaping the landscapes of diplomacy and conflict alike. The United States, with its vision of democracy, and the Soviet Union, determined to spread communism, found themselves locked in a careful and delicate dance, their every move calculated, every gesture weighted with significance. By the early 1960s, this struggle had already seen pivotal moments, like the Berlin blockade and the Korean War, leaving an enduring imprint on the hearts and minds of millions. Then came 1959, a turning point that brought Cuba into sharp focus. The Cuban Revolution swept through the island like a soft but unrelenting wind, carrying Fidel Castro to power and replacing the Batista regime. Under Castro, Cuba aligned itself with the Soviet Union, transforming into a communist stronghold just 90 miles from American shores, a distance so short it might as well have been a whisper across the ocean. This proximity brought with it a quiet but undeniable unease, a tension that settled in the minds of US leaders like a lingering shadow. The hum of covert operations soon followed, culminating in the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. This misstep, like a ripple in still water, spread embarrassment for the Kennedy administration and deepened the chasm of mistrust between the US and Cuba. At the same time, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, ever watchful and calculating, saw an opportunity to exploit this growing divide. He began to weave a plan that would take full advantage of Cuba's location, creating a web of uncertainty and anticipation that seemed to stretch endlessly across the calm skies. As we linger in this moment of reflection, picture a world on edge yet still wrapped in quiet resolve. Let these images and thoughts drift gently through your mind, like leaves carried by a slow, steady current. The stage was set, each thread of tension delicately placed, weaving the intricate fabric of what would soon become one of the most dramatic and perilous moments in modern history. In the quiet skies of October 14th, 1962, something extraordinary unfolded, something that would ripple through time like a soft, endless wave. High above the peaceful landscapes of Cuba, an American U-2 reconnaissance plane glided effortlessly, its sleek form cutting through the stillness of the heavens. From its vantage point, the plane captured a series of photographs, silent yet profound, revealing a truth that would shake the world. Soviet missile sites, nestled discreetly amidst the lush and tranquil countryside, were under construction. These were no ordinary missiles. Their presence was like a whisper of something immense and dangerous, carrying with them the potential for devastation, capable of reaching the heart of the United States within mere moments. These medium and intermediate range ballistic missiles carried the weight of a silent, looming threat. The images, delicate and unassuming, were swiftly brought back to Washington, where they were met with a storm of hushed urgency and careful deliberation. Picture the scene as President John F. Kennedy and his advisors gathered in the stillness of the White House. The room was heavy with the quiet murmur of voices, each one low and deliberate as the photographs were laid out like puzzle pieces on a smooth, polished table. The gravity of the discovery hung in the air, a presence as tangible as the tick of a distant clock. Each second stretched, slow and steady, like the rhythm of a deep and calming breath. As the advisors spoke, their words mingled with the ambient quiet, and the room seemed to hold its breath. It became clear that this was not just a military challenge, but a profound shift in the balance of power. The missiles in Cuba mirrored the US's own installations in Turkey, creating a precarious symmetry of threat that deepened the unease. This delicate balance, like a tightrope suspended above a chasm, demanded extraordinary care and calm. For a moment, close your eyes and imagine the scene. The soft rustle of papers, the distant hum of voices, and the unspoken tension that lingers in the air like a gentle mist. This was a time of reflection, a time when the world seemed poised on the edge of a decision that could change everything. Yet, amidst the tension, there was also a stillness, a fragile sense of order holding back the chaos beyond. As the president and his team weighed their options, the choices before them seemed infinite, like waves rolling gently onto a shore. Diplomacy, military action, or something in between, each decision carried the weight of an uncertain future. But for now, in this moment, let these thoughts settle, like leaves falling softly to the ground, as the story gently unfolds further into the night. In the days that followed the discover, the world seemed to move in slow motion, each moment drawn out as though the air itself had grown thicker, heavier. President Kennedy and his advisors, the Executive Committee of the National Security Council, often referred to as EXCOM, met repeatedly in the quiet, reflective halls of the White House. Their discussions, careful and deliberate, centered on one pressing question: how to respond to this grave discovery. The choices before them were as weighty as the stillness that filled the room. One option was a military strike to destroy the missile sites, swift and decisive. Another was a full-scale invasion of Cuba, an action that would surely provoke a direct confrontation with the Soviet Union. But even as these strategies were considered, their risks loomed large, like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. A misstep could spark the very thing they all feared, a nuclear war that might engulf the world in unimaginable devastation. Amid the tense deliberations, a third option emerged, one that seemed to offer a chance for resolution without immediate violence: a naval quarantine of Cuba. This option, though less aggressive, was no less bold. By establishing a blockade to prevent further delivery of Soviet missiles and military equipment to the island, the United States could demonstrate its resolve while leaving room for diplomacy to take hold. The term quarantine was chosen carefully, softer than blockade, to avoid the suggestion of an act of war. Picture, if you will, the long pauses between words as the advisors weighed this plan. Their voices, low and measured, filled the space like the gentle lapping of waves against a shore. The room, dimly lit and hushed, seemed to hold its breath as the implications of the quarantine began to crystallize. Would it be enough to deter the Soviets, or would it provoke them into escalating the conflict further? The question lingered, unanswered, like a faint echo in the stillness. On October 22nd, 1962, President Kennedy addressed the nation in a speech that broke the quiet tension of those days. His calm and steady voice carried across the airwaves, explaining the situation and announcing the quarantine. He described the missiles in Cuba as a secret, swift, and extraordinary build-up, and made it clear that the United States would not tolerate this threat so close to its shores. Yet, even in this moment of firm resolve, there was an undercurrent of hope, a hope that reason might prevail, that diplomacy might yet find a path through the shadows of uncertainty. Imagine the millions of listeners across the world, leaning closer to their radios, their breaths slowing as the words sank in. The quarantine was now in place, a quiet but firm line drawn in the waters around Cuba. The decision was made, yet the outcome remained unknown, hanging in the air like a gentle mist at dawn. As we move forward, let these thoughts rest gently in your mind, like whispers carried on a cool, soothing breeze as we drift deeper into this unfolding story. Take a moment, breathe deeply, slowly, and imagine the calm before a storm, the kind of quiet that hums with anticipation when time seems to stretch and every second feels longer than the last. This was the atmosphere as the United States naval quarantine of Cuba went into effect on October 24, 1962. The blockade was not just a line drawn in the water, it was a test of wills between two superpowers. American warships moved into position, forming a silent, steady wall in the ocean, ready to intercept any Soviet vessels attempting to deliver more missiles or military supplies to Cuba. These ships, though distant from the shorelines, carried with them the weight of a global audience's gaze as the world watched and waited, holding its collective breath. Far away in the stillness of the Kremlin, Premier Khrushchev faced his own moment of reflection. Soviet ships were already en route to Cuba, some carrying cargo that would challenge the blockade directly. Would they stop or press on? To retreat might signal weakness, to advance might spark open conflict. The tension was palpable, an invisible thread pulling tighter with each passing hour. Imagine the seas, vast and unyielding, their surface calm but concealing a profound sense of unease beneath. The American ships floated silently, their crews ready but motionless, listening to the soft rhythm of the waves and the low hum of the engines. Across the Atlantic, the Soviet vessels continued their approach, the space between them shrinking slowly, steadily, like the narrowing of a great and ominous gulf. Back in Washington, the ExComm held near-constant meetings, their discussions now carrying the gravity of the quarantine's first test. Reports from the blockade zone came in, each one met with careful deliberation. The tension in those rooms was thick, almost tangible, as though it might spill out into the world beyond. Every voice was measured, every pause significant, as the weight of their decisions pressed down like a blanket of still and heavy air. Then, on October the 25th, an eerie moment of calm arrived. The Soviet ships stopped just short of the blockade line. This pause, this single moment of restraint, was both a relief and a reminder of how precariously balanced the situation remained. Khrushchev sent a message proposing negotiations, a glimmer of light breaking through the clouds of uncertainty. For a moment, let your mind linger on this fragile quiet. Imagine the stillness of the ocean, the distant shapes of the ships, and the muffled sounds of calm activity on deck. It was a pause, but not yet a resolution, like the faintest hint of dawn before the sun begins to rise. As the world held its breath, the next moves remained uncertain, waiting to unfold with the slow and deliberate pace of history itself. Pause for a moment. Let the tension of the previous days fade and allow yourself to sink into this pivotal chapter, a time when words, not weapons, became the instruments of a potential resolution. As the blockade held firm and Soviet ships paused in their advance, the crisis shifted from the oceans to the realm of communication. It was now a battle of letters and messages, where every word carried the weight of the world. On October 26th, Premier Khrushchev sent the first of 2 letters to President Kennedy. It was a message of emotion and urgency, filled with words that seemed almost pleading, like whispers carried on a breeze. Khrushchev proposed a resolution. The Soviet Union would withdraw its missiles from Cuba if the United States would promise not to invade the island. The tone was personal, almost vulnerable, as if Khrushchev sought to reach Kennedy not as an adversary, but as a fellow human standing on the precipice of disaster. The next day, however, brought a second letter, different in tone, harsher, more calculated. This one demanded that the United States also remove its Jupiter missiles from Turkey, an escalation that added a new layer of complexity to the already delicate negotiations. These letters, arriving like waves in succession, left Kennedy and his advisers navigating treacherous waters. Which message represented Khrushchev's true intent? Was this a sincere offer or a ploy to gain an upper hand? In the stillness of the White House, Kennedy and the ex-com deliberated late into the night. Their discussions were careful, deliberate, each word spoken slowly, as if to avoid disturbing the fragile balance they were trying to maintain. The question lingered in the air like the soft echo of distant footsteps. How could they accept the first offer without appearing weak, while also avoiding a direct confrontation that might spiral into war? Imagine the quiet of those rooms, filled only with the faint rustling of papers and the low hum of thought. It was a moment of immense pressure, but also one of profound restraint, as though the weight of their decisions was held aloft by a delicate and invisible thread. Finally, Kennedy made his choice. He responded to Khrushchev's first letter, agreeing to the proposal of a non-invasion pledge in exchange for the removal of the missiles from Cuba. The Jupiter missiles in Turkey were not mentioned in this reply, a deliberate omission meant to simplify the path to resolution. At the same time, Robert Kennedy, the President's brother and Attorney General, quietly met with Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin to discuss the removal of the Turkish missiles as a separate, unofficial arrangement. As the letters were exchanged, the world waited in silence. Imagine millions of hearts beating slowly, steadily, as the fate of humanity seemed to hang in the balance. This was diplomacy at its most fragile, like a fine thread spun across an open void. And yet, in that fragility, there was also hope, a faint but growing light at the end of a long and shadowed tunnel. Let this, though, drift gently through your mind as we move toward the final chapter of this remarkable story, where the crisis finds its resolution and the world begins to exhale. As the sun rose on October 28, 1962, the world awoke to a glimmer of relief. Premier Khrushchev announced that the Soviet Union would dismantle and remove its missiles from Cuba. His decision, conveyed in a public radio broadcast, marked the end of the 13-day standoff that had brought humanity to the brink of nuclear war. The missiles, he declared, would be taken apart and the weaponry returned to the Soviet Union under United Nations supervision. For President Kennedy, this was a moment of cautious triumph. The US quarantine had succeeded in forcing a peaceful resolution without resorting to violence. The secret agreement to remove the American Jupiter missiles from Turkey added a layer of complexity but remained undisclosed to the public, allowing both nations to save face in the eyes of the world. In the following days, work began to de-escalate the situation. Soviet personnel in Cuba started dismantling the missile sites, and American reconnaissance planes confirmed the progress. Meanwhile, the US ships maintained their positions until the removal was complete, standing as quiet sentinels of the fragile peace that now settled over the Caribbean. The resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis was hailed as a victory for diplomacy, but it left an enduring impact on both nations. In the United States, Kennedy emerged as a skilled leader who had successfully navigated the most dangerous crisis of the Cold War. For Khrushchev, the crisis was a humbling moment that exposed the limits of Soviet power and, in part, contributed to his eventual removal from office. Yet, the aftermath also brought reflection. The sheer proximity to disaster prompted both superpowers to reconsider their approach to conflict and diplomacy. In 1963, the two nations established the Moscow-Washington Hotline, a direct communication link designed to prevent misunderstandings and delays in future crises. It was a small but significant step toward reducing the risk of nuclear confrontation. Imagine the stillness of those post-crisis days. The world, so recently shadowed by the threat of annihilation, now seemed quieter, calmer, as if holding its breath in gratitude. The Cuban Missile Crisis had shown how close humanity could come to its own destruction, and how essential it was to step back from the edge. In the years that followed, the crisis became a symbol of both the dangers of the nuclear age and the power of restraint and diplomacy. It remains a reminder of the delicate balance that sustains peace and the courage required to preserve it. As we reflect on the Cuban Missile Crisis, we realize its profound significance in shaping the trajectory of history. These 13 days in October 1962 were more than just a tense standoff between two superpowers. They were a moment when humanity stood on the edge of a precipice, where the future of the world hung in the balance. The resolution of the crisis, through diplomacy, restraint, and the courage to seek peace, reminds us of the fragile nature of our existence and the deep responsibility we all share to preserve it. The Cuban Missile Crisis serves as a testament to the power of careful communication and the importance of maintaining calm in the face of peril. It is a reminder that even in our darkest moments, when fear and uncertainty seem overwhelming, it is possible to find a path toward peace through understanding and cooperation. The decisions made during that crisis, by leaders and diplomats alike, were not just about averting disaster, but about fostering a future in which humanity could move forward, together, with a deeper commitment to avoiding the devastation of war. This story, with all its tension and drama, carries with it a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing that through diplomacy, cooler heads prevailed. The crisis could have led to a catastrophe, but instead, it ended with the restoration of a delicate peace, and as we find comfort in that resolution, we can allow ourselves to drift into a space of tranquility, knowing that even in the most tumultuous times, peace is always within our reach if we dare to reach for it. As we close this chapter on the Cuban Missile Crisis, take a moment to feel the weight of history's lessons wash over you, soothing your mind and heart. The story, though intense, carries with it a sense of relief and calm, a reminder that peace, like the most gentle rain, can cleanse even the deepest tensions. Now, as we begin to let go of these thoughts, allow the soft sound of rain in the background to fill your senses. Let the music gently carry you, like a breeze through the trees, into a state of deep relaxation. The calm, steady rhythm of the rain, with its soothing patter and the quiet hum of the night, will help you unwind fully, offering a peaceful escape as you settle into a restful sleep. Japan's origins are steeped in myth and legend, woven into the fabric of the country's identity. According to the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, the oldest chronicles of Japan, the islands were created by the divine couple Izanagi and Izanami, who dipped a jeweled spear into the sea and formed the archipelago. Their descendants, the kami, shaped the land and its people. Among them, Amaterasu, the sun goddess, was the most revered, and it was her lineage that would give rise to Japan's imperial family, a connection that persists in tradition to this day. While these myths offered a divine origin story, the archaeological record tells another tale, one rooted in migration and survival. The first inhabitants of the Japanese archipelago arrived over 30,000 years ago, likely crossing land bridges from the Asian continent. These early foragers, known as the yeoman people, developed a distinctive way of life, marked by elaborate pottery, pit dwellings, and a deep relationship with nature. Living in scattered communities, the yeoman thrived for thousands of years, relying on hunting, fishing, and gathering. Over time, a new wave of migrants, the Yayoi, arrived from the Korean peninsula around 1000 BCE, bringing advanced agricultural techniques, metal tools, and a more structured society. The Yayoi introduced rice farming, which transformed the landscape and led to the rise of settled villages, social hierarchies, and territorial disputes. This era laid the foundation for the first centralized political structures in Japan, as powerful clan leaders, known as uji, competed for control. Among them, one lineage, the Yamato, gradually emerged as the most dominant, consolidating power and setting the stage for an imperial dynasty. While the lines between history and myth blur in Japan's earliest narratives, these formative centuries shaped the cultural, spiritual and political DNA of the nation. The balance between divine legitimacy and earthly rule became a defining feature of Japan's rulers, a theme that would persist through centuries of samurai governance, shogunate control, and imperial restoration. The echoes of these ancient times still resonate in modern Japan, where traditions, shrines, and rituals continue to honour the distant past, maintaining a tangible link to the country's mythological and historical roots. As the Yayoi period gave way to the Kofun era circa 250 to 538 CE, Japan saw the rise of powerful clans that vied for dominance, each commanding vast agricultural territories and fortified settlements. Among these rival factions, the Yamato clan gradually asserted its influence over much of central and western Japan, cementing itself as the dominant force. Unlike the decentralized power structures of earlier centuries, the Yamato rulers established a centralized authority, one that derived legitimacy from both military strength and divine ancestry. They claimed descent from Amaterasu, the sun goddess, an assertion that reinforced their divine right to rule and set a precedent for Japan's imperial institution. As the Yamato extended their control, they adopted new governing strategies, incorporating rival clans into their administration rather than outright destroying them. This tactic allowed them to unify a fragmented land while keeping powerful regional families invested in their rule. Large keyhole-shaped burial mounds, known as kofun, began dotting the landscape, serving as massive tombs for Yamato rulers and symbolizing their growing authority. These colossal structures, some stretching over 400 meters, contained elaborate grave goods, including bronze mirrors, iron weapons, and Chinese-style artifacts, signalling Japan's increasing interaction with the continent. Diplomacy and warfare both played critical roles in the Yamato's consolidation of power. They maintained close ties with the Korean peninsula's three kingdoms, Baekje, Silla, and Goguryeo, exchanging military assistance and cultural knowledge. This relationship introduced advanced ironworking, Buddhism, and Chinese writing, innovations that would profoundly shape Japan's social and political evolution. By the 6th century, the Yamato rulers had firmly established themselves as the sovereign power of the land, transitioning from mere chieftains to imperial monarchs. This period also saw the emergence of the term Tenno, meaning heavenly sovereign, which became the official title of the emperor, reinforcing the dynasty's divine mandate. However, true centralized rule was still in its infancy, and the emperor's power often depended on alliances with influential aristocratic families, particularly the Soga clan. Buddhism's arrival from Korea further accelerated political and ideological shifts, as different factions debated whether to embrace or resist the foreign faith. Ultimately, the Soga championed Buddhism, securing its place in Japanese society and aligning themselves with the imperial family. This decision not only strengthened the Yamato state's ties to continental Asia, but also set the stage for profound transformations in governance, religion, and cultural identity. The dawn of imperial rule in Japan was not a sudden event but a gradual process, one shaped by diplomacy, conflict, and strategic alliances. The Yamato legacy endured, providing the framework for what would become the enduring Japanese imperial institution, one that still exists today as the oldest hereditary monarchy in the world. As the Yamato rulers solidified their control, Japan entered a period of profound transformation known as the Asuka period, 538 to 710 CE, a time when foreign influences, particularly from China and Korea, began reshaping nearly every aspect of Japanese society. The most significant change was the introduction and eventual adoption of Buddhism, an event that sparked both political conflict and cultural evolution. Initially met with resistance from conservative Shinto factions, Buddhism found powerful patrons in the Soga clan, a family that wielded immense influence in the imperial court. The Soga championed Buddhist teachings, not merely as a spiritual doctrine but as a tool of political legitimacy, linking Japan to the great civilizations of the Asian mainland. Their support culminated in the construction of grand temples and the promotion of Buddhist ideals, solidifying the religion's place within the emerging state. However, their growing power provoked backlash from rival aristocratic factions, leading to a violent coup in 645 CE, where Prince Naka no Oe and his ally Fujiwara no Kamatari orchestrated the fall of the Soga. This event, known as the Taika Reform, marked a turning point in Japanese history. It ushered in sweeping administrative and land reforms inspired by China's Tang dynasty. The reform sought to centralize power under the emperor, replacing the old clan-based governance system with a structured bureaucratic state. Land ownership was redefined, with all land technically belonging to the emperor and distributed to farmers in exchange for tax obligations. A new legal code, the Ritsuryo system, was established. Closely mirroring the Chinese model of governance, it introduced provincial governors, census-based taxation, and a standing military force. This process of state formation reached new heights in the Nara period, 710 to 794 CE, when Japan's rulers sought to create a true imperial capital akin to China's Chang'an. In 710, the imperial court relocated to Heijo-kyo, modern-day Nara, a meticulously planned city laid out in a grid pattern, reflecting the influence of Tang dynasty urban design. Nara became the heart of government, culture, and religion, filled with grand Buddhist temples and administrative complexes. The most striking symbol of this era was the construction of Todaiji, a monumental temple housing the great Buddha Daibutsu, a colossal bronze statue commissioned by Emperor Shomu. This project exemplified the fusion of politics and religion, as the emperor sought to use Buddhism as a unifying force to legitimize his rule and bring stability to the realm. However, this increasing reliance on Buddhist institutions came with unintended consequences. Powerful Buddhist monasteries amassed great wealth and influence, often interfering in court politics. Monastic factions formed their own armed militias, threatening imperial authority. Additionally, the expenses of maintaining a centralized state and funding extravagant temple projects placed a heavy financial strain on the government. Despite these challenges, the Asuka and Nara periods laid the foundation for Japan's national identity. The first written histories, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, were compiled, blending mythology and historical accounts to establish the legitimacy of the imperial lineage. Confucian ideals shaped court etiquette and governance, while Chinese-style calligraphy, poetry, and artistic traditions took root in Japanese culture. Yet, even as Japan embraced these continental influences, it remained distinct, adapting foreign models to fit its unique social and political structure. By the late 8th century, dissatisfaction with the growing power of Buddhist institutions and concerns over court corruption led to a bold decision, to abandon Nara and establish a new capital. This move marked the end of one era and the dawn of another, as Japan prepared to enter the age of aristocratic refinement and cultural flourishing in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto. As the imperial court relocated to Heian-kyo in 794 CE, Japan entered the Heian period, 794 to 1185, an age of refinement, courtly elegance, and cultural achievements that would leave an enduring legacy. This era saw the court aristocracy, particularly the powerful Fujiwara clan, dominate political life through strategic marriages and manipulation of the emperor's authority. Rather than ruling directly, emperors often became symbolic figures, while real power rested in the hands of regents and chancellors from the Fujiwara lineage. This aristocratic elite revelled in a life of aesthetic pursuits, developing sophisticated literary traditions, art, and fashion. The world of the Heian court was meticulously detailed in The Tale of Genji, a novel written by the noblewoman Murasaki Shikibu, which provides an intimate glimpse into the court's elaborate rituals, political intrigues, and romantic entanglements. Poetry, calligraphy, and the appreciation of nature became essential aspects of aristocratic life. Individuals were judged not by their battlefield prowess, but by their ability to compose a flawless poem or arrange their robes in harmonious colours. However, this refined world of the Heian elite was largely detached from the realities of the provinces, where power was shifting away from the court and into the hands of regional landowners and warrior clans. As the imperial government struggled with inefficiency and financial mismanagement, large estates known as shun emerged, exempt from taxation and controlled by influential families, religious institutions, and local warlords. These estates operated independently, weakening the emperor's grip on the countryside. The Fujiwara, preoccupied with courtly life, failed to address the growing instability in the provinces, leading to the rise of the Bushi, warrior class, who would soon dominate Japan's political landscape. These warriors, initially employed as estate enforcers and mercenaries, gradually amassed land and influence, forming powerful samurai clans. By the late Heian period, two dominant warrior families, the Taira and the Minamoto, emerged as the key players in Japan's shifting power dynamics. Their rivalry culminated in a series of violent conflicts, known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would decide the fate of the nation. The aristocratic Heian court, once the pinnacle of cultural sophistication, found itself powerless against the militarized society rising in the provinces. While poetry and courtly aesthetics flourished in Heian Kyo, battles raged across the countryside, heralding the end of imperial dominance and the dawn of the samurai age. With the final defeat of the Taira at the Battle of Dan-no-Ura in 1185, the Minamoto clan emerged victorious, forever altering Japan's political structure. The old Heian world of refinement and aristocratic rule had given way to a new order, one dictated by warriors rather than poets, and by the sword rather than the brush. With the Minamoto victory in 1185, Japan entered a new political era, one where warriors, rather than court aristocrats, held the reins of power. In 1292, Minamoto no Yoritomo formally established the Kamakura shogunate, marking the beginning of samurai rule that would last for nearly 7 centuries. Unlike the emperors of old, who were largely ceremonial figures, Yoritomo wielded actual political and military authority as shogun, a title that would become synonymous with de facto rulership in Japan. The imperial court in Kyoto remained intact, but its influence had diminished, overshadowed by the rise of the Bakufu, the military government headquartered in Kamakura. Under Yoritomo's leadership, Japan's feudal system began to take shape, with powerful regional lords, known as daimyo, controlling vast territories in exchange for military service. The samurai class, once mere enforcers for aristocrats, became the dominant social and military force, bound by a strict code of loyalty, duty, and martial discipline. However, the Kamakura shogunate faced persistent challenges, both from within and beyond Japan's shores. In 1274 and 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan launched 2 massive invasions, seeking to subjugate Japan as it had done with Korea and China. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the Mongols were repelled, aided in part by the legendary kamikaze, or divine winds typhoons that decimated the invading fleets. Though victorious, the strain of these wars drained the Kamakura government's resources, leading to dissatisfaction among the samurai who had expected generous rewards for their service. Without enough land or wealth to distribute, the shogunate's grip weakened, culminating in its overthrow in 1333 by Emperor Go-Daigo and his loyalist forces. Yet, imperial restoration was short-lived, as another powerful warlord, Ashikaga Takauji, betrayed the emperor and established the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga rulers governed from Kyoto, closer to the imperial court than their Kamakura predecessors, but their authority was far less centralized. The daimyo grew increasingly independent, governing their domains as autonomous warlords rather than mere vassals of the shogun. While the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, saw a cultural renaissance, marked by the rise of no theatre, ink painting and the tea ceremony, it was also an era of political fragmentation and rising conflict. By the 15th century, Japan had plunged into the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, a time of near-constant civil war among rival clans. The Ashikaga shoguns, unable to maintain order, became mere figureheads as daimyo battled for supremacy. This period set the stage for the dramatic rise of three of Japan's most famous warlords, Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who would ultimately unify the fractured nation. The age of the samurai had reached its apex, but the chaos of civil war had proven that Japan needed a stronger, more centralized government. The centuries of warrior rule had reshaped the country's political landscape, replacing the old aristocratic order with a new hierarchy built on military might, land control, and unwavering feudal loyalty. Yet, even as samurai lords waged war, the seeds of a more unified Japan were already being sown, setting the stage for the final transformation of the feudal era. As Japan descended into chaos, during the Sengoku Jidai, the Warring States period, three formidable warlords emerged to bring an end to the long era of civil strife. The first was Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant but ruthless strategist who launched a campaign to unify Japan in the late 16th century. He revolutionized warfare by adopting Western firearms, implementing innovative battlefield tactics, and crushing rival daimyo with brutal efficiency. By the 1570s, Nobunaga had seized Kyoto and dismantled the remnants of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, his rule was cut short in 1582 when he was betrayed by one of his own generals, Akechi Mitsuhide, and forced to commit seppuku. His unfinished mission was taken up by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a former peasant-turned-general who proved himself as one of history's greatest tacticians. Hideyoshi completed the unification of Japan, eliminating remaining rivals and establishing control over the entire archipelago by 1590. He enacted sweeping reforms, disarming the peasantry, restricting samurai to castle towns, and reorganizing the feudal hierarchy to ensure loyalty. However, his ambitions stretched beyond Japan. In 1592 and 1597, he launched massive invasions of Korea in a bid to conquer China. These campaigns ended in disaster, draining Japan's resources and costing thousands of lives. When Hideyoshi died in 1598, his generals vied for control, leading to the decisive Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. It was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient strategist, who emerged victorious. In 1603, he established the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, a time of unprecedented peace, stability, and isolation. Unlike his predecessors, Ieyasu prioritized long-term control over immediate conquest. He moved the seat of power to Edo, modern-day Tokyo, where he constructed an intricate system of governance to prevent future uprisings. The Bakuhan system divided authority between the shogunate and regional daimyo, ensuring that local lords remained powerful but ultimately subservient to the Tokugawa family. To maintain control, Ieyasu implemented the Sankin-kotai policy, which required daimyo to alternate living in Edo and their home provinces, draining their wealth and keeping them under close watch. Meanwhile, he enacted strict social policies that solidified Japan's rigid class hierarchy: samurai, peasants, artisans, and merchants, ensuring that each class remained in its designated role. One of the most defining features of the Tokugawa era was Japan's policy of isolation, known as sakoku. Fearing foreign influence, particularly the spread of Christianity, the shogunate banned European missionaries, restricted trade to a few controlled ports, and prohibited Japanese citizens from travelling abroad. For over 2 centuries, Japan remained almost entirely closed to the outside world, developing a distinct insular culture. Despite this isolation, the Edo period saw a flourishing of the arts, literature, and urban culture. Cities like Edo, Kyoto, and Osaka became centres of commerce and entertainment, giving rise to kabuki theatre, ukiyo-e woodblock prints, and haiku poetry. Samurai, now mostly bureaucrats rather than warriors, turned to scholarship and administration, while merchants, despite their low social status, grew increasingly wealthy. Yet, beneath the surface of stability, cracks began to form. Economic strain, rigid social policies, and foreign pressure would eventually force Japan to reopen its doors in the 19th century, bringing an end to the Tokugawa era and ushering in the Meiji Restoration. Still, the unification efforts of Nobunaga, Hideyoshi, and Ieyasu had laid the groundwork for modern Japan. Their legacies endured, shaping the country's political structure, cultural identity, and samurai ethos long after the last shogun relinquished power. The centuries of war and bloodshed had finally given way to order, but the cycle of history ensured that change would come again. A unique idea began to take shape within the US Army. This concept revolved around an unconventional approach to warfare, the use of deception as a primary strategy to mislead and confuse the enemy. Officially known as the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops, this unit would come to be famously known as the Ghost Army, a name as mysterious and evocative as its purpose. The idea for such a unit stemmed from earlier British successes with deception tactics during the North African campaign. Inspired by the British, the US military leadership decided to create a similar team of highly skilled individuals who could simulate entire divisions and manipulate enemy decision-making through illusions. It was a daring experiment that blurred the line between art and warfare. So, to bring this ambitious vision to life, the military sought out recruits with unique skill sets. Unlike typical soldiers, the Ghost Army was composed of artists, designers, engineers, sound technicians, and even actors. Many of these individuals had no prior combat experience, but were instead recruited from art schools, advertising agencies, and design firms. Their creativity and technical expertise would prove invaluable in crafting the elaborate ruses needed to deceive German forces. From the very beginning, the Ghost Army operated under a veil of secrecy. Its mission was to create diversions, feints, and false operations that would distract the enemy and protect Allied troops during key military campaigns. To achieve this, the unit relied on a combination of inflatable tanks, sound effects, fake radio transmissions, and carefully choreographed movements. Each tactic was meticulously planned and executed, often under immense pressure and with no room for error. One of the Ghost Army's most ingenious methods involved the use of inflatable equipment. Rubber tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces were designed to look convincing from a distance, creating the illusion of a formidable force. These decoys were lightweight and portable, allowing the unit to set up and dismantle fake encampments in record time. The sight of rows of vehicles in strategic locations was often enough to make enemy reconnaissance planes report the presence of a large Allied force. But visual deception was only one part of the equation. The Ghost Army also employed sophisticated sound technology to enhance their illusions. Using state-of-the-art recording equipment, they created audio tracks of rumbling tanks, marching soldiers, and the din of a bustling military base. These sounds were played through powerful speakers mounted on trucks, which could project the noises up to 15 miles away. The combination of visual and auditory deception created an immersive experience that fooled even the most seasoned enemy commanders. The third key element of the Ghost Army's strategy was radio deception. Skilled operators mimicked the communication styles and routines of real Allied divisions, transmitting fake orders and messages to confuse German intelligence. This tactic, known as spoof radio, was critical in convincing the enemy that they were facing a much larger force than was actually present. The Ghost Army's success depended on collaboration and meticulous attention to detail. Each member of the unit had a specific role to play, whether it was painting camouflage patterns, designing inflatable decoys, or coordinating the placement of sound equipment. Their ability to work together seamlessly under tight deadlines was a testament to their dedication and resourcefulness. As the unit prepared for its first major operation, the stakes were high. The Ghost Army had been entrusted with a mission that could determine the success or failure of the broader Allied campaign. Despite the pressure, the men and women of the Ghost Army approached their work with a sense of purpose and creativity that set them apart. This unconventional army, born from a blend of grit and necessity, would go on to play a pivotal role in the Allied victory. Its members knew that their work would remain shrouded in secrecy for decades, but they were driven by a shared belief in the importance of their mission. The Ghost Army was not just a collection of soldiers, it was a testament to the power of imagination in the face of adversity. The Ghost Army's first significant test came in the summer of 1944, shortly after the D-Day landings in Normandy. As Allied forces pushed inland from the beaches, they faced fierce resistance from German troops determined to hold their ground. The Ghost Army's role in this critical phase of the war was to draw enemy forces away from key objectives, creating opportunities for the main Allied forces to advance. Operation Brest was the unit's debut, a deception campaign designed to divert German attention away from an Allied push toward the strategically important port of Brest in northwestern France. Brest was vital to the German war effort as it served as a major naval base and supply hub. Capturing it would severely disrupt German logistics and communications. However, the city was heavily fortified, and a direct assault would result in significant Allied casualties. The Ghost Army's task was to stage a diversion that would weaken the German defences in Brest and allow the Allied forces to strike more effectively. Setting up for the operation required precision and coordination. The unit selected a location approximately 20 miles from Brest to establish their fake encampment. Using inflatable tanks, artillery pieces and supply trucks, they created the illusion of a large Allied division preparing to attack. From a distance, the scene appeared entirely authentic. Rows of vehicles were arranged strategically, while soldiers in the unit moved around the encampment to enhance the illusion. Sound played a critical role in the deception. The Ghost Army's engineers worked tirelessly to create realistic audio effects that mimicked the sounds of an actual military base. Recordings of clanging metal, rumbling engines, and even the distant hum of conversations between soldiers were played through their powerful speakers. These sounds created the impression of an active and bustling division preparing for battle. Radio deception added another layer of authenticity to the ruse. Skilled operators broadcast fake transmissions that mimicked the communication patterns of a real Allied unit. These messages included requests for reinforcements, logistical updates, and discussions of an impending attack. The broadcasts were carefully timed and phrased to ensure they aligned with the visual and auditory elements of the deception. The German response to the operation demonstrated the effectiveness of the Ghost Army's tactics. Believing that a major Allied offensive was imminent, German commanders redeployed troops and resources to counter the perceived threat. This shift in focus weakened their defences in Brest, allowing the actual Allied forces to exploit the vulnerability and launch a successful assault on the city. Despite the operation's success, the Ghost Army faced immense challenges. Operating in enemy territory meant that the unit was constantly at risk of discovery. The soldiers had to maintain the illusion at all times, knowing that even a single misstep could expose their deception and compromise the entire mission. The pressure was intense, but the unit's creativity and discipline ensured that their efforts remained convincing. One of the most remarkable aspects of the operation was the ingenuity and adaptability of the soldiers. They found ways to enhance the realism of their deceptions, using camouflage techniques to hide their inflatable equipment from close inspection, and employing creative storytelling to maintain the illusion during interactions with locals. The success of Operation Brest solidified the Ghost Army's reputation as a critical asset to the Allied war effort. Their ability to manipulate enemy movements and create opportunities for the main forces to advance demonstrated the power of unconventional warfare. It also reinforced the importance of teamwork and innovation in overcoming seemingly insurmountable challenges. As the Ghost Army prepared for future missions, they carried the lessons of Operation Brest with them. The experience had tested their resolve and resourcefulness, but it had also proven that their unique approach to warfare could have a profound impact on the outcome of the conflict. The Ghost Army continued to hone its craft, with each operation showcasing an evolution in its tactics. Their next assignments spanned across Europe, where the stakes remained high and precision was essential. In the summer of 1944, the unit supported the Allied advance through France, setting up elaborate illusions to divert German forces from real targets like the River Seine crossings. Their purpose was simple yet crucial: to mislead and confuse the enemy at every turn, allowing the Allied forces to gain strategic advantages. Their efforts involved even more synchronized deception: perfectly crafted inflatable units, convincing radio transmissions, and immersive soundscapes. As the war progressed, the unit's techniques became increasingly sophisticated, with inflatable tanks, trucks, and artillery pieces designed to look even more realistic. These decoys, placed at key locations, tricked German reconnaissance aircraft into reporting large concentrations of Allied forces, buying the real Allied troops precious time. The Ghost Army also refined their use of sound. Engineers strategically placed speakers to project the noises of marching soldiers, machinery and military equipment, rumbles and roars that mimicked an army on the move. Every detail was crafted to ensure the illusion of a bustling military operation. The sound of distant engines, the hum of generators, and the steady murmur of soldiers' conversations were all carefully arranged to create an environment that felt real from miles away. At night, the Ghost Army employed even subtler tricks. Soft, low-frequency noises were played to mimic the natural rhythm of an army resting. These soothing sounds blended seamlessly into the nighttime air, giving the impression of soldiers quietly going about their business, resting for the night. The flicker of campfires could be seen in the distance, their warm glow painting an image of a calm, yet prepared, military camp. These sounds and visuals were designed to not only confuse the enemy, but to offer a momentary sense of peace in the midst of an otherwise chaotic landscape. These moments of quiet illusion brought surprising calm to their surroundings, even as the war raged on just beyond. The soldiers of the Ghost Army knew how to maintain their focus and composure in these difficult circumstances. They understood that mental clarity was just as important as strategic deception. In a time of high tension, they found ways to stay grounded, creating calm moments of respite amid the storm. Their ability to remain level-headed in the face of danger was as vital as the visual and auditory tricks they employed. For listeners tonight, imagine the gentle hum of a fictional camp blending into the stillness of the night. Picture the soft creaking of tents in the breeze, the steady rhythm of soldiers moving quietly about their business, and the flickering glow of a distant campfire. Feel the peaceful atmosphere surrounding you as you let the comforting sounds lull you into a sense of ease. These men and women, though constantly at risk and surrounded by danger, mastered the art of finding peace within chaos, much like how you can let the stillness of the moment help you unwind and drift into sleep. By the end of World War II, the Ghost Army had completed over 20 missions in Europe, each one contributing to the success of the Allied forces in ways that were largely unseen and often unrecognised. Their ability to deceive the enemy through innovative tactics, creating false signals, fake camps, and even misleading decoy operations, had played a vital role in ensuring the success of major offensives. Yet, despite their success, the full story of the Ghost Army was kept a secret for decades after the war. As the war drew to a close, the Ghost Army was disbanded, and many of its members returned to civilian life. For years, the men who served in the unit were sworn to secrecy about their operations. The story of their deception, their creativity, and their courage in the face of danger remained hidden, with only a few veterans quietly sharing their experiences. For many years, the Ghost Army's contribution was overshadowed by more well-known military victories as the world moved forward and focused on rebuilding after the war. However, as the years passed, a renewed interest in World War II and its lesser-known heroes began to emerge. The story of the Ghost Army started to surface, with veterans coming forward and sharing their accounts. Documentaries, books, and interviews helped shed light on the incredible role this group of men had played during the war. Slowly, the world began to recognize the significance of their work and the ingenuity behind their methods of deception. For those who had served in the Ghost Army, their experience was a mix of pride and humility. They had been part of a covert operation that required tremendous skill, teamwork, and bravery. Yet their efforts had often gone unnoticed by the general public. As they shared their stories, they also spoke of the deep bonds formed among the members of the unit, the camaraderie that had sustained them in the face of danger, and the immense satisfaction of knowing they had helped bring an end to one of the darkest chapters in history. As time passed, the Ghost Army became a symbol of how ingenuity and creative thinking can make a difference in the most difficult of circumstances. Their legacy is one of perseverance, resourcefulness, and the ability to turn the tide of battle with nothing more than illusion. The Ghost Army proved that even in the most dire situations, the human spirit can find a way to rise above adversity. Think of how the men of the Ghost Army must have felt as they walked away from their missions, knowing they had made an impact in a war that shaped the world. Their contributions, though not widely known at the time, were just as significant as any traditional battle fought on the front lines. Just as the Ghost Army worked quietly and methodically to achieve their goals, you too can find peace and calm in the quiet moments, allowing your mind to unwind and your body to rest. Their story is a reminder that sometimes the most profound victories are those achieved in silence, in the stillness of the night when no one is watching. And as you settle into this peaceful moment, you can take solace in the knowledge that even the smallest actions can have a far-reaching impact. Feel the weight of the day lifting from you, just as the Ghost Army lifted the burden of deception from the shoulders of the Allied forces. Although the Ghost Army's work was shrouded in secrecy during and immediately after World War II, their legacy would not remain hidden forever. In the years following the war, the significance of their contribution began to emerge, as historians, veterans, and the public began to recognise their invaluable role in shaping the outcome of the war. What began as a covert operation to mislead the enemy had become a model of ingenuity, resourcefulness, and courage. The methods developed by the Ghost Army using sound, deception, and visual illusions would go on to influence military strategies for years to come. The concept of psychological warfare, where the mind is targeted as much as the body, became more widely accepted. These tactics would inform future military operations, as the lessons learned from the Ghost Army's success were incorporated into modern military doctrine. In addition to their impact on military strategy, the Ghost Army story had an emotional and cultural effect. For many years, their deeds went largely unrecognised, but as veterans began to speak out, their experiences resonated with people around the world. The fact that these soldiers had risked everything in a war they could not speak about for decades touched a deep chord. Their bravery, commitment, and camaraderie served as a reminder of the quiet acts of heroism that often go unnoticed in the shadow of more traditional battles. The Ghost Army's efforts also began to be recognised in popular culture. Films, books, and documentaries began to tell their story, ensuring that future generations would understand the significance of their work. Their role in World War II became more than just a historical footnote. It became a symbol of how innovation and creativity could be wielded in the service of a greater cause. Let this story of unexpected heroism inspire you. The men who served in the Ghost Army did not seek fame or glory. Instead, they focused on a mission that was far greater than themselves. Their quiet dedication to their craft echoes in the background of history, just as the calm sounds of the world around you do now. As you relax deeper, allow this story to calm your mind like a sweet melody, or a peaceful nightfall that quietly surrounds you. The knowledge that these men contributed in ways that were largely unseen allows us to reflect on how every action, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, can contribute to something much larger. The Ghost Army may have operated in silence, but the echoes of their efforts resonate still, offering a reminder that there is power in subtlety, in quiet strength, and in the peaceful moments when we step back to reflect. As decades passed, the Ghost Army's influence continued to ripple through both military strategy and cultural memory. The quiet genius of their operations, blending deception with cutting-edge technology, was not just a wartime tactic, but a profound lesson in the value of innovation under pressure. While the techniques they pioneered were initially dismissed as a curiosity, they eventually became essential components of modern military operations, especially in the realms of psychological warfare and tactical deception. Following the war, the value of the Ghost Army's contribution was recognised in unexpected ways. The unit had shown that military success didn't always require sheer force. Sometimes, it was the ability to create uncertainty in the enemy's mind, to disorient, confuse, and mislead. This shift in understanding emphasized the power of non-violent methods in warfare, laying the groundwork for the evolution of modern intelligence operations. Beyond their impact on military tactics, the Ghost Army became a symbol of strength, something that went beyond traditional acts of greatness. The members of this unique unit, ordinary men who found extraordinary ways to serve their country, reminded us that contributions to a greater cause often come in unconventional forms. Veterans who had served in the unit began to tell their stories, and these accounts related deeply with people across the world. The idea that such a vital part of World War II was unsolved for so long made up for the overlooked contributions of everyday individuals. It helped reshape the way we perceive wartime contributions and made it clear that only large, obvious victories are worth remembering. Over time, Museums, documentaries, and even novels began to explore their story, bringing to light the importance of creativity in warfare. It wasn't just about military strategy, it was about the courage to think outside the box and confront the enemy with tactics that weren't rooted in physical might, but in the power of perception. These stories remind us that we too can find strength in quiet persistence, and that the solutions to challenges may lie not in confrontation, but in innovation. Now, as you find yourself in a state of ease, the quiet whisper of history lingers. The Ghost Army's legacy teaches us that even in the most uncertain times, there is power in calm and quiet strategy. Feel the weight of your body easing, each muscle unwinding and softening, as you allow yourself to drift deeper into calm rest like a warm blanket. Just like the Ghost Army's methods that brought clarity and purpose amidst chaos, this quiet moment brings peace to your mind and body. This isn't necessarily the ending of our story, but the beginning of a restful journey into the stillness of sleep. Sweet dreams. The Battle of Gettysburg began on the morning of July 1st, 1863. It was a warm summer day, the kind where the golden light of dawn touched the fields and forests with a serene glow. But the tranquility of the Pennsylvania countryside would soon be shattered by the thunder of battle. This clash was not merely another skirmish in the long and bloody conflict of the Civil War. It was a turning point, a moment where the fate of the Union and the Confederacy hung precariously in the balance. General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, had set his sights on a bold invasion of the North. His army, emboldened by a string of victories, marched into Pennsylvania with the hope of striking a decisive blow that would force the Union to sue for peace. Lee's strategy was not just about military conquest. It was about shaking the Northern resolve, bringing the war to Union soil, and perhaps swaying foreign powers to recognize the Confederacy. On the Union side, General George G. Meade had recently taken command of the Army of the Potomac. His task was daunting: to stop Lee's advance and protect the Union's heartland. The soldiers under his command were weary from years of conflict, but their resolve to defend their homeland and preserve the Union burned brightly. The two armies converged near the small town of Gettysburg, a place of rolling hills, fertile farmland, and winding roads. It was an unlikely setting for one of the most significant battles in American history. On the first day, the fighting began west of the town as Confederate forces encountered Union cavalry. The clash was fierce and chaotic, with both sides scrambling to gain the upper hand. By day's end, the Confederates had pushed Union forces back through the town and onto the high ground to the south, securing an early advantage. The second day of the battle dawned with tension thick in the air. The Union Army had established a strong defensive position along a series of hills and ridges known as Cemetery Hill, Culp's Hill, and Little Round Top. Lee, confident in his army's strength, launched a series of attacks to break the Union lines. The fighting on July 2nd was intense and bloody. At Little Round Top, Union Colonel Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain and the 20th Maine Regiment made a heroic stand to defend the hill's southern flank. Outnumbered and nearly out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a desperate bayonet charge that drove the Confederates back and secured the Union's position. It was a moment of extraordinary courage, one that would later be remembered as a turning point in the battle. Elsewhere, the fields of wheat and peach orchards became killing grounds, their beauty scarred by the carnage of war. The air was thick with smoke and the cries of the wounded. Soldiers on both sides fought with ferocious determination, knowing that the stakes were higher than ever. By the end of the day, the Union lines had held, but at a terrible cost. The third and final day of the battle, July 3rd, brought the infamous assault known as Pickett's Charge. Lee, believing that a concentrated attack on the Union center could break their lines, ordered 12,500 Confederate soldiers to march across open fields under heavy Union artillery fire. The sight of that charge was both awe-inspiring and harrowing. The Confederate soldiers advanced in tight ranks, their banners waving, their determination unyielding. But the Union defenders, entrenched on Cemetery Ridge, unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon and musket fire. The fields became a scene of chaos as men fell by the hundreds. Despite their bravery, the Confederate soldiers could not overcome the Union's defences. The charge was repelled, and the fields were littered with the fallen. As the sun set on July 3rd, the Battle of Gettysburg came to an end. Lee, realizing that his army could not sustain another assault, began the long retreat back to Virginia. The Union Army, though battered and exhausted, had won a decisive victory. It was a moment of relief and triumph for the North, a turning point that shifted the momentum of the war. The cost of the battle was staggering. Over 50,000 soldiers were killed, wounded, or missing. The fields of Gettysburg, once peaceful and lush, were now marked by the scars of war. Families in both the North and the South mourned the loss of loved ones, their lives forever changed by the conflict. In the months that followed, Gettysburg became a symbol of sacrifice and resilience. On November 19, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address at the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery. His words, though brief, captured the essence of what the battle had come to represent. He spoke of a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. He reminded the audience that the soldiers who had fought and died at Gettysburg had done so to ensure that freedom and democracy would endure. The Battle of Gettysburg remains one of the most studied and remembered events in American history. It was a moment of profound struggle and sacrifice, a reminder of the costs of war and the resilience of the human spirit. The bravery of the soldiers on both sides, their dedication to their causes, and the impact of their actions continue to echo through time. As you drift into sleep, let the story of Gettysburg fill your mind with a sense of reverence and reflection. Imagine the stillness of the fields after the battle, the quiet wind carrying the memory of those who fought and fell. Feel the weight of their sacrifice, but also the hope that their struggle helped to shape a better future. The aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Pennsylvania, but also on the hearts and minds of the American people. The quiet town that had seen a horrific convergence of armies now bore the weight of countless graves, hastily dug for the fallen soldiers. The once lush fields, orchards, and rolling hills were now etched with scars of war, trenches, shattered fences, and abandoned artillery. In the days immediately following the battle, the townspeople of Gettysburg rose to meet the grim reality of what had unfolded. Civilians who had sought shelter during the 3 days of fighting now ventured out to help the wounded and dying. Homes, barns, and churches were transformed into makeshift hospitals. Women, men, and even children worked tirelessly to bring comfort to soldiers, regardless of the uniforms they wore. The lines of battle blurred in the face of shared humanity. Doctors and nurses were overwhelmed by the sheer number of wounded. Medical supplies were scarce, and the knowledge of sanitation was rudimentary at best. Despite the primitive conditions, countless acts of compassion unfolded as townspeople did what they could to save lives or bring solace to those whose time was short. As the Confederate army retreated southward, General Lee bore the burden of his army's defeat. The invasion of the North had failed, and the high hopes of a quick victory and a potential peace agreement were dashed. For Lee, Gettysburg marked a turning point, a moment when the tide of the war began to turn decisively against the Confederacy. The loss of so many men and the inability to break Union resolve were blows from which his forces would never fully recover. For the Union, the victory at Gettysburg was a critical morale boost. General Meade, despite some criticism for not pursuing Lee's retreating army more aggressively, had achieved what many thought impossible. The Army of the Potomac had stood firm against Lee's forces, proving that the Union could hold its ground and turn the tide of the war. The significance of Gettysburg reached far beyond the battlefield. It became a symbol of the broader struggle, the fight to preserve the Union and the principles upon which it was founded. In the months following the battle, efforts began to ensure that the sacrifices made there would not be forgotten. One of the most poignant moments came on November 19, 1863, with the dedication of the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg. President Abraham Lincoln was invited to deliver a few remarks, following a lengthy oration by Edward Everett, a renowned speaker of the time. Lincoln's address, though brief, would become one of the most enduring speeches in American history. Standing on the blood-soaked fields of Gettysburg, Lincoln spoke not only to honour the dead, but to remind the living of the greater cause for which they had fought. His words, beginning with the now iconic phrase, 77 years ago, framed the battle within the context of the nation's founding ideals. He reminded the audience that the soldiers had given their lives so that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address was met with a mixed reception at the time. with some viewing it as too brief and simplistic. However, history would elevate his words to the status of a national treasure. The address encapsulated the purpose of the war and the vision of a nation united not by force, but by shared values and ideals. The legacy of the Battle of Gettysburg continued to shape the course of the Civil War. While the conflict raged on for nearly 2 more years, Gettysburg marked a critical turning point. It showed that the Union could resist the might of the Confederacy, and that the resolve of its people would not be broken. The war's conclusion in 1865 brought an end to the fighting, but left the nation grappling with the wounds it had inflicted upon itself. The fields of Gettysburg became a place of reflection and remembrance, a site where the cost of division was laid bare. Over the years, Gettysburg transformed from a battlefield to a place of education and pilgrimage. Monuments and markers were erected to honour the soldiers who had fought and died there, preserving their memory for future generations. Visitors from across the country and around the world came to walk the hallowed ground, to reflect on the sacrifices made, and to ponder the lessons of history. Today, Gettysburg stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring struggle for freedom and equality. It reminds us of the fragility of unity and the strength required to preserve it. The lessons of Gettysburg echo through time, challenging us to remember that the cost of division is far greater than the effort required to come together. As you rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg remind you of the courage and sacrifice of those who came before us. Imagine the quiet fields at dawn, the soft rustle of the wind, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the strength of their resolve bring you a sense of peace, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your heart. The legacy of Gettysburg extends far beyond the battlefield itself. It remains a cornerstone of American history, not only as the site of a pivotal clash during the Civil War, but also as a symbol of the nation's enduring struggle to reconcile its ideals with its realities. The battlefields and memorials at Gettysburg now stand as a reminder of the courage, sacrifice and humanity displayed by those who fought there, as well as the immense costs of division and conflict. In the years following the Civil War, Gettysburg became a focus for national healing. Veterans from both the Union and the Confederacy returned to the site to honour their comrades and reflect on the events that had shaped their lives. These reunions, particularly those held on significant anniversaries of the battle, fostered a sense of reconciliation and shared purpose. Despite the lingering wounds of war, these gatherings underscored a shared humanity that transcended the divisions of the past. One of the most moving examples of this came during the 50th anniversary of the battle in 1913. Veterans from both sides, now old men, came together to remember their shared history. The event culminated in a symbolic handshake across the stone wall at the site of Pickett's charge, a powerful gesture that reflected the desire for unity and peace. These reunions were not without their complexities, but they marked an important step in the nation's journey toward healing and understanding. Over time, Gettysburg evolved into a place of education and reflection. The Gettysburg National Military Park, established in the late 19th century and further developed in the 20th, preserves the battlefield and its many monuments, ensuring that future generations can walk the same paths and learn the same lessons. The park's museum and visitor centre provide context and insight into the events of the battle, offering a deeper understanding of its significance and the people who shaped it. The Gettysburg Address, too, continues to resonate as a defining moment in American history. Lincoln's words, spoken with such clarity and purpose, serve as a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. They challenge us to honour the sacrifices of those who fought by striving to create a more just and equitable society. Today, Gettysburg stands as a living testament to the enduring importance of history. It draws visitors from across the globe who come to honour the past, reflect on the present and consider the future. The battlefield, with its rolling hills, stone walls and quiet woods, invites contemplation. Walking its paths, one cannot help but feel a connection to the stories of those who stood there, to the bravery and determination that defined them, and to the lessons they left behind. The Battle of Gettysburg teaches us that even in the darkest times, there is hope for redemption, for reconciliation, and for a brighter tomorrow. It reminds us of the costs of division and the strength required to build unity. It challenges us to live up to the ideals of liberty and equality, to honour the sacrifices of those who came before us by working to create a better world. As you settle into rest tonight, let the story of Gettysburg fill your heart with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the fields bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the quiet peace that now blankets the land. Let the echoes of courage and sacrifice guide your thoughts, and may their legacy inspire hope and understanding in your dreams. The story of Gettysburg is not only about the battle itself, but also about the enduring lessons it offers. It is a story of courage under fire, of ordinary people facing extraordinary challenges, and of a nation striving to find its way through the darkness of conflict. Gettysburg reminds us that history is not just a series of dates and events, but a tapestry of human experience, woven with threads of sacrifice, resilience, and hope. As we reflect on Gettysburg, we are reminded of the power of unity and the dangers of division. The Civil War, of which Gettysburg was a turning point, was born out of deep-seated disagreements and unresolved tensions. The soldiers who fought at Gettysburg came from different walks of life, different regions and different perspectives, but they shared a common humanity. Their bravery and sacrifice speak to the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of unimaginable hardship. In the years following the battle, the memory of Gettysburg became a source of inspiration for those working to rebuild and reconcile a fractured nation. The scars of war ran deep, but so too did the determination to heal. Gettysburg became a symbol of what could be achieved when people came together to confront their shared challenges and embrace their common humanity. The stories of the individuals who fought at Gettysburg add depth and texture to the history of the battle. From generals like Robert E. Lee and George Meade, whose decisions shaped the course of the conflict, to the rank-and-file soldiers who carried out those orders with bravery and resolve, each story adds a layer of understanding to the larger narrative. These men, from both the Union and Confederate armies, faced unimaginable adversity with courage and dignity. One of the most enduring legacies of Gettysburg is its role in shaping the collective memory of the Civil War. The battlefield, now a serene and solemn place, serves as a reminder of the costs of war and the value of peace. Monuments and markers dot the landscape, each telling a story of the men who fought and the sacrifices they made. Visitors to Gettysburg are often struck by the quiet beauty of the place, a stark contrast to the violence that once engulfed it. The Gettysburg Address, delivered by President Lincoln just months after the battle, continues to resonate as a call to action and a statement of purpose. Lincoln's words remind us of the importance of dedication, of recommitting ourselves to the principles of freedom and equality. His speech, though brief, captures the essence of what Gettysburg represents, not just a battle, but a turning point in the ongoing struggle to create a more perfect union. Today, Gettysburg remains a place of pilgrimage for those seeking to understand the complexities of the past and draw inspiration for the future. The stories of those who fought there, the lessons of unity and perseverance, and the enduring call to honour their sacrifices continue to guide us. Gettysburg is not just a place on a map, it is a symbol of resilience, a reminder of what we can achieve when we come together to face our challenges. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let the story of Gettysburg wrap around you like a warm blanket of reflection and peace. Imagine the stillness of the battlefield at dawn, the quiet hum of nature reclaiming a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who stood there inspire you, reminding you that even in the darkest times there is light to be found. Thank you for spending this time with us on History and Sleep. May the story of Gettysburg bring you a sense of calm, perspective and hope. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with peace, understanding, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Sweet dreams. Its roots lie in the escalating tensions between the United States and Japan. In the early 20th century, Japan emerged as a dominant power in East Asia. Through rapid industrialization and military expansion, it asserted its influence. By the 1930s, Japan's imperial ambitions clashed with the interests of Western powers. Among these, the United States sought to maintain its influence in the Pacific. In 1937, Japan's invasion of China began its aggressive campaign for territorial control. This conflict brought atrocities, including the infamous Nanking Massacre. The international community condemned Japan's actions. In response, the United States imposed economic sanctions. Vital resources like oil and steel were cut off. For Japan, these sanctions were crippling. Its military and industrial capabilities were under threat. The Japanese government saw the sanctions as an existential crisis, and so they began to prepare for war. On December the 7th, 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. This devastating strike crippled the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. The goal? Eliminate American naval power in the Pacific. This would give Japan free rein to expand its empire. While the attack dealt a significant blow, it galvanized the United States. Within days, America declared war on Japan. This marked the nation's full entry into World War II. After Pearl Harbor, Japan's military advanced rapidly. Territories like the Philippines, Singapore, and parts of Indonesia fell to their forces. The Japanese seemed unstoppable, dominating the Pacific with unrelenting campaigns. But in May 1942, cracks began to show. The Battle of the Coral Sea became a turning point. This costly engagement marked the first time Japan's expansion was checked. The United States stopped Japan from capturing Port Moresby in New Guinea. This preserved a critical Allied position. Despite this setback, Japan remained confident. Its military leaders, particularly Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, planned a decisive battle. Yamamoto's strategy was ambitious. He aimed to lure the US fleet into a trap by attacking Midway Atoll. Midway was remote but strategically vital. Its proximity to Hawaii made it a key target. If captured, Midway would allow Japan to extend its defensive perimeter. It might even threaten the American mainland. Unbeknownst to the Japanese, the United States had a crucial advantage. American cryptographers, led by Lieutenant Commander Joseph Rochefort, had broken Japan's naval codes. Through intercepted communications, US intelligence uncovered the plan. The attack on Midway, codenamed Operation MI, was no longer a secret. Armed with this knowledge, Admiral Chester W. Nimitz took action. As commander of the US Pacific Fleet, he devised a bold counter-strategy. Rather than falling into Yamamoto's trap, Nimitz planned to ambush the Japanese fleet. In preparation, Nimitz assembled his forces. The US Navy had 3 carriers available: USS Enterprise, USS Hornet, and USS Yorktown. The Yorktown, damaged during the Battle of the Coral Sea, was a critical piece. Repaired in record time, it returned to action just in time for the fight. These carriers, along with their escorts and aircraft, represented America's best hope. This was their chance to turn the tide in the Pacific. On the morning of June 4th, 1942, the battle began. Japanese aircraft launched waves of attacks on Midway Atoll. Bombs rained down, targeting airstrips and defences. The defenders, though heavily outnumbered, fought valiantly. Anti-aircraft fire and fighter planes took a toll on the attackers, yet Midway suffered significant damage. Even so, the Japanese failed to achieve their primary goal, neutralising Midway's air power. As the Japanese prepared for a second wave, the Americans struck back. Carrier-based aircraft launched a bold counterattack. The first waves of US torpedo bombers faced devastating losses. Their slow, outdated planes were no match for the agile Japanese Zero fighters. Many brave crews were lost, but their sacrifice distracted the Japanese defences. This left the enemy fleet vulnerable. At a critical moment, American dive bombers arrived. They found the Japanese carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu, completely exposed. The ships were refueling and rearming planes. Their decks were crowded with explosives. The American bombers struck with devastating precision. Direct hits ignited explosions and fires. Akagi, Kaga, and Soryu were consumed by flames. This was a catastrophic blow to Japan's naval power. The 4th Japanese carrier, Hiryu, launched a counterstrike. It managed to severely damage the USS Yorktown, but the Americans regrouped quickly. They launched a final attack, sinking Hiryu by the end of the day. All 4 Japanese carriers were destroyed. This marked a turning point, not just in the battle, but in the war itself. The fighting continued for several days. The Japanese attempted to regroup and retreat. By June 7th, It was over. The United States had achieved a decisive victory. Japan's primary carriers were sunk. Their ability to project power in the Pacific was crippled. The loss was catastrophic for Japan. Over 3,000 sailors and airmen were killed. Their fleet suffered irreparable damage. The Battle of Midway marked a turning point. Japan, once seemingly invincible, was now on the defensive. The United States began a bold campaign of island hopping. Strategic locations were captured one by one. Step by step, they pushed closer to Japan. Midway reshaped the nature of naval warfare. The battle proved the central role of aircraft carriers. It signaled the end of the battleship era. Beyond its strategic significance, Midway is remembered for its human cost. The courage of American pilots was extraordinary. They faced overwhelming odds with determination. The resilience of sailors aboard the Yorktown and other ships was inspiring. Their sacrifices showed the strength of the human spirit, even in the face of adversity. Today, Midway Atoll is a wildlife refuge. Its calm waters and quiet shores stand in contrast to the chaos it once endured. This peaceful place is a testament to those sacrifices. It reminds us of the price paid for peace. The story of Midway teaches us many things: the power of strategy, the importance of intelligence, and the unity needed to overcome the greatest challenges. As you rest tonight, reflect on this story. Picture the vast Pacific Ocean. Imagine its waves, now peaceful and still. Think of the bravery of those who fought for a brighter future. Let their sacrifices bring you calm and hope. The impact of Midway did not end with the sinking of Japan's carriers. Its effects echoed across the Pacific and beyond. For Japan, the loss was a strategic disaster. 4 carriers were destroyed: Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. These ships were the core of the Imperial Japanese Navy's striking force. Their destruction ended Japan's ability to conduct large-scale offensives. The loss of experienced pilots and aircrew was another blow. Unlike the United States, Japan struggled to replace its forces. Its industrial capacity and training programs were limited. The expertise of the aviators lost at Midway was irreplaceable. This left the Japanese fleet at a growing disadvantage in later battles. For the United States, Midway was a game-changer. Victory allowed the US to shift from defense to offense. The Pacific, once dominated by Japan, began to change. American morale soared. The victory proved Japan's expansion could be halted and reversed. For the first time, the Allies had a clear path forward. The island-hopping strategy followed soon after. Allied forces targeted key Japanese-held islands. They bypassed heavily fortified positions, choosing strategic locations instead. Each island captured brought the Allies closer to Japan's home islands. Japanese supply lines were cut off, isolating their forces. One of the first campaigns to build on Midway's success was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. This grueling 6-month campaign saw the United States gain its first major foothold in the Pacific. It marked the beginning of Japan's long retreat. The lessons learned at Midway, particularly the importance of air superiority in carrier-based operations, were applied repeatedly in the battles that followed. The psychological impact of Midway was equally profound. For Japan, the defeat shattered the aura of invincibility that had surrounded its navy. The loss of the carriers that had spearheaded the attack on Pearl Harbor was a blow. It was a blow not only to Japan's military capabilities, but also to its national pride. The morale of Japanese troops and citizens began to waver. The realization set in: victory might not be achievable. For the United States and its allies, Midway was a source of inspiration and determination. The victory demonstrated that careful planning, intelligence, and courage could overcome even the most formidable adversaries. It strengthened the resolve of Allied forces and galvanized the American public, who now saw a path to ultimate victory in the Pacific. The Battle of Midway also highlighted the evolving nature of naval warfare. The era of the battleship, long considered the dominant force in naval strategy, was over. Midway confirmed that aircraft carriers and their air groups were the new kings of the sea. Control of the skies became the determining factor in naval engagements. This shift would influence military doctrine for decades to come. The role of intelligence in the battle cannot be overstated. The work of American codebreakers, who deciphered Japan's naval plans, provided a critical advantage. This allowed the United States to prepare and execute its ambush. This achievement underscored the importance of information and communication in modern warfare. It set the stage for the development of sophisticated intelligence operations in future conflicts. As the war progressed, the impact of Midway became increasingly evident. The Japanese Navy, once a dominant force, found itself unable to mount large-scale operations. Meanwhile, the United States, with its unmatched industrial capacity, continued to build and deploy new carriers, planes, and ships. By 1944, the balance of power in the Pacific had shifted decisively in favour of the Allies. Today, the story of Midway is remembered not just as a battle. It is a testament to the resilience, ingenuity, and bravery of those who fought there. It serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the greatest generation, and the lessons of courage, strategy, and unity that shaped the outcome of the war. The site of the battle, Midway Atoll, is now a place of peace and reflection. Designated as a national wildlife refuge, it is home to a rich diversity of marine and bird life. A far cry from the chaos of war that once engulfed its waters, the atoll stands as a symbol of renewal and a tribute to the resilience of nature and humanity alike. As you reflect on the events of the Battle of Midway, imagine the vast, quiet expanse of the Pacific, its waters calm and still under a starry sky. Let the courage and determination of those who fought fill you with a sense of gratitude and inspiration. Their sacrifices remind us of the strength and resilience within each of us and the enduring hope for peace. After the decisive American victory at Midway, the Imperial Japanese Navy found itself in a precarious position. With the loss of 4 carriers, over 300 aircraft, and their experienced crews, Japan's ability to project power across the Pacific was irreparably weakened. The battle also exposed critical flaws in Japan's strategic planning and overconfidence. Despite early successes in the war, the Japanese High Command underestimated the United States' industrial capacity, intelligence capabilities, and the sheer determination of its forces. Midway was a psychological blow to Japan. The once dominant Japanese Navy now faced a growing and increasingly confident American fleet. This loss of momentum had a cascading effect on Japanese strategy. Without the naval supremacy they had relied upon, Japan was forced into a defensive posture, scrambling to protect its remaining territories and resources. Meanwhile, the United States capitalized on its victory to push forward with its island-hopping campaign. This strategy involved bypassing heavily fortified Japanese strongholds in favor of capturing strategically significant islands. Each island seized became a stepping stone toward Japan itself, providing bases for air operations, supply lines, and staging areas for future assaults. One of the first major campaigns following Midway was the Battle for Guadalcanal, which began in August 1942. Guadalcanal was a grueling and protracted campaign, lasting 6 months and testing the endurance of both American and Japanese forces. The lessons learned at Midway played a crucial role in this battle, particularly the importance of air superiority and naval coordination. Guadalcanal marked the first significant offensive by Allied forces in the Pacific and further demonstrated Japan's inability to sustain its initial advances. The importance of logistics and industrial capacity, highlighted by Midway, became even more apparent as the war progressed. The United States, with its vast industrial resources, was able to replace ships, aircraft, and personnel at a pace that Japan could not match. For every carrier Japan lost at Midway, the US was building multiple new carriers, along with the planes and crews needed to operate them. This overwhelming production capacity allowed the Allies to maintain pressure on Japan across multiple fronts. The Battle of Midway also influenced the development of naval warfare tactics and technology. The battle demonstrated the importance of aircraft carriers as the centerpiece of naval strategy, relegating battleships to a secondary role. The lessons learned at Midway shaped the way future naval engagements were fought, with an emphasis on air power, intelligence, and mobility. Intelligence gathering, which had played such a pivotal role at Midway, continued to be a critical factor in the Allied war effort. The success of American cryptographers in breaking Japanese codes allowed the US to anticipate and counter Japanese moves throughout the war. This advantage helped secure victories in battles such as the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf, further eroding Japan's ability to wage war. As the war drew closer to Japan's home islands, the effects of Midway became even more pronounced. The loss of carriers and pilots at Midway created a gap in Japan's naval and air capabilities that it could never fully close. By the time of the Battle of the Philippine Sea in 1944, often referred to as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, Japanese pilots were so inexperienced that American forces decimated them with relative ease. This imbalance in skill and resources can be traced back to the setbacks Japan suffered at Midway. The legacy of Midway extends beyond its military and strategic implications. It became a symbol of resilience, ingenuity, and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. For the United States, the victory at Midway represented a turning point in a war that had begun with the devastating losses at Pearl Harbor. It demonstrated that the American spirit, coupled with innovation and strategy, could overcome even the most formidable challenges. The men who fought at Midway left a lasting impact on history. Their courage and sacrifice are remembered not just in the annals of military history, but also in the hearts of those who understand the profound cost of war. Many of the pilots, sailors, and officers who served in the battle went on to play key roles in subsequent campaigns, carrying with them the lessons and experiences of Midway. Today, the site of the battle remains a place of quiet reflection. Midway Atoll, now a national wildlife refuge, is home to diverse marine and bird life, a stark contrast to the chaos that once engulfed its waters. The peaceful serenity of the atoll serves as a poignant reminder of the cost of war and the enduring hope for peace. The story of Midway is one of triumph and tragedy, of strategy and sacrifice. It is a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in history, let us remember the bravery of those who fought, the lessons they taught us, and the enduring legacy of their actions. Picture the calm waters of the Pacific, the waves gently lapping against the shores of the atoll. Imagine the bravery of those who took to the skies and seas, their sacrifices shaping the course of history. Let their legacy remind you of the strength and resilience within us all. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May the story of the Battle of Midway bring you reflection, perspective, and a deep sense of gratitude. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet strength of those who came before us, and the enduring hope for a better world. Sweet dreams, and drift off to sleep with rain. In a land of rolling hills, ancient olive trees and desert winds, the region of Judea lay under the vast starry sky. It was a quiet, cool night in the small town of Bethlehem. The streets were still, save for the gentle rustling of leaves and the faint sounds of animals in the distance. In a humble stable, surrounded by the soft glow of lantern light and the warmth of resting animals, a child was born. His name was Jesus. His mother, Mary, wrapped him in swaddling clothes and held him close, her eyes filled with wonder and love. Beside her, her husband Joseph watched over them protectively. This child's arrival had been foretold by angels and marked by a brilliant star that shone brightly above the stable. Shepherds came from the fields, their faces full of awe as they knelt to honour the newborn. Wise men from distant lands, guided by the star, brought gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. This moment of peace and simplicity marked the beginning of a life that would change the world. Jesus grew up in the town of Nazareth, a small village surrounded by hills and fields. The days were filled with the sounds of daily life, clinking of tools in Joseph's carpenter shop, the soft voices of neighbours, and the calls of birds overhead. Jesus helped Joseph with his work, learning to shape wood with care and precision. Life was simple, yet each moment was infused with quiet purpose. The young boy's eyes were filled with curiosity, and his heart was gentle and kind. When Jesus was 12 years old, he travelled with his family to the great city of Jerusalem for the Passover festival. The city was alive with energy, filled with pilgrims from far and wide. After the celebrations, as his family began the journey home, they realised that Jesus was not with them. In a moment of worry, they returned to the city and found him in the temple. He was sitting among the teachers, listening and asking questions. His understanding amazed those who heard him. When Mary asked why he had stayed behind, he answered softly, "Did you not know that I must be in my Father's house?" The years passed, and Jesus grew into a man. At the age of 30, he began his ministry. He travelled to the Jordan River, where his cousin John the Baptist was calling people to repentance. As Jesus stepped into the cool waters, John baptized him. In that moment the heavens opened, and a gentle voice said, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." A sense of peace and purpose settled over him. From that day forward, Jesus began to teach and share his message. He walked from village to village, his sandals dusty from the journey, his heart full of love for the people he met. His voice was calm and soothing, his words simple yet filled with profound meaning. He spoke of love, forgiveness, and compassion. "Love your neighbour as yourself," he said. "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God." People gathered to hear him, their eyes filled with hope. He healed the sick, gave sight to the blind, and comforted those who were weary. His touch was gentle, his presence a source of peace. He met people where they were, in their daily lives, and invited them to see the world through the lens of love and kindness. Jesus called 12 men to be his closest followers, his disciples. They travelled with him, listened to his teachings, and witnessed his miracles. Together, they walked the dusty roads of Galilee and Judea, sharing simple meals beneath the open sky. The bond between them grew strong, a fellowship built on trust and shared purpose. One day, on a hillside overlooking the Sea of Galilee, a large crowd gathered to hear Jesus speak. The air was still, the sun casting a gentle warmth over the grass. His voice carried through the breeze, each word a balm for the soul. "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." His teachings offered hope, reminding people of their worth and the boundless love of God. But not everyone welcomed his message. Religious leaders and those in power felt threatened by his teachings and his growing following. They questioned his authority and sought ways to silence him. Yet Jesus remained calm, his resolve unshaken. He continued to teach, to heal, and to spread his message of love and forgiveness. As his ministry continued, Jesus travelled to Jerusalem one final time. The city was bustling with preparations for the Passover festival. Crowds welcomed him with palm branches, shouting, "Hosanna!" But beneath the celebration lay a growing tension. He shared a final meal with his disciples, breaking bread and offering wine. "Do this in remembrance of me," he said softly. That night, in the quiet Garden of Gethsemane, Jesus prayed. The stars shone above, and the olive trees stood in silent witness. He knew what lay ahead. Soldiers came, and he was arrested, betrayed by one of his own. He was taken before the authorities, questioned and condemned. Though he had committed no crime, he accepted his fate with grace and humility. He carried his cross through the streets of Jerusalem, the weight heavy upon his shoulders. The journey was slow, each step filled with pain and determination. On a hill called Golgotha, he was crucified. The sky darkened, and a hush fell over the land. Even in his final moments, he spoke words of forgiveness. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." As the sun set, his body was taken down and laid in a tomb. The world seemed to hold its breath, the weight of sorrow and loss hanging in the air. But the story did not end there. On the third day, the stone was rolled away, and the tomb was empty. His followers, filled with wonder and joy, saw him again. He had risen, a symbol of hope, redemption, and eternal love. Jesus' life, though marked by struggle and sacrifice, remains a testament to the power of compassion, forgiveness, and faith. His teachings continue to inspire millions, offering a path of peace and purpose. His story is a reminder that love endures, that hope rises even in the darkest moments, and that each of us carries within us the capacity for kindness and grace. As you drift deeper into sleep, let the story of Jesus' life bring you a sense of calm and comfort. Feel the gentle peace of his message settle over you, like a warm blanket of light. His journey, filled with love and sacrifice, reminds us of the quiet strength within our own hearts. Let the serenity of this story continue to wash over you, like a gentle tide drawing you further into rest. The life of Jesus of Nazareth is a story that transcends time, a narrative of love, sacrifice, and enduring hope. As you breathe softly, allow the echoes of his message to bring a sense of calm and comfort. Imagine the quiet streets of ancient Nazareth, the town where Jesus spent much of his early life. The air is cool, the distant hills bathed in the soft light of dawn. The scent of olive trees and wildflowers drifts through the breeze. This peaceful village, with its modest homes and narrow paths, was where he grew in wisdom and strength, surrounded by the rhythms of daily life. It was a place of simplicity, where each sunrise brought new possibilities, where every moment was a chance to learn and love. As you picture these scenes, feel the simplicity and peace of a world free from noise and distraction. The sound of soft footsteps on the earth, the whisper of the wind through the trees, and the gentle murmur of quiet conversations create a soothing backdrop. Jesus walked these streets, his heart already filled with a quiet purpose. His presence was one of kindness, humility, and unwavering love. Now imagine the rolling hills of Galilee, where Jesus often taught and spent time with his disciples. The landscape is serene, with fields of wildflowers swaying in the breeze. The Sea of Galilee stretches out before you, its surface shimmering under the morning sun. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore creates a calming rhythm. Jesus walked these shores sharing stories and parables that spoke to the hearts of those who listened. His words, like the steady waves, carried a sense of peace and clarity. The parables he told were simple, yet profound. He spoke of the Good Samaritan, a reminder to love and care for one another, regardless of differences. He shared the story of the prodigal son, illustrating the boundless nature of forgiveness and acceptance. Each story he told invited people to see the world through the lens of compassion, empathy, and understanding. As the sun sets over Galilee, the skies painted in hues of gold, pink, and lavender. Jesus and his disciples sit together on the grass, the warmth of the day fading into the cool of evening. They share bread and fish, the simple meal reminding them of life's basic joys. The bond between them is one of trust, friendship, and shared purpose. In this quiet moment, there is peace, a sense that everything is as it should be. Let this image fill your mind, the simplicity of life stripped down to its essence, companionship, kindness, and love. Jesus' journey was one of profound purpose, but it was also filled with these small, tender moments of connection. His life reminds us that even in the midst of challenges there is beauty in simplicity and strength in unity. Now imagine walking with him through the bustling streets of Jerusalem. The city is alive with energy, the sounds of merchants, travellers and pilgrims blending together in a harmonious hum. The ancient stone buildings glow in the sunlight, their walls filled with centuries of stories. In this vibrant city, Jesus continued to teach, to heal, and to offer hope to those who felt lost or forgotten. Even as challenges and opposition grew, he faced each moment with grace and courage. His steps were steady, his heart unshaken. He knew that his path would lead to sacrifice, but his love for the world was greater than his fear of suffering. Each moment of his life was a reflection of his message, to love selflessly, to forgive endlessly, and to walk in peace. Picture the gentle stillness of the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus spent his final moments of solitude before his arrest. The olive trees stand as silent witnesses, their gnarled branches reaching out like ancient hands. The night air is cool, and the stars above shimmer faintly. In this place of quiet reflection, Jesus prayed, his heart filled with both sorrow and acceptance. Even in this moment of deep vulnerability, his love remained steadfast. As the story of his life reaches its end, the message of hope and resurrection lingers. The empty tomb, the rolled-away stone, and the joy of his followers who saw him again speak of renewal and the promise that love endures beyond even the darkest moments. His story does not end with loss, but with the triumph of light over darkness, hope over despair. Let these images settle gently in your mind, like leaves drifting onto a still pond. The life of Jesus is a story of unwavering love, of sacrifice that brings renewal, and of hope that rises like the dawn. His journey teaches us that even in moments of doubt or struggle, there is a quiet strength within each of us, a capacity for love and kindness that can transform the world. As you continue to breathe softly, feel the comfort of his message surrounding you like a warm blanket. You're safe, you're loved, and you're held in the quiet peace of this moment. Allow your mind to float gently on the currents of this story, the calming rhythm guiding you deeper into rest. As you drift further into relaxation, let the calmness of this story continue to embrace you. The life of Jesus of Nazareth is more than a historical tale. It is a gentle reminder of the boundless capacity for love, forgiveness, and hope that lives within us all. His journey is a thread woven into the fabric of time, stretching across centuries, touching hearts, and bringing comfort to those who seek peace. Imagine the soft light of dawn breaking over the hills of Galilee. The sky transitions from deep indigo to a gentle shade of gold, the first rays of sunlight spilling across the fields. The air is crisp and filled with the scent of dew-kissed grass. The world stirs quietly to life, and in this tranquil moment there is a sense of renewal, of infinite possibility. This peaceful scene mirrors the promise that each day offers, a chance to start anew, to embrace life with love and compassion. As you breathe deeply, picture Jesus walking along a dusty path, his sandals leaving faint imprints in the earth. The road stretches out before him, winding through olive groves and small villages. The breeze carries the sound of distant laughter, the clink of tools, the murmur of conversations. These simple, everyday moments were the backdrop to his teachings, a reminder that holiness and grace are often found in the ordinary rhythms of life. Jesus walked these roads not as a figure of wealth or power, but as a humble man with a message of hope. His heart was open to the weary, the broken, and the forgotten. He healed those in need, not just with his touch, but with his presence. The warmth of his compassion was like a light in the darkness, a balm for aching souls. His words, spoken softly and with love, offered solace and direction to those who wandered through life seeking meaning. Imagine now the stillness of a quiet lake at sunset, the water smooth and reflective like glass. The sky glows with hues of amber and violet, the last light of the day casting long shadows across the shore. Jesus and his disciples sit by the water's edge, their voices low and peaceful. The gentle lapping of the waves creates a calming rhythm, a reminder that even in the midst of life's storms, there is always a place of stillness, a refuge for the heart. In moments of solitude, Jesus often sought quiet places to pray, to reflect, and to find peace. The hills and gardens, the quiet shores and wilderness paths, these were his sanctuaries. Let this image guide you to your own place of stillness, a place where the noise of the world fades away and you are left with the comforting presence of peace. As you drift deeper, picture a star-filled night sky stretching endlessly above you. Each star is a beacon of light, a reminder of the infinite possibilities and the enduring presence of love and hope. Jesus' message, like these stars, shines brightly through the darkness, offering guidance, warmth, and assurance. His life teaches that even when the path is uncertain, the light of love can always lead us forward. Think of his gentle words, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." These words, spoken with tenderness, are an invitation to let go of your worries, your fears, and your burdens. In this moment, allow yourself to release anything that weighs you down. Let your mind and body relax fully, knowing that you are safe, loved, and cared for. The life of Jesus, filled with love, humility, and sacrifice, whispers to us that peace is not just something to be sought, it is something we can carry within us. His journey of compassion and forgiveness reminds us that kindness, no matter how small, has the power to change the world. Even in moments of difficulty there is hope, and even in moments of doubt there is faith. As you float in the comfort of this story, feel the warmth of peace settling over you, like the soft glow of morning light. Your breath is slow and steady, your body relaxed, your mind gently drifting. You are enveloped in a sense of stillness, a deep tranquility that invites you to rest fully and completely. Imagine Jesus' presence beside you, a quiet, reassuring presence that offers comfort without words. His life reminds us that we are never truly alone, that love is always with us, and that peace is always within reach. Allow this thought to settle in your heart, bringing a sense of security and calm. As the world around you fades into the gentle veil of sleep, know that this peace will remain with you. The story of Jesus, his love, his compassion, and his sacrifice lingers like a soft echo, guiding you into a night of deep restorative rest. Your journey into sleep is a journey into comfort, where the cares of the day dissolve and are replaced by warmth, hope, and serenity. Thank you for spending this time with us at History and Sleep. May the life of Jesus of Nazareth fill your dreams with peace, love, and quiet inspiration. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts, cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularised thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown. But even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continue to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's work spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present. The American Civil War didn't happen overnight. It was the result of tensions that had been building for decades. Tensions rooted in profound differences between the North and South. At the heart of it all was the issue of slavery. In the South, slavery wasn't just an institution, it was their economy. Cotton fields stretched as far as the eye could see, and the labour of enslaved people made the South incredibly wealthy. But it came at an unbearable cost. The humanity of millions denied, their voices silenced. In the North, things were changing. The Industrial Revolution was taking hold, and with it came growing calls to abolish slavery. People were starting to speak out more. questioning how a nation built on the idea of liberty could allow such a system to exist. This wasn't just a difference of opinion, it was a clash of values, one that only grew louder as time went on. Then there was the question of states' rights. Southern leaders believed they had the right to govern themselves without interference, especially when it came to slavery. They feared that the federal government, growing stronger by the year, would strip them of their autonomy. On the other side, many in the North believed that a united country required a strong central government, one that could uphold the principles of freedom and equality. The country tried to hold itself together through compromise. The Missouri Compromise, the Compromise of 1850, these were like bandages on a wound that just wouldn't heal. Each new agreement seemed to deepen the mistrust between the North and South. By the 1850s, things were nearing a breaking point. Laws like the Fugitive Slave Act demanded that even people in free states help capture runaway slaves, and that outraged abolitionists. Books like Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin brought the horrors of slavery to light, stirring emotions on both sides. Then came politics. The Republican Party was formed, with a platform that directly opposed the expansion of slavery. When Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860, it was the final straw for the South. His victory wasn't just a political loss, it felt like a direct threat to their way of life. Southern states began to secede from the Union, forming the Confederate States of America, and just like that, the country reached its breaking point. The differences that had been simmering for so long finally boiled over, leading to a conflict that would redefine what it meant to be an American. As you think about these divisions, take a deep breath. Picture the people living through this time, the fear, the hope, the uncertainty. Let the weight of their struggles soften as you relax, knowing that history is full of lessons about resilience, progress, and the power of moving forward. By the spring of 1861, the tensions that had been tearing the nation apart finally reached a boiling point. In Charleston, South Carolina, a small Union garrison stationed at Fort Sumter found itself surrounded by Confederate forces. The fort had become a symbol of defiance for the Union and a test of legitimacy for the Confederacy. Both sides knew that what happened there could set the tone for what was to come. After weeks of tense standoff, Confederate forces under the command of General P.G.T. Beauregard demanded that the Union troops surrender the fort. When Major Robert Anderson, the Union commander, refused, the Confederate forces opened fire on April 12, 1861. For 34 hours the cannons roared, lighting up the harbour with fiery streaks and deafening booms. The soldiers inside Fort Sumter endured the bombardment as best they could, but with no reinforcements and supplies dwindling, Major Anderson had no choice but to surrender. The fall of Fort Sumter was more than just the opening act of the Civil War. It was a spark that ignited the passions of both the North and South. News of the attack spread like wildfire, stirring anger and determination on both sides. In the North, President Abraham Lincoln issued a call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion. The response was overwhelming, with men from towns and cities across the Union stepping forward, ready to fight for the preservation of the nation. In the South, the bombardment of Fort Sumter was seen as a declaration of independence. More states, including Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Arkansas, joined the Confederacy. The divide was now complete, the lines drawn between two very different visions of America. The early days of the war were marked by a sense of optimism on both sides. Many believed the conflict would be brief, with one decisive battle bringing it to an end. Young men marched off to war with confidence, their families cheering them on with flags and songs. But beneath the surface, the reality of what was to come was far graver than anyone could imagine. As you think about the beginnings of this war, allow your mind to soften its grip on the tension. Picture the soldiers standing on the shores of Charleston Harbour, their breaths visible in the cool dawn air, their thoughts uncertain but resolute. Imagine the cannon fire fading into silence, replaced by the gentle rhythm of waves lapping against the shore. Let this moment remind you that even in the face of division, hope and resolve can endure. As the war moved from the hopeful marches of its early days to the grim reality of prolonged conflict, the battles became larger, bloodier, and more devastating than anyone could have imagined. Names like Antietam, Gettysburg, and Vicksburg became etched into the collective memory of a nation forever changed by the horrors of war. In September 1862, the Battle of Antietam unfolded in Maryland. It was a single day of unimaginable carnage. Soldiers clashed in cornfields and along winding roads, with cannon fire and musket shots tearing through the air. By the end of the day, more than 22,000 men were dead, wounded, or missing. The ground was soaked with blood, and the scale of the losses left an indelible mark on those who survived. But out of this tragedy came a turning point. President Lincoln used the Union's strategic victory at Antietam to announce the Emancipation Proclamation, redefining the war as a fight not just to preserve the Union but to end slavery. Then came Gettysburg, the battle often seen as the turning point of the war. For 3 days in July 1863, Union and Confederate forces clashed in the rolling hills and fields of Pennsylvania. The stakes were enormous and the fighting relentless. On the third day, Confederate General Robert E. Lee ordered a bold assault known as Pickett's Charge. Thousands of Confederate soldiers marched across an open field under withering Union fire. The charge failed, leaving the Confederate army battered and retreating. Gettysburg marked the beginning of the end for the Confederacy, but the cost was staggering. More than 50,000 casualties in just 3 days. Further south, the Union Army achieved another critical victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, securing control of the Mississippi River. The campaign was grueling, with soldiers enduring sweltering heat, constant skirmishes, and the hardships of siege warfare. When Vicksburg fell on July 4th, 1863, the Confederacy was effectively split in two, a devastating blow to their cause. These battles revealed the full weight of the Civil War, not just in numbers but in the profound human cost. Families mourned the loss of fathers, brothers and sons. Soldiers bore the scars of battle, both physical and emotional. The countryside was littered with the remnants of war, broken cannons, torn flags, and fields that once grew crops now filled with unmarked graves. As you reflect on these moments, let your thoughts rest lightly on the courage of those who lived through these battles. Picture the quiet after the storm, the fields growing still, the sun setting over the hills, and the long shadows stretching across the land. Let this image of stillness and resilience bring a sense of calm to your own thoughts, reminding you that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to healing. While the Civil War raged on the battlefields, the lives of those who remained at home were transformed in ways that were just as profound. Families were torn apart, communities reshaped, and everyday life became a constant balancing act between hope and hardship. In the North, industry boomed as factories shifted their focus to produce weapons, uniforms, and supplies for the Union Army. Women took on roles they had never imagined, working in factories, managing farms, and volunteering as nurses. Clara Barton, who would later found the American Red Cross, became a symbol of this era, tirelessly caring for wounded soldiers and earning the nickname the Angel of the Battlefield. But even as the war effort created new opportunities, it brought heartache, with families anxiously awaiting news from the front lines. In the South, the war brought devastation. Cities like Atlanta and Richmond were transformed into hubs of Confederate military activity, but as Union forces advanced, they left a trail of destruction in their wake. Fields that once grew cotton and tobacco now stood fallow or burned. With so many men away fighting, women and children were left to manage farms, often without the resources they needed. Food shortages became common, and Confederate currency quickly lost its value, plunging families into poverty. Both sides experienced the emotional toll of war. letters became lifelines, offering glimpses of love, worry and resilience. Soldiers wrote about the hardships they faced, while their families wrote back with words of encouragement and longing. These letters carried the weight of entire relationships, connecting lives separated by hundreds of miles. In addition to the physical and emotional struggles, the war also brought questions of identity and purpose. Enslaved people in the South began to seize opportunities for freedom as Union forces advanced. Some escaped to the north, while others joined the Union Army, fighting for their own liberation and the promise of a new life. The Emancipation Proclamation, announced in 1862, gave their efforts a powerful voice, transforming the war into a fight not just for unity but for justice. Amid all this upheaval, communities found moments of solace. Churches became places of gathering and prayer, offering comfort to those who had lost so much. Music, too, became a source of strength. Patriotic anthems, sorrowful ballads, and spirituals filled the air, reflecting the hopes and fears of a nation at war. As you reflect on the home front, allow yourself to feel the weight of these quiet acts of resilience. Picture a mother sewing by candlelight, her stitches steady even as her heart aches with worry, or a soldier reading a letter from home, finding strength in the words of love and hope. Let these moments of humanity remind you of the enduring power of connection, even in the face of immense challenge. By 1864, the Civil War had entered its fourth year. The hope for a quick resolution had long faded, replaced by the grim reality of a war that seemed to have no end. But momentum was beginning to shift. The Union, under new and determined leadership, launched a series of campaigns that would bring the war to a close, though not without immense sacrifice. General Ulysses S. Grant had risen to command the Union forces, bringing with him a relentless strategy of total war. Unlike his predecessors, Grant was willing to engage the Confederate armies directly, knowing that the Union's superior numbers and resources could eventually wear them down. His overland campaign in Virginia was brutal, with battles like the Wilderness and Cold Harbor leaving tens of thousands dead. Yet Grant pressed on, earning the nickname Unconditional Surrender for his unwavering resolve. In the Deep South, General William Tecumseh Sherman carried out his infamous March to the Sea, cutting a path of destruction from Atlanta to Savannah. Sherman's goal was to break the South's will to fight by targeting not just its armies, but its infrastructure and resources. Railroads were torn up, factories dismantled and crops burned. The devastation was immense, but it succeeded in crippling the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war. As Union forces closed in, Confederate morale began to crumble. Desertions increased, supplies dwindled, and the reality of defeat loomed. In April 1865, General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, the backbone of the Confederate forces, found itself surrounded near the village of Appomattox Courthouse. With no hope of escape, Lee met with Grant to negotiate surrender. Their meeting on April 9th, 1865, marked the end of the war's major fighting. The terms Grant offered were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home with their horses and personal belongings. His intention was to heal the nation rather than humiliate its defeated half. It was a moment of quiet dignity, the beginning of a long and difficult process of reconciliation. Yet, even as the war ended, its cost was staggering. More than 600,000 lives had been lost, and much of the South lay in ruins. President Abraham Lincoln, who had guided the Union through its darkest hours, would not live to see the fruits of his efforts. Just days after Lee's surrender, Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer, plunging the nation into mourning. The war had answered two critical questions. The Union would endure and slavery would not, but it left behind deep scars, both physical and emotional, that would take generations to heal. The Reconstruction era that followed was fraught with challenges, as the nation struggled to rebuild and redefine itself. As you reflect on the end of this monumental conflict, let the weight of its lessons rest gently in your thoughts. Imagine the quiet after the surrender, the weary soldiers returning home, the fields gradually returning to life, and the first rays of hope shining through the darkness. Let these images remind you of the strength it takes to rebuild and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. When the guns fell silent and the soldiers returned home, the United States was a changed nation. The Civil War had been a crucible, testing the very foundation of the country and reshaping its identity forever. Though the fighting was over, the legacy of this monumental conflict continued to echo through the generations, shaping the path forward for a fractured but hopeful nation. One of the most profound outcomes of the war was the abolition of slavery. The Emancipation Proclamation had begun this process, but it was the 13th Amendment, ratified in December 1865, that formally ended the institution that had defined so much of the nation's conflict. Millions of formerly enslaved people began new lives, but the road ahead was steep. The promises of freedom were met with resistance, and the Reconstruction era revealed just how deep the division still ran. The war also redefined the relationship between the states and the federal government. No longer would the question of secession hang over the Union. The victory of the North solidified the idea that the United States was not just a collection of states, but a single, indivisible nation. It was a hard-fought truth, one that cost countless lives but ultimately preserved the Union. Yet the scars of war were everywhere. The South faced immense physical and economic devastation. Cities had been reduced to rubble, and entire communities were struggling to rebuild. The loss of so many men left families broken and towns forever changed. Even in the North, where victory was celebrated, the weight of the sacrifices made was impossible to ignore. For the soldiers who fought, the war left an indelible mark. Some returned home to rebuild their lives, carrying memories of camaraderie and courage. Others bore wounds, both seen and unseen, that would shape the rest of their days. Memorials began to rise in towns across the country, honouring the fallen and reminding future generations of the cost of conflict. The Civil War also left a legacy of storytelling. Veterans shared their experiences, songs from the era became part of the cultural fabric, and writers like Walt Whitman and Ambrose Bierce captured the emotional depth of the war in poetry and prose. These stories served not only to remember, but to help a nation heal, to bridge the gaps between North and South, and to offer lessons for the future. As you reflect on the legacy of the Civil War, let the enormity of its lessons settle softly in your thoughts. Imagine the strength of a people rebuilding from such a devastating chapter, the resilience to start anew, the courage to face an uncertain future, and the hope that guided them toward a brighter horizon. Let these reflections fill you with a quiet sense of gratitude and peace. The Battle of Stalingrad began in the summer of 1942. During the height of World War II, the German army, under Adolf Hitler's command, launched a massive offensive aimed at capturing the industrial city of Stalingrad on the Volga River. Stalingrad was more than just a strategic target. It bore the name of the Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, and its capture would deal a psychological blow to the Soviet Union. For Hitler, taking Stalingrad was as much about prestige as it was about military strategy. Stalingrad was a vital industrial hub, producing weapons, ammunition, and supplies. Crucial to the Soviet war effort, its location, on the Volga River, made it a key transportation route, linking the northern and southern regions of the Soviet Union. For Stalin, the city's defense was non-negotiable. Losing it would be both a symbolic and logistical disaster. In August 1942, the German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, began its advance on Stalingrad. The city, a sprawling industrial expanse with factories, railways, and residential areas, became the site of one of the most grueling battles in history. The Germans were initially confident of a swift victory, but the Soviet defenders, under the command of General Vasily Chuikov, were determined to resist. At all costs, the fighting in Stalingrad was unlike anything the world had seen before. Urban warfare turned every street, building and factory into a battleground. The Germans and Soviets engaged in brutal close-quarters combat, often fighting, room by room, floor by floor. The city became a labyrinth of destruction, with rubble and debris transforming entire neighbourhoods into treacherous landscapes. The Soviets adopted a strategy of hugging the German forces, staying as close as possible to avoid being targeted by German airstrikes and artillery. This forced the Germans into relentless hand-to-hand combat, draining their resources and morale. Soviet snipers, hidden in the ruins, became a deadly force, picking off German soldiers with precision. One of the most famous snipers, Vasily Zaitsev, became a symbol of Soviet resilience, his actions inspiring defenders across the city. As the weeks turned into months, the harsh Russian winter set in, adding another layer of misery to the already dire conditions. Temperatures plummeted, and both sides struggled to survive in the freezing cold. Supplies dwindled, and hunger and disease took their toll. Yet, despite the suffering, the Soviets held firm. Reinforcements and supplies continued to trickle into the city across the frozen Volga River, ensuring that the defenders could maintain their resistance. The turning point in the Battle of Stalingrad came in November 1942 with the launch of Operation Uranus. The Soviet High Command, led by General Georgy Zhukov, devised a bold counteroffensive to encircle the German Sixth Army. While the Germans were focused on their assault within the city, the Soviets launched massive attacks on the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops. The plan was a success. Within days, the Soviet pincers closed around Stalingrad, trapping the German Sixth Army inside the city. What followed was a desperate struggle for survival. The encircled German forces, numbering over 300,000 men, were cut off from supplies and reinforcements. Hitler, refusing to allow a retreat, ordered Paulus to hold the city at all costs. The Luftwaffe attempted to airlift supplies to the encircled troops, but the efforts were insufficient. The soldiers inside the pocket faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet attacks. The Soviets tightened their grip on the city, systematically destroying the remaining German positions. The defenders' situation became increasingly hopeless, and morale plummeted. In January 1943, the Soviets launched their final assault to crush the pocket. By this time, Paulus and his men were exhausted, demoralized, and out of options. On February 2nd, 1943, Paulus surrendered, marking the end of the Battle of Stalingrad. The Soviet victory was a turning point in the war, shattering the myth of German invincibility and shifting the momentum in favour of the Allies. It was a devastating blow to Hitler's ambitions, and the loss of the Sixth Army was a humiliation from which Germany would never fully recover. The cost of the battle, however, was staggering. Over 2 million soldiers and civilians were killed, wounded, or captured. During the 5 months of fighting, Stalingrad itself was left in ruins, its streets and buildings reduced to rubble, The human suffering on both sides was immense, with countless families forever altered by the loss of loved ones despite the devastation. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad became a symbol of resilience and determination. It demonstrated the power of unity and the will to endure even the most harrowing of circumstances. The people of Stalingrad, who had endured unimaginable hardship, became heroes in the eyes of their nation. In the years following the war, Stalingrad was rebuilt, its scars serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to defend it. Monuments and memorials were erected to honour the fallen, including the iconic Mamayev Kurgan, a hill that saw some of the fiercest fighting during the battle. At its summit stands the towering statue of the Motherland Calls, a symbol of the Soviet Union's strength and resilience. The Battle of Stalingrad remains one of the most studied and remembered events of World War II. It serves as a testament to the courage and determination of those who fought, and as a reminder of the horrors of war. The sacrifices made at Stalingrad helped shape the course of history, paving the way for the eventual Allied victory. As you drift into sleep tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength of the human spirit and the resilience that emerges in the face of adversity. Imagine the quiet, snow-covered streets of the rebuilt city, the echoes of history carried gently on the wind. Let the bravery and sacrifice of those who endured inspire a sense of gratitude and peace within you. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad did not end with the surrender of the German Sixth Army. Its aftermath rippled far beyond the frozen streets of the ruined city, shaping the course of World War II and the history of the 20th century. The Soviet victory was a turning point, not just for the Eastern Front, but for the entire Allied effort. It demonstrated the determination and resilience of the Soviet people and marked the beginning of a relentless push to drive the Axis forces out of the Soviet Union and eventually defeat them in Europe. The cost of the battle was nearly unimaginable. The casualty figures are staggering, with estimates placing the total number of dead, wounded, or missing on both sides at over 2 million. Civilians caught in the crossfire endured unimaginable suffering as the city they called home became a war zone of unthinkable destruction. Homes were destroyed, families torn apart, and lives forever altered by the relentless tide of war. For the survivors of Stalingrad, the end of the battle brought no immediate relief. The city, once a thriving industrial centre, lay in ruins. Entire neighbourhoods had been reduced to rubble, and the infrastructure was necessary for daily life, water, electricity, food supplies, was obliterated. The people of Stalingrad faced the monumental task of rebuilding their lives and their city from the ashes. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, there was a sense of pride and determination among the survivors. They had endured the unendurable and emerged victorious. The Soviet government worked swiftly to rebuild Stalingrad. The city became a symbol of resilience and sacrifice, a beacon of Soviet strength and determination, propaganda, celebrated the victory as a triumph of socialism and the indomitable spirit of the Soviet people. The rebuilding effort was immense, and though the scars of war were not easily erased, the city slowly rose from its ashes. For the German army, the defeat at Stalingrad was a catastrophe from which it would never fully recover. The loss of the Sixth Army, one of Germany's most experienced and well-equipped fighting forces, was a devastating blow. Morale among German troops on the Eastern Front plummeted, and the aura of invincibility that had surrounded the Wehrmacht since the beginning of the war was shattered. Hitler's refusal to allow a retreat, his insistence on holding Stalingrad at all costs, and the ultimate surrender of Paulus and his forces exposed the flaws in Germany's military strategy and leadership. The Soviets capitalized on their victory at Stalingrad, launching a series of offensives that pushed the Germans further and further west. The Red Army's momentum, gained at such great cost in Stalingrad, carried them all the way to Berlin by the spring of 1945. The victory at Stalingrad was the foundation upon which the eventual Soviet triumph in World War II was built. Beyond its military significance, the Battle of Stalingrad left a profound legacy in the collective memory of the world. It became a symbol of resilience, sacrifice, and the unyielding human spirit. The stories of the soldiers and civilians who endured the battle, stories of heroism, endurance, and survival, continue to resonate. Their experiences remind us of the horrors of war, the cost of conflict, and the strength of the human will to persevere. For the people of Stalingrad, their city's name became synonymous with courage and defiance. In 1961, during a wave of de-Stalinization in the Soviet Union, the city was renamed Volgograd, yet the memory of the Battle of Stalingrad remained deeply embedded in the hearts of those who lived through it and those who came after. The name Stalingrad continues to evoke the profound sacrifices made during those grueling months of battle. The battlefields of Stalingrad have since been preserved as places of remembrance and reflection. The Myrmiev Kurgan Memorial Complex, with its towering statue of the Motherland Calls, stands as a testament to the courage and sacrifice of those who fought and died there. Visitors from around the world come to walk the hallowed ground, to honour the memory of the fallen, and to reflect on the lessons of history. As we look back on the Battle of Stalingrad, it serves as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. It is a story of sacrifice and survival, of hope and determination, and of the enduring belief in the possibility of a better future. As you rest tonight, let the story of Stalingrad remind you of the strength that lies within us all. Imagine the quiet streets of the rebuilt city, the soft whispers of the Volga River, and the stillness that now blankets a place once filled with chaos. Let the courage and sacrifice of those who endured inspire peace and gratitude in your heart. The legacy of the Battle of Stalingrad extends beyond its historical and military significance. It has become a symbol of human endurance, the cost of war, and the hope for reconciliation. The rebuilding of Stalingrad, later renamed Volgograd, was not merely a physical endeavour, but an emotional and cultural journey. Every stone laid, every home rebuilt, was a testament to the resilience of the people who survived the horrors of war. In the aftermath of the battle, the city became a focal point for the Soviet Union's narrative of victory and sacrifice. Monuments were erected to commemorate the bravery of those who fought, such as the eternal flame that burns in memory of the fallen. The massive statue of the Motherland Calls, one of the tallest statues in the world, towers over the landscape as a powerful reminder of the battle's significance. It is not just a symbol of victory, but a tribute to the unbreakable will of the defenders and the civilians who endured unimaginable suffering. For decades, the memory of Stalingrad shaped the Soviet Union's identity and its portrayal on the global stage. The battle was celebrated in films, literature, and art, each retelling emphasizing the unity and determination of the Soviet people. The city became a pilgrimage site for veterans, their families, and historians seeking to understand the profound impact of this defining moment in history on a more personal level. The stories of those who fought and survived the battle have been passed down through generations. Veterans shared their experiences with their children and grandchildren, ensuring that the sacrifices made at Stalingrad would never be forgotten. These personal accounts, filled with both sorrow and pride, add depth to the historical narrative and remind us of the humanity behind the statistics. Globally, Stalingrad has become a symbol of resistance and perseverance. Its name is invoked in discussions of strategy, endurance, and the high cost of war for historians and military scholars. The battle offers countless lessons on tactics, leadership, and the interplay of morale and logistics for ordinary people. It stands as a reminder of what can be achieved when the human spirit refuses to yield. In recent years, efforts have been made to preserve the memory of Stalingrad while fostering a spirit of reconciliation. Memorials and museums now serve not only as places of remembrance, but also as venues for dialogue and education. They encourage visitors to reflect on the consequences of war and the importance of working toward peace. The city of Volgograd, while forever tied to its past, is also a thriving modern metropolis. Its people have rebuilt their lives and created a vibrant community that honours its history while looking to the future. The scars of the battle remain in some places, but they serve as reminders of resilience rather than destruction. The lessons of Stalingrad resonate today, reminding us of the importance of unity in the face of adversity, the necessity of standing firm for what is right and the value of seeking peace, even in the darkest times. It teaches us that the human spirit, when fueled by determination and hope, can endure even the greatest challenges. As you settle into rest, let the story of Stalingrad fill you with a sense of reflection and gratitude. Picture the calm, serene city of Volgograd today, its streets filled with life, its people moving forward while carrying the memory of their past. Imagine the stillness of the fields and the gentle flow of the Volga River, now a place of peace and renewal. The story of the Battle of Stalingrad is rich with details and facts that help us understand the scale of the conflict and the impact it had on the course of World War II. As we reflect further on this pivotal event, let's explore some key facts that bring its history into sharper focus. The Battle of Stalingrad lasted for 200 days, from August 23rd, 1942 to February 2nd, 1943. It is considered one of the longest and bloodiest battles in the history of warfare. The total number of casualties is estimated at over 2 million, making it one of the deadliest chaos battles in human history. These figures include soldiers from both sides, as well as countless civilians caught in the crossfire. The German Sixth Army, led by General Friedrich Paulus, was one of the most formidable forces in Hitler's military. At its peak, the Sixth Army was comprised of over 300,000 soldiers. By the end of the battle, nearly 91,000 German soldiers were taken prisoner, including General Paulus himself. The Soviet strategy of hugging the enemy, staying in close combat to neutralize the Germans' artillery and air superiority, played a critical role in the city's defense. This tactic turned the urban ruins of Stalingrad into a deadly maze for the German forces. Vasily Zaitsev, a Soviet sniper, became a symbol of the defenders' resilience. During the battle, he is credited with killing over 225 German soldiers, including enemy snipers, which boosted the morale of his comrades. Operation Uranus, the Soviet counteroffensive launched in November 1942, was a brilliantly executed maneuver. By attacking the weaker flanks of the German forces held by Romanian and Italian troops, the Soviets were able to encircle and trap the German Sixth Army within the city. The German soldiers trapped in the encirclement known as the Kessel, or cauldron, endured horrific conditions. They faced starvation, freezing temperatures, and relentless Soviet assaults. Supplies delivered by air were woefully inadequate, leading to widespread suffering and death. One of the defining moments of the battle was Hitler's refusal to allow Paulus to retreat or break out of the encirclement. This decision sealed the fate of the Sixth Army and marked a significant turning point within the war. When General Paulus surrendered on February 2nd, 1943, it was the first time in history that a German field marshal had been captured alive. This was a major humiliation for Hitler and a symbolic victory for the Allies. The Soviet victory at Stalingrad marked the beginning of a series of offensives that pushed the German forces back across Eastern Europe. It was a critical turning point that shifted the momentum of the war in favour of the Allies. The city of Stalingrad, renamed Volgograd in 1961, has become a place of remembrance. Monuments like the Mamayev Kurgan and the Motherland Calls serve as powerful tributes to those who fought and died during the battle. Despite its association with destruction and suffering, Stalingrad is also a symbol of resilience, unity, and the indomitable human spirit. Its story continues to inspire people around the world, reminding us of the importance of courage and perseverance. As you reflect On these facts, let the weights of history settle gently. In your mind, each detail, each moment of bravery, uproars, and sacrifice adds to the tapestry of this remarkable story. Imagine the quiet streets of Volgograd today, a city that has risen from the ashes of war, standing as a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit. As the 16th century dawned, Italy stood as one of the most vibrant and culturally rich regions in Europe. It was the heart of the Renaissance, its cities alive with art, science, and intellectual thought. Yet beneath this brilliance lay a fragmented political landscape that would spark decades of turmoil. Unlike the unified kingdoms of France and Spain, Italy was a collection of fiercely independent city-states and kingdoms, each vying for dominance. From the maritime might of Venice to the artistic hub of Florence, from the papal states wielding both spiritual and temporal authority to the militarized Duchy of Milan, the Italian peninsula was a patchwork of ambition and rivalry. This division made Italy uniquely vulnerable. The city-states frequently clashed over territory and trade routes, expending resources and forming unstable alliances. Instead of uniting against external threats, they often sought outside powers as allies in their internal disputes. France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, each with their eyes on Italy's wealth and strategic importance, were quick to exploit these divisions. To them, Italy was not just a cultural treasure trove, it was a gateway to greater influence in Europe and the Mediterranean. Adding to this complex web of politics was the immense power of the papacy. Popes of this era were not merely religious leaders, but political figures deeply involved in Italy's affairs. They negotiated alliances, raised armies, and often pursued personal and familial ambitions under the guise of defending Christendom. The Church's wealth and land holdings made it a significant player in the power struggles that shaped the region. Popes like Alexander VI and Julius II used their positions to influence the balance of power, turning Rome into both a battleground and a prize. The Renaissance further heightened the stakes. Italian cities were not only politically and economically important, they were also cultural beacons. The competition among states to sponsor the greatest artists, thinkers, and architects added another layer of rivalry. Florence became synonymous with innovation, Venice dominated trade, and Milan built its reputation on military strength and strategic alliances. These states, despite their brilliance, often overestimated their ability to control the forces they unleashed when inviting foreign powers to intervene in their disputes. The spark that ignited the Italian wars came in 1494, when Charles VIII of France, claiming a dynastic right to the Kingdom of Naples, marched his army across the Alps. His invasion was the result of years of political manoeuvring and alliances gone awry. Florence, Naples, and Milan had all played roles in drawing France into Italian affairs, hoping to use Charles's ambitions to their advantage. Instead, they unleashed a force far greater than they anticipated. The French army, with its modern artillery and disciplined soldiers, overwhelmed local defences, setting off a chain reaction that drew in Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and eventually even the Ottoman Empire. The Italian wars were not a single conflict, but a series of battles and campaigns lasting over 6 decades. They were fought not just for territorial control, but for dominance over Europe itself. Italy became the battleground where the ambitions of France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire clashed, with Italian city-states caught in the middle. The fragmented nature of the Italian peninsula, once a source of cultural diversity and wealth, now became its greatest vulnerability. As you reflect on this intricate political landscape, imagine the bustling cities of Renaissance Italy, filled with life and brilliance, yet shadowed by uncertainty. Picture the delicate balance of power, like a fine thread stretched too tightly, waiting to unravel. Let the rhythm of this story settle over you, its complexity and beauty easing your mind as you relax further into a state of calm. The first act of the Italian Wars began in 1494 when Charles VIII of France launched his invasion of Italy, claiming his dynastic right to the Kingdom of Naples. This campaign marked the first time a major European power would openly stake its claim to Italian lands, setting off a chain reaction that would embroil the continent in conflict for over 60 years. The decision to invade was driven by a combination of ambition, opportunity, and the fractured political state of Italy itself. Charles VIII saw Italy as a land of immense wealth and prestige, its city-states filled with treasures that could bolster his power and finance his ambitions in Europe. Yet his claim to Naples was not entirely self-driven. He had been encouraged by Ludovico Sforza, the Duke of Milan, who sought to use French support to consolidate his own power and counter his rivals in Florence and Venice. This invitation would prove a double-edged sword, for while Charles's army marched with incredible strength, it also disrupted the delicate balance of power that had kept Italy relatively stable. The French army was unlike anything Italy had faced before. Equipped with advanced artillery and professional soldiers, it swept through northern Italy with alarming speed. The city-states, unprepared for such a modern force, quickly capitulated or offered little resistance. Florence, long a hub of Renaissance brilliance, was forced to submit to Charles's demands, its leader Piero de' Medici attempting to placate the French with territorial concessions. This sparked outrage among the Florentine people, leading to the ousting of the Medici family and a period of tumult in the city. As Charles pressed southward, his campaign continued to unsettle Italy. The Papal States, under Pope Alexander VI, faced immense pressure to negotiate with the French king, who posed a direct threat to Rome itself. Ultimately, Alexander chose diplomacy over confrontation, allowing Charles to pass unimpeded. The French army reached Naples in 1495, capturing the city with relative ease, yet the ease of their victories belied the challenges that lay ahead. The rapid success of the French invasion alarmed the rest of Europe. Ferdinand II of Aragon, whose Spanish crown had claims to Naples, saw the French presence as a direct threat to his interests. He joined forces with the Holy Roman Empire, Venice and Milan in the formation of the League of Venice, a coalition designed to expel the French and restore balance to Italy. This alliance marked the beginning of a prolonged and complex series of conflicts that would characterise the Italian Wars. Charles VIII's return journey to France was fraught with difficulty. At the Battle of Fornovo in 1495, the League of Venice confronted the French forces in a fierce engagement. Though Charles managed to escape with most of his army intact, his dream of holding Naples dissolved as Spanish forces moved to reclaim the city. This marked a turning point. While the French had demonstrated their military might, their inability to sustain control over Italy revealed the limits of their power. The first invasion set the tone for the Italian Wars, a conflict defined by shifting alliances, brutal battles, and the constant interference of foreign powers in Italian affairs. For the Italian city-states, the war underscored their vulnerability. Their reliance on external allies often backfired, leaving them at the mercy of larger powers whose interests rarely aligned with their own. As you reflect on this chapter of the story, picture the vast French armies marching through the Italian countryside, their movements echoing the ambitions of kings and the fragility of states. Imagine the Renaissance cities, so full of life and beauty, now shadowed by the weight of war. Let the rhythm of these thoughts guide you into deeper relaxation, the flow of history calming your mind and easing your spirit. As the Italian Wars progressed, Spain emerged as a dominant force, reshaping the balance of power across Europe and the Italian peninsula. Following Charles VIII's retreat, Ferdinand II of Aragon sought to strengthen Spain's influence, focusing on reclaiming Naples, a key prize in the struggle for Italian supremacy. Spain's military, under the leadership of Gonzalo Fernández de Córdoba, revered as the Great Captain, introduced innovative battlefield strategies. The Spanish tercios, disciplined formations combining pikemen and arquebusiers, proved revolutionary. Their effectiveness surpassed that of the traditional heavy cavalry favoured by France. In a series of decisive battles, including Cerignola and Garigliano in 1503, Spanish forces secured Naples. Their victories demonstrated superior tactics and organisation. With Naples under Spanish control, Ferdinand established Spain as a key power in southern Italy, solidifying its influence and preparing for further engagements with France. Yet the French were far from deterred. In 1515, Francis I ascended to the French throne and reignited his nation's ambitions. His forces achieved a major victory at the Battle of Marignano, reclaiming Milan and briefly restoring French dominance in northern Italy. This resurgence set the stage for an intense rivalry between Francis III and Charles V of the Habsburg dynasty. Charles, inheriting a vast empire that included Spain, the Holy Roman Empire, and territories in the Americas, wielded immense resources. His ambitions extended far beyond Italy, but the peninsula became a crucial theatre of war. The pivotal Battle of Pavia in 1525 marked a turning point. Spanish forces decisively defeated the French army, capturing Francis I in the process. This victory shattered French momentum and solidified Spanish Habsburg dominance in Italy. Milan fell under Habsburg influence, and Spain's position became unassailable. Despite these triumphs, the Italian wars were far from settled. France continued its efforts to reclaim lost ground. However, Spain's wealth from its burgeoning empire in the Americas provided the resources needed to sustain prolonged campaigns. This economic advantage, combined with strategic alliances and military innovation, ensured Spain's supremacy. Italian city-states such as Venice, Florence, and the Papal States became entangled in this larger conflict. Their independence increasingly compromised as foreign powers dictated the region's fate. The conflict reshaped Italy, turning it into the epicenter of European power struggles. Its vibrant cities and cultural landmarks endured cycles of war and occupation. Yet through it all, the resilience of its people shone. They continued to create art, foster innovation, and maintain their identity even amid turmoil, while you drift further in sleep. Picture the rolling hills of Italy and the bustling cities of the Renaissance, their beauty and complexity undiminished despite the shadow of war. Imagine the measured rhythm of history, the ebb and flow of ambition and resilience, and let the cadence of these thoughts guide you toward peace. Each detail of this story invites you to unwind, to let go of the day's tension as the calm of the past eases your mind. By the early 1520s, the Italian wars reached a brutal and transformative juncture, a moment that underscored the devastating consequences of prolonged conflict. The sack of Rome in 1527, carried out by the forces of Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, marked one of the darkest chapters of the era. It exposed the vulnerability of even the most powerful institutions, including the papacy, to the chaos of war. This catastrophic event was not entirely planned. It was the result of unpaid and unruly soldiers, primarily Spanish and German mercenaries, who had grown discontented with their leaders. These troops, driven by desperation and greed, turned their frustrations toward the city of Rome. On May 6, 1527, they breached the city's walls. Their assault was swift and merciless, reducing the Eternal City to a scene of horror. Thousands of civilians were slaughtered, churches and homes were looted, and priceless works of art were destroyed or stolen. The Pope himself, Clement VII, was forced to seek refuge in the Castel Sant'Angelo, where he remained under siege for months. The sack of Rome sent shockwaves throughout Europe. It demonstrated that no city, no matter how revered or powerful, was immune to the ravages of war. This act of violence shattered the image of the Holy Roman Empire as a protector of Christendom. Instead, it revealed the unpredictable nature of power struggles when greed and chaos overtook strategic planning. The symbolic heart of Catholicism had been desecrated, leaving a lasting scar on the Italian wars and a sobering reminder of the stakes involved. The fallout from this event led to a re-evaluation of alliances and power dynamics. The Pope, who had previously aligned with France and other anti-Habsburg factions, was forced to reconcile with Charles V. This uneasy alliance reshaped the political landscape of Italy, placing the papacy firmly under Habsburg influence. For the French, the sack represented another setback in their ambitions to dominate Italy. The devastation of Rome weakened their potential ally, leaving them increasingly isolated in the conflict. As the dust settled, the sack of Rome came to symbolize the broader toll of the Italian wars. The conflict had begun as a battle for territorial control, but it had evolved into a far-reaching struggle that disrupted the cultural, economic and political fabric of Italy. The Renaissance ideals of beauty, innovation and humanism were overshadowed by the relentless march of armies and the ambitions of rulers. Even amid this devastation, Italy's resilience persisted. The people of Rome began to rebuild their city, reclaiming their identity and striving to restore its former glory. Artists, writers and thinkers carried forward the flame of the Renaissance, their works a testament to the enduring spirit of a land caught in the crossfire of history. As you look back on this pivotal moment, imagine the quiet streets of Rome after the storm, the strength of its people as they turned chaos into renewal. Let these thoughts ease your mind, and the flow of history soothe your spirit as you drift into deeper relaxation. The story of the sack of Rome reminds us that even in the darkest times, recovery and renewal are possible. The Italian wars, though technically concluded with various treaties and shifting allegiances, left Italy deeply fragmented and politically unstable. By the late 16th century, the city-states that once flourished during the Renaissance had been absorbed by the larger European powers or reduced to minor players in the geopolitical theatre. The outcome of the wars had profound consequences, not only for Italy, but for the balance of power across Europe. After the sack of Rome in 1527, the political situation in Italy grew more complicated. The papacy, weakened and diminished in prestige, was now firmly under Habsburg influence. Pope Clement VII, despite his earlier resistance, was forced to sign a peace treaty with Emperor Charles V, marking the start of a period of Habsburg dominance in Italy. The French, now dealing with internal turmoil and an empire stretched thin, were no longer able to exert as much influence over Italian affairs. Milan, once a powerful independent duchy, had fallen under Habsburg control following the French defeat at Pavia and the subsequent Treaty of Madrid. Similarly, Naples and other southern Italian regions were now under Spanish rule. Venice, though still a powerful republic, found itself increasingly isolated, unable to maintain its former influence in the face of Habsburg and French competition. Florence, once the heart of the Renaissance, experienced a dramatic shift in power. The Medici family, exiled during the wars, were restored to power with the help of the papacy and the Habsburgs. Under their rule, Florence became a duchy, ending its Republican era and cementing Medici control. This marked the end of an era for the city, which had once been a beacon of artistic and political independence. The fragmentation of Italy was not only political but cultural. The wars had disrupted the flow of ideas and artistic movements that had flourished during the Renaissance. Many of Italy's greatest artists, including Leonardo da Vinci and Raphael, had already passed, and those who remained found themselves working under foreign rulers who had little interest in maintaining the cultural vibrancy that had once defined the peninsula. The wars also set the stage for future conflicts. The power vacuum left in Italy, coupled with the continuing rivalry between France and Spain, ensured that Italy would remain a battleground for European ambitions well into the 17th century. The Italian states, once autonomous and rich in their diversity, had been transformed into pawns in a larger game of European politics. Yet, even in the aftermath of destruction and division, Italy's identity remained intact. The Renaissance had planted seeds of intellectual, artistic and scientific achievement that would continue to influence the world long after the wars had ended. Italy's cities, though scarred by years of warfare, would eventually rise again, fueled by the legacy of those who had once shaped the course of history. As you reflect on this final phase of the Italian wars, picture Italy, its cities, landscapes and people, rebuilding in the wake of centuries of conflict. Let these thoughts soothe your mind, the quiet endurance of a nation marked by the passage of time. Feel the ebb and flow of history calm your spirit, as the struggles of the past slowly fade into the background, leaving only peace. As we bring this story to a close, it's important to summarise the deep legacy left behind by the Italian wars. Though the wars themselves were marked by conflict, power struggles and shifting allegiances, Italy's resilience and cultural spirit endured beyond the violence. The wars may have fragmented the peninsula politically. However, the intellectual, artistic and cultural achievements that flourished during the Renaissance would continue to shape the world for generations to come. The devastating toll of the wars, especially the sack of Rome and the subsequent political upheavals, left visible scars on Italy's landscape. But even in the midst of destruction, Italy's cities, its people, and its rich cultural heritage would rise again. Florence, Venice, Rome, and Milan, though under foreign rule, maintained the essence of their identity, always connected to their storied past, and each continuing to contribute to the broader European narrative. As you lie back and reflect on this powerful chapter in history, allow yourself to feel the weight of time, the rise and fall of empires, the rebuilding of cities, and the ever-present determination of the people. Imagine the sun setting gently over the Italian hills, the soft whisper of the wind as it sweeps over the ancient streets, a reminder of both struggle and renewal. It's easy to be caught in the frenzy of the world around us, but history has a way of slowing us down, letting us reflect on the cyclical nature of life, conflict, and peace. Let the story of the Italian wars be a reminder of resilience, of the strength it takes to overcome adversity, and of the beauty that rises from the ashes. Now, as we transition to the peaceful sounds of rain and soft melodies, let your mind settle into the rhythm of nature, allowing the soothing sounds to wash over you, easing you into a deep and restful sleep. The early 17th century, a time when Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, principalities, and religious divides. At the heart of this patchwork lay the Holy Roman Empire, a vast and fragmented realm that stretched across much of Central Europe. For centuries, tensions simmered beneath the surface, as Catholic and Protestant states vied for power, influence, and the right to practice their faith freely. The spark that ignited this long and devastating conflict came in the form of a defiant act in the city of Prague. In 1618, Protestant nobles in Bohemia, angered by perceived restrictions on their religious freedoms under Emperor Ferdinand II, staged a dramatic rebellion. They stormed Prague Castle, seized 2 imperial officials, and hurled them out of a window in an event known as the Defenestration of Prague. Miraculously, the officials survived the fall, but the act was a clear declaration of defiance. This single moment set off a chain reaction, like ripples spreading across a still pond. Ferdinand II, a staunch Catholic, saw the rebellion as a direct challenge to his authority in the Catholic Church. Determined to restore order and Catholic dominance, he mobilized his forces, while Protestant leaders across the empire began rallying their allies in preparation for a larger struggle. What began as a localized conflict in Bohemia quickly escalated into a broader war, drawing in neighboring regions and foreign powers. Protestant princes sought support from allies in Denmark, Sweden, and beyond, while Catholic states turned to Spain and the powerful Habsburg dynasty for aid. The war was no longer just about Bohemia. It had become a contest of religion, politics, and territorial ambition. As the conflict unfolded, it became clear that this was not a war of quick resolutions. The early battles were fierce yet inconclusive, leaving both sides entrenched in their positions and more determined than ever to secure victory. The countryside began to bear the scars of the war. Villages burned, crops were destroyed, and innocent lives were caught in the crossfire. The 30 Years' War was born out of these divisions, and its origins reveal much about the fragile balance of power and belief in Europe at the time. It was a conflict rooted in faith, but also fueled by ambition and fear, a perfect storm that would rage for decades. Take a moment to absorb this beginning, the first ripples of what would become a vast and relentless storm. As we move forward, the intricate web of alliances, battles, and betrayals will unfold. But for now, let the gravity of this moment settle, a reminder of how one act of defiance can echo across history. As the conflict in Bohemia ignited, the deeper fault lines of Europe's religious divide began to widen, casting a shadow over the entire continent. At its core, the 30 Years' War was fueled by the tensions between Catholics and Protestants, a struggle that had simmered since the Reformation in the 16th century. The Peace of Augsburg in 1555 had attempted to create harmony by allowing rulers within the Holy Roman Empire to determine their state's religion, whether Catholic or Lutheran. Yet this fragile peace left many unresolved issues, particularly with the rise of Calvinism, a branch of Protestantism that had not been recognized in the agreement. As Calvinist states gained influence, the Catholic Habsburg rulers viewed them as a threat. Their growing presence felt like a challenge to the established order. When Ferdinand II ascended to the throne of the Holy Roman Empire, he was determined to restore Catholic dominance. His unwavering faith and aggressive policies further inflamed tensions, especially among Protestant states that viewed him as a tyrant bent on crushing their freedoms. Ferdinand's allies in Spain and the papacy provided him with support, reinforcing the Catholic position with resources and manpower. On the other side, the Protestant Union, a coalition of Protestant princes, mobilised to resist Ferdinand's ambitions. They sought aid from Protestant powers beyond the empire, including Denmark, Sweden and England. These nations saw the conflict not only as a religious struggle, but also as an opportunity to weaken the Habsburgs and expand their own influence. The war spread beyond Bohemia, spilling into regions such as the Palatinate, Saxony and Bavaria. Each new front brought devastation to towns and villages, as armies marched across the countryside, leaving destruction in their wake. The brutality of the conflict became evident in battles such as the Battle of White Mountain in 1620, a crushing defeat for the Protestants that marked the beginning of Ferdinand's efforts to reassert Catholic control. But despite Catholic victories in the early years, the war refused to subside. Protestant leaders rallied, drawing on the resources and military expertise of their allies. Sweden, under King Gustavus Adolphus, emerged as a formidable force. His disciplined armies breathed new life into the Protestant cause. The balance of power began to shift and the war escalated further. This was no longer a simple struggle between Catholics and Protestants. It became a war of ambition and survival. Smaller states and mercenary armies joined the fray, drawn by promises of plunder and pay. The war became a theatre of chaos, where alliances shifted and even traditional enemies found themselves fighting side by side in pursuit of their goals. As the conflict deepened, it transformed the very nature of warfare. The 30 Years' War was one of the first conflicts where civilian populations suffered as much as, if not more than, the soldiers. Famine, disease, and displacement became common, as entire communities were uprooted or destroyed. The war's religious roots became intertwined with the politics of power, and its escalation revealed the fragility of peace in a divided world. As we move to the next chapter, consider the human cost of these divisions, the lives touched by a conflict that seemed endless, yet always teetered on the edge of resolution. By the late 1620s, the Protestant cause seemed to falter, their forces weakened by defeats and dwindling alliances. But the entry of Sweden into the war, under the leadership of King Gustavus Adolphus, marked a turning point that would reshape the conflict. Gustavus Adolphus was not just a ruler, he was a visionary military leader whose innovations in strategy and tactics would leave a lasting legacy on warfare. Gustavus Adolphus believed deeply in the Protestant cause, but his intervention was also driven by Sweden's strategic interests. The Habsburgs' growing influence threatened Swedish dominance in the Baltic region, making the 30 Years' War a matter of survival and sovereignty for his nation. With the backing of France, which sought to undermine Habsburg power despite being Catholic, Sweden entered the fray in 1630, bringing with it a disciplined and modernised army. The Swedish forces brought a new energy to the Protestant struggle. Gustavus Adolphus introduced revolutionary military tactics, emphasizing mobility, coordination, and the use of combined arms, integrating infantry, cavalry, and artillery into a cohesive fighting force. These methods gave his troops a significant edge over the larger but less organized armies of the Catholic League. The Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631 was a defining moment, a stunning victory for the Swedes and their Protestant allies. Gustavus Adolphus's army decimated the Catholic forces, demonstrating the effectiveness of his strategies. This victory not only bolstered Protestant morale, but also drew new allies to their cause, shifting the balance of power in the war. Under Gustavus Adolphus's leadership, the Protestant forces began to reclaim territory lost in earlier phases of the war. They advanced deep into the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, challenging Ferdinand II's dominance and threatening the stability of the Habsburg realms. Gustavus Adolphus's charisma and tactical brilliance earned him the loyalty of his troops and the respect of his enemies. But his triumphs were not without cost. In 1632, at the Battle of Lutzen, Gustavus Adolphus achieved another critical victory, but lost his life in the process. His death was a severe blow to the Protestant cause, yet his legacy endured. The momentum he had generated allowed Sweden to remain a dominant force in the war, and his military innovations continued to influence the strategies of both sides. As Sweden's intervention reshaped the war, the conflict grew even more complex. Religious divides began to blur as political ambitions took centre stage, with Catholic France supporting Protestant Sweden to counterbalance Habsburg power. This shifting landscape of alliances revealed the deeper currents driving the war, a struggle not just of faith, but of power and control over Europe's future. Gustavus Adolphus's role in the 30 Years' War is a testament to the transformative power of leadership and innovation. His contributions brought hope to a fractured alliance and altered the course of a seemingly endless conflict. Yet, his death also reminded the world of the fleeting nature of triumph in the face of war's relentless toll. As we prepare to move to the next chapter, take a moment to reflect on the determination and vision it takes to bring change amid chaos. In the darkest times, even a single leader can leave an indelible mark, and yet the storm of history moves forward, carrying all in its wake. As the 30 Years' War stretched into its second decade, the conflict expanded beyond its original boundaries, engulfing nearly all of Europe in its relentless grasp. Nations that had once remained on the sidelines found themselves drawn into the fray, whether by alliances, ambitions, or the sheer inevitability of the war's momentum. The entry of France in 1635 marked a dramatic shift. Though a Catholic nation, France allied with Protestant powers like Sweden to counterbalance the Habsburgs' influence. This decision underscored how the war had evolved from a religious conflict into a broader struggle for political dominance in Europe. The stage was set for what would become one of the most destructive periods of the war. As alliances grew ever more complex and battles became increasingly brutal. Across the continent, the toll of the war was staggering. Cities were besieged and burned. Fields were left barren and lifeless, and villages were emptied as civilians fled the advancing armies. Mercenary forces, often poorly paid and motivated by survival, resorted to pillaging and looting, leaving devastation in their wake. Famine and disease swept through war-torn regions, taking more lives than the battles themselves. As you listen to this story, let the gravity of these events drift gently through your thoughts, but not linger. Imagine the chaos of the time slowly fading into the background, replaced by a sense of quiet reflection. Feel the weight of the war's hardship giving way to an understanding of resilience, a reminder of humanity's enduring strength even in its darkest hours. The conflict's scope seemed endless, with battles erupting in regions as far-reaching as the Rhineland, the Netherlands, and northern Italy. Yet amid the turmoil, moments of diplomacy and negotiation emerged, offering brief glimpses of hope. Peace talks began to take shape, though they were slow and fraught with challenges, reflecting the deep divisions and mistrust among the warring parties. Let these moments of negotiation remind you that even in the midst of chaos, there are always efforts toward resolution. Allow yourself to relax further, your breath steady and calm, as if tracing the contours of history's slow march toward peace. As we move deeper into the story, the resilience of the people and the shifting tides of war remind us of the impermanence of struggle. Take this moment to let your mind ease. Let the complexity of the 30 Years' War unravel gently, leaving you with a sense of quiet perspective and peace. After nearly 3 decades of relentless conflict, Europe began to seek an end to the devastation. The 30 Years' War had taken a toll unlike any before it. Economies were ruined, lands were ravaged, and millions of lives had been lost. By the early 1640s, the warring nations realized that no decisive victory was in sight. The war had devolved into a stalemate of exhaustion. Thus began the long and complex journey toward peace, through the negotiations that would culminate in the Peace of Westphalia. The Westphalian negotiations were unprecedented in their scope and ambition. For the first time in European history, nearly all major powers gathered to discuss terms of peace. Delegates from Catholic and Protestant states, as well as representatives from France, Sweden, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire, met in the towns of Münster and Osnabrück. These talks would last for years, reflecting the complexity of the issues at hand and the deep mistrust between the parties. As the negotiations unfolded, the participants wrestled with questions of religion, sovereignty, and the balance of power. The Peace of Westphalia sought to establish a new order in Europe, one that would recognise the religious and political realities that had emerged from the war. Protestant and Catholic states agreed to a form of mutual tolerance, reaffirming the principle that rulers could determine their state's religion, while also granting greater freedoms to minority faiths. The treaty also redefined the concept of sovereignty. It marked the beginning of the modern state system, where nations recognised each other's territorial boundaries and agreed not to interfere in one another's internal affairs. This idea of state sovereignty would become a cornerstone of international relations for centuries to come. While the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, its provisions were not without compromise. No side emerged as a clear victor, and many of the underlying tensions remained unresolved. Yet, the treaty succeeded in ending the immediate bloodshed and creating a framework for coexistence in a fractured Europe. As you listen to the conclusion of this chapter, let the idea of resolution fill your thoughts. Picture the weary negotiators, coming together after years of strife, finding common ground in the hope of a better future. Let this image remind you that even in the most challenging times, peace is always within reach. The road to peace was long and arduous, yet it proved that dialogue and compromise can overcome even the deepest divisions. Allow this lesson to settle within you as you relax further, your mind at ease, as the echoes of war fade into the calm promise of resolution. As the Peace of Westphalia brought an end to the 30 Years' War, Europe began to rebuild from the ashes of its most devastating conflict. The war left an indelible mark on the continent, shaping the course of history in profound ways. Nations that had been battered and broken emerged with new identities, while the concept of sovereignty laid the foundation for the modern nation-state system. The war's legacy extended beyond politics and borders. It changed the way conflicts were waged, highlighting the immense cost of prolonged war and the devastating impact on civilian populations. The lessons of the 30 Years' War echoed across generations, reminding humanity of the importance of diplomacy, tolerance, and restraint. This story of destruction and eventual reconciliation carries a timeless message. Even in the darkest of times, there is always a path forward, a path forged through perseverance, negotiation, and the willingness to find common ground. The 30 Years' War may have scarred Europe, but it also served as a turning point, proving that peace, though hard won, is always worth striving for. As we close this chapter of history, take a moment to reflect on the resilience of the human spirit. Let the story of the 30 Years' War remind you of the strength found in unity and the power of resolution. Think of the nations and individuals who rebuilt after so much loss, their journey, though difficult, leading to a more stable and interconnected future. Now let the soothing sounds of rain guide you to a place of peace and relaxation. Imagine gentle raindrops falling softly on leaves, washing away the echoes of history's struggles. Feel the rhythm of the rain bringing calm to your mind and a sense of quiet to your soul. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15th, 1769, on the island of Corsica, a small but strategically significant island in the Mediterranean. His family was of minor nobility, with his father, Carlo Buonaparte, serving as a lawyer and political representative for Corsica. Despite their noble status, the Bonaparte family was not wealthy, and young Napoleon grew up in a modest household. Napoleon's childhood was shaped by the unique blend of Corsican pride and French influence that surrounded him. Corsica had been acquired by France shortly before his birth, and the island's culture reflected a mix of independence and French authority. From an early age, Napoleon displayed a keen intellect and a fiery determination. He excelled in his studies, particularly in mathematics and history, which would later serve him well in his military career. At the age of 9, Napoleon left Corsica to attend school in mainland France. His father had secured a scholarship for him to study at a prestigious military academy, where he trained to become an artillery officer. This period of his life was not without challenges. As a Corsican in a French institution, Napoleon often faced discrimination from his peers, yet he remained focused on his goals, using his intelligence and discipline to rise above the prejudice. Napoleon graduated from the École Militaire in Paris at the age of 16, becoming a second lieutenant in the French army. He began his career at a time of great upheaval. The French Revolution was transforming the nation, dismantling the old monarchy and reshaping France into a republic. For Napoleon, this period of political and social turmoil presented both challenges and opportunities. During the Revolution, Napoleon's strategic brilliance began to emerge. His first major success came during the Siege of Toulon in 1793. As a young officer, he devised a bold plan to capture the city, which was held by royalist forces supported by the British. His strategy was a resounding success, earning him recognition and promotion. Napoleon's star was rising, and his ability to combine tactical innovation with decisive action became his hallmark. In 1796, Napoleon was given command of the French army of Italy. This was his first significant leadership role, and he wasted no time in proving his abilities. Despite being outnumbered and poorly equipped, Napoleon led his troops to a series of stunning victories against Austrian and Piedmontese forces. His Italian campaign not only solidified his reputation as a military genius, but also brought him wealth and fame. Napoleon's rise to power was meteoric, and by 1799 he had become one of the most influential figures in France. That year, he staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the government and establishing himself as first consul. This marked the beginning of his rule and set the stage for his transformation of France. As ruler, Napoleon implemented sweeping reforms. He reorganized the French government, established the Napoleonic Code, a legal framework that influenced legal systems worldwide, and strengthened the country's finances. He also invested in infrastructure, education and the arts, leaving a lasting legacy on French society. In 1804, Napoleon declared himself Emperor of France. The coronation ceremony was a grand and symbolic event, with Napoleon famously placing the crown on his own head, a gesture that underscored his belief in self-made power. As emperor, Napoleon expanded his ambitions beyond France, embarking on campaigns that would change the map of Europe. The Napoleonic Wars were a series of conflicts that pitted France against a coalition of European powers. These wars showcased Napoleon's strategic brilliance and determination, but they also tested his limits. His victories at battles like Austerlitz and Jena cemented his reputation as one of history's greatest military commanders. However, his campaigns also came at a great cost, both in lives and in resources. One of the most ambitious and ultimately disastrous undertakings of Napoleon's career was the invasion of Russia in 1812. Initially, he achieved some success, but the campaign turned into a nightmare as his army faced harsh winter conditions, dwindling supplies, and fierce resistance from Russian forces. The retreat from Moscow was a devastating blow, marking a turning point in Napoleon's fortunes. Despite setbacks, Napoleon's resilience and charisma kept him in power for a time. However, by 1814, his enemies had formed a powerful coalition, and Paris was captured. Napoleon was forced to abdicate and was exiled to the island of Elba. Yet, even in defeat, his determination remained unshaken. Less than a year later, he escaped from Elba and returned to France, rallying support and reclaiming his position as emperor during what became known as the 100 Days. Napoleon's final chapter unfolded at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Facing a coalition led by the Duke of Wellington and the Prussian army, Napoleon fought valiantly but was ultimately defeated. This marked the end of his reign and his dreams of empire. He was exiled once more, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. On St. Helena, Napoleon spent the final years of his life in relative isolation. He reflected on his legacy, dictating memoirs that recounted his achievements and offered insights into his thoughts and motivations. He died on May 5th, 1821, at the age of 51. While his life ended in exile, his impact on history was indelible. Napoleon's story is one of contrasts, a man of great ambition and intellect who reshaped Europe, yet whose relentless pursuit of power ultimately led to his downfall. His legacy is a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring influence of vision and determination. As you reflect on Napoleon's journey, let the calm rhythm of his story guide you into a state of relaxation. His life, filled with triumphs and challenges, serves as a reminder that greatness often comes with both light and shadow. Imagine the quiet halls of the École Militaire, where a young Napoleon first honed his skills, or the grand boulevards of Paris during his reign. Picture the serene beaches of Corsica, where his journey began, and the windswept shores of St. Helena, where it ended. These images, filled with history and humanity, bring a sense of peace and connection. As the gentle narrative of Napoleon's life carries you further into relaxation, consider the enduring lessons his story offers. His life was a testament to the power of vision, determination, and adaptability. From the shores of Corsica to the grand battlefields of Europe, Napoleon's journey was one of extraordinary highs and profound lows, each moment shaping his legacy and the world around him. Imagine the streets of Paris during the height of Napoleon's rule, bustling with activity as citizens moved through a city transformed by his reforms. The grand architecture, the sounds of carriages, and the whispers of admiration for the leader who had reshaped France into a powerful empire fill the air. Napoleon's vision for his country was ambitious, rooted in the belief that strong leadership and progressive policies could bring unity and prosperity. Napoleon's Napoleonic Code, one of his most enduring achievements, remains a symbol of his commitment to order and justice. By creating a clear and organized legal framework, he provided a foundation for modern law that still influences societies worldwide. This accomplishment reflects his ability to think beyond the immediate and to consider the lasting impact of his actions, a hallmark of great leadership. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, picture the vast and open battlefields where Napoleon's strategies unfolded. His ability to read a situation, adapt to challenges, and inspire his troops set him apart as a military genius. Yet these victories came with sacrifices, reminding us that even the greatest achievements carry weight and consequence. Let this thought settle into your mind as a reminder of the complexities of life and the balance required in pursuit of success. As the night deepens, imagine the quiet solitude of Napoleon's exile on St. Helena. The crashing waves against the rocky shores and the distant horizon create a peaceful yet contemplative scene. In these final years, Napoleon reflected on his life, his choices, and his impact on the world. His memoirs, filled with introspection and insight, reveal a man who, despite his flaws, remained dedicated to the ideals of progress and legacy. Feel the calm and serenity of this moment as you think about Napoleon's resilience. Even in defeat, he maintained his dignity and continued to shape his story. His ability to adapt, to rise again, and to reflect on his journey offers a powerful lesson about perseverance and the human spirit. Picture Napoleon's childhood in Corsica, the simplicity of life on the island, and the spark of ambition that drove him to dream of a future beyond its shores. His journey reminds us that greatness often begins with humble beginnings, and that with determination we can overcome the obstacles that stand in our way. As you relax further, imagine the quiet moments Napoleon spent in thought, planning his next move or contemplating the lessons of the past. These moments of reflection, like the ones we take before sleep, are a chance to find clarity and purpose in our lives. Let the story of Napoleon inspire you to approach each challenge with courage and each success with humility. The story of Napoleon Bonaparte is not just one of conquest and power. It is a story of vision, resilience, and humanity. His life teaches us that even the most ambitious dreams are within reach if we are willing to work for them, and that true greatness lies in the ability to adapt, learn, and persevere. The soothing rhythm of Napoleon's story continues, so let it guide you deeper into a state of calm and rest. His life, with all its triumphs and trials, serves as a reminder of the complexities of leadership and the enduring power of ambition tempered by reflection. Each chapter of his journey holds lessons about perseverance, the importance of vision, and the balance required in any great endeavour. Picture Napoleon in one of his most iconic moments, standing atop a hill overlooking the battlefield at Austerlitz. The early morning fog begins to lift, revealing the vast armies below. His mind is sharp, calculating and focused as he directs his troops with precision and confidence. This scene encapsulates the essence of Napoleon as a leader, decisive, strategic, and unwavering in his belief in victory. Let this image remind you of the power of clarity and focus, qualities that can guide us even in the most challenging situations. Now shift your thoughts to the quieter moments of Napoleon's life, moments spent in introspection and planning. Perhaps he's seated at a desk, surrounded by maps and letters, the flicker of a candle casting a soft glow on his face. These moments of preparation and thoughtfulness were the foundation of his successes, showing that even the most remarkable achievements begin with careful planning and deliberate action. While you relax further, imagine the streets of Paris once more, this time during Napoleon's grand coronation as emperor. The city buzzes with excitement and anticipation, the sounds of trumpets echoing through the air as crowds gather to witness history being made. Napoleon, ever the symbol of self-determination, places the crown upon his own head, a gesture that speaks to his belief in shaping his own destiny. This powerful act reminds us of the importance of taking charge of our lives and pursuing our goals with determination. From the grandeur of Paris to the stark solitude of St. Helena, Napoleon's life was filled with contrasts. His journey teaches us to embrace both the victories and the setbacks, to find strength in our resilience, and to learn from every experience. The quiet reflection of his later years offers a poignant reminder that even in solitude, there is value in contemplating our legacy and the impact we leave behind. Imagine Napoleon walking along the shores of St. Helena, the waves gently lapping at the rocky coastline. The horizon stretches endlessly before him, a symbol of both the limits of his exile and the boundless scope of his influence. In this serene moment, there is a sense of acceptance and peace, a reminder that even the most ambitious lives eventually find stillness. While you drift further into sleep, let the echoes of Napoleon's life guide your dreams. His journey, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, is a testament to the power of vision, courage, and reflection. His story reminds us that greatness is not measured solely by success, but by the depth of our character and the impact we have on the world around us. As the narrative of Napoleon's life gently lingers, allow yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. His story, so full of ambition, brilliance, and humanity, is a powerful reminder of the potential that lies within all of us. Napoleon's determination to rise above his circumstances and his willingness to face challenges head-on show us the value of perseverance and the strength that comes from unwavering resolve. The simplicity of Napoleon's early life on Corsica, an island of rugged beauty and quiet charm. As a young boy, he roamed the hills, his mind already filled with dreams of greatness. The sound of the sea, the scent of the olive trees, and the warmth of the Corsican sun shaped the foundation of the man he would become. These early days remind us of the power of humble beginnings and how even the most unassuming origins can lead to extraordinary paths. As Napoleon grew into a young man, his move to France marked the beginning of his transformation. At the military academy, he honed his skills, his discipline setting him apart. Despite facing prejudice as a Corsican, he remained focused on his goals, showing a resilience that would define his career. These formative years teach us the importance of persistence and the ability to adapt in the face of adversity. Now let your thoughts drift to the grand halls of the French court during Napoleon's rise to power. Imagine the opulence, the polished marble floors, and the chandeliers casting their light across a room filled with dignitaries and leaders. In this environment, Napoleon's intellect and charisma shone brightly, propelling him to heights few could have imagined. His rise reminds us of the importance of self-belief and the courage to seize opportunities. Even in moments of defeat, Napoleon demonstrated a remarkable ability to reflect and regroup. The exile to Elba could have been the end of his story, but instead he used it as a time to plan his return. His resilience during the 100 Days, when he reclaimed his empire, speaks to his determination to fight for what he believed in, even against overwhelming odds. As you relax further, imagine the quiet dignity of Napoleon's final years on St. Helena. The isolation of the island offered him time to reflect on his life, his choices, and his legacy. The crashing waves and the vast expanse of the ocean became the backdrop to his thoughts. In his solitude, he dictated memoirs that revealed not only his strategic mind, but also his humanity. This chapter of his life reminds us of the value of introspection and the importance of finding peace within ourselves. Feel the calm and stillness of this moment as the story of Napoleon carries you into a deep, peaceful sleep. His life, marked by extraordinary achievements and profound lessons, serves as a reminder that greatness lies not just in what we accomplish, but in how we face the challenges along the way. With the night embracing us, let the echoes of Napoleon's journey fill your dreams. Imagine the vast battlefields, the bustling streets of Paris, and the quiet shores of St. Helena, each scene a testament to the resilience and complexity of his life. His story reminds us that every step of the journey, whether triumphant or challenging, shapes who we are and leaves a legacy that endures. Over 2,000 years ago, in 469 BCE, Socrates was born in Athens, Greece. Athens was a city at the heart of the ancient world, a centre of art, culture, and intellectual thought. Socrates' early life, however, was modest. His father, Sophroniscus, was a stonemason, and his mother, Phaenarete, was a midwife. From these humble beginnings, Socrates would grow to become one of the most profound thinkers in human history. As a young man, Socrates likely followed in his father's footsteps as a stonemason, learning the craft of shaping stone and building structures. Yet, even then, his curiosity about the world and human nature set him apart. Socrates was not drawn to wealth or power. Instead, he found fulfillment in observing life, questioning beliefs, and seeking wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Socrates did not write books or leave behind written records of his teachings. Instead, we know about his life and philosophy through the writings of his students, particularly Plato. Through these accounts, we gain insight into Socrates' unique method of teaching and his relentless pursuit of truth. Socrates' approach to philosophy was deeply rooted in dialogue and inquiry. He believed that wisdom began with recognizing one's own ignorance. To him, admitting that we do not know everything opened the door to learning and growth. This idea became the foundation of the Socratic method, a process of asking and answering questions to stimulate critical thinking and uncover underlying truths. Socrates spent much of his life walking the streets of Athens, engaging in conversations with people from all walks of life. He would approach artisans, politicians, and everyday citizens, asking probing questions that challenged their assumptions and beliefs. These discussions were not meant to humiliate or demean, but to encourage reflection and deeper understanding. Despite his humble appearance, barefoot, dressed simply, and often unkempt, Socrates' intellect and charisma drew people to him. Many young Athenians admired his wisdom and became his students, eager to learn from his insights. However, his habit of questioning authority and exposing contradictions in people's beliefs also earned him powerful enemies. Socrates believed that a life worth living was one dedicated to virtue and the pursuit of truth. He often spoke of the importance of the soul and the need to care for it through ethical living. To Socrates, material wealth and social status were insignificant compared to the value of living a just and honourable life. Athens, during Socrates' lifetime, was a city in flux. It faced political turmoil, military conflicts, and shifting cultural values. Socrates' teachings, which encouraged critical thinking and challenged traditional norms, were seen by some as a threat to the stability of society. His questioning of the status quo made him a controversial figure, admired by many but also viewed with suspicion and hostility by others. In 399 BCE, when Socrates was 70 years old, he was brought to trial on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety, essentially for not recognizing the gods of Athens and introducing new ones. His accusers painted him as a dangerous influence who undermined the fabric of society. During his trial, Socrates stood firm in his beliefs. Rather than plead for his life or renounce his teachings, he used the opportunity to defend the principles he held dear. He argued that his questioning and discussions were a service to Athens, pushing its citizens to think critically and live virtuously. The trial was both a demonstration of Socrates' unwavering commitment to truth and a reflection of the political tensions in Athens. Despite his eloquence and integrity, the jury found him guilty. He was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of hemlock, a poison that would end his life. In the days leading up to his execution, Socrates remained calm and composed. Surrounded by his closest friends and students, he continued to discuss philosophy and the nature of life and death. He viewed death not as something to fear, but as a transition to another state of existence, where the soul might find true knowledge. On the day of his execution, Socrates drank the hemlock with dignity and courage, accepting his fate without bitterness or resentment. His final moments were spent in conversation, a testament to his belief that the pursuit of wisdom and truth transcended even the boundaries of life itself. Socrates' death marked the end of his physical presence in Athens, but his ideas lived on through his students and their writings. Plato in particular dedicated much of his work to preserving and expanding upon Socrates' teachings, ensuring that his philosophy would endure for generations to come. Today, Socrates is remembered as the father of Western philosophy, a thinker whose commitment to truth and virtue continues to inspire. His life teaches us the importance of questioning, of seeking knowledge, and of living with integrity. As you reflect on Socrates' journey, let his story guide you into a state of relaxation and peace. His dedication to wisdom reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is a lifelong journey, one that brings meaning and purpose to our lives. Imagine the streets of ancient Athens, the soft light of the setting sun casting long shadows on the stone buildings. Hear the murmur of conversations as Socrates walks among the people, his questions sparking thought and introspection. Let this image fill your mind with a sense of calm and wonder. As you drift into sleep, let the wisdom of Socrates' life inspire your dreams. His legacy reminds us that even in the face of adversity, the pursuit of truth and the care of the soul are endeavours worth striving for. Let the story of Socrates settle gently in your mind as you relax deeper into rest. His life, though lived so many centuries ago, carries timeless lessons that resonate in every moment of reflection and inquiry. Socrates reminds us that the simplest question can lead to the most profound discoveries, and that truth, even when difficult, is worth pursuing. Picture Socrates standing in the agora, the bustling marketplace of Athens. The air hums with activity, merchants calling out their wares, philosophers debating ideas, and citizens discussing the affairs of the city. Amid this lively scene, Socrates stands calmly, engaging those around him with his thoughtful questions. His unassuming presence and sharp intellect captivate those who stop to listen, drawing them into conversations that challenge their deepest beliefs. As the sun sets over Athens, the city quiets, and Socrates continues his discussions under the glow of oil lamps. The stars above twinkle faintly, a reminder of the vast universe beyond, as his voice carries the gentle rhythm of inquiry and understanding. Socrates believed that philosophy was not just an intellectual pursuit, but a way of life, a commitment to questioning, learning, and living with integrity. Imagine his students gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the soft light as they listen intently. Among them are young minds who would carry his teachings forward, shaping the future of philosophy and ensuring that his legacy would endure. The scene is serene, filled with the quiet joy of shared knowledge and the timeless beauty of human connection. Socrates' belief in the power of dialogue teaches us the importance of listening as well as questioning. In a world often filled with noise and haste, his approach encourages us to slow down, to reflect, and to seek clarity in our thoughts and interactions. His humility, his willingness to admit his own ignorance, and his tireless pursuit of understanding are qualities that inspire us to approach life with openness and curiosity. Now, as you drift closer to sleep, picture Socrates walking along the quiet shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently lapping at the sand. The moon casts a silver light over the sea, and the cool breeze carries the scent of salt and earth. Socrates walks slowly, his thoughts as calm and steady as the rhythm of the waves. In this peaceful moment, his dedication to truth and wisdom feels as vast and eternal as the ocean itself. Feel the serenity of this image envelop you as you rest. Socrates' life reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, the search for meaning and understanding brings us closer to the essence of who we are. His courage to stand by his principles, even in the face of great adversity, is a gentle reminder to live with integrity and purpose. As you relax further, imagine the soft sound of sandals on stone as Socrates ascends the steps of a temple, the sky painted with the warm hues of dawn. The first rays of sunlight illuminate the ancient city, a symbol of renewal and the endless possibilities that come with each new day. Let this image fill you with a sense of hope and calm, a quiet reassurance that the pursuit of truth is always worth the effort. As you drift into a deep and restful sleep, carry with you the wisdom and spirit of Socrates. His life teaches us that even the simplest questions can open the door to profound insights, and that the search for understanding is a journey without end. As the gentle rhythm of Socrates' life story echoes in your mind, allow yourself to relax even further. His life, dedicated to the pursuit of wisdom and the betterment of the human soul, is a profound reminder that every question we ask is a step toward understanding the world and ourselves. Socrates believed that knowledge was not about having answers, but about the courage to ask and to seek. Picture the calm stillness of ancient Athens at night, the soft glow of lanterns lining narrow streets. Socrates, with his simple cloak draped over his shoulders, moves quietly among the people, his presence as humble as it is impactful. Each conversation he sparks is a journey into thought, a reminder to those around him that wisdom begins with wonder. Socrates' approach to life was marked by an unshakable commitment to virtue. He often spoke of the importance of living a life in harmony with one's values, of aligning actions with principles. To him, the care of the soul was the highest purpose, far more important than wealth, fame, or material success. This philosophy reminds us that true fulfillment comes not from external achievements, but from inner growth and ethical living. As you rest, let the wisdom of this teaching soothe your thoughts. The idea that our choices shape not just our lives, but the essence of who we are, encourages us to approach each moment with intention and care. Socrates' belief in the transformative power of self-reflection invites us to look inward, to nurture our inner lives with the same dedication and compassion we offer to others. Now imagine the gentle breeze of a spring morning in ancient Greece, the hills around Athens bathed in golden light. Socrates walks with his students along a quiet path, the sounds of birdsong and rustling leaves creating a peaceful symphony. Their conversation flows naturally, filled with questions and ideas that challenge and inspire. This idyllic scene captures the essence of Socrates' philosophy, a life lived in connection with nature, community, and the endless pursuit of knowledge. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of Socrates' courage in facing the end of his life. His calm acceptance of his fate, his willingness to stand by his beliefs, even in the face of death, is a testament to the strength of his character. He taught his students not to fear death, but to view it as a natural part of existence. A transition that, like life itself, holds the potential for learning and growth. Feel the serenity of Socrates' perspective as it envelops you like a warm blanket. His unwavering faith in the value of a life well lived reminds us that even in moments of uncertainty, we can find peace by staying true to our values and seeking the truth within ourselves. His life, though marked by challenges, was ultimately one of profound purpose and enduring legacy. As the night deepens, imagine Socrates standing on a hill overlooking Athens, the city lights twinkling below like stars fallen to earth. The wind carries with it the faint sounds of laughter and conversation, the echoes of a city alive with thought and creativity. In this quiet moment, Socrates reflects on the beauty of a world filled with questions and possibilities. Let this image guide you into a deep, restful sleep. The story of Socrates reminds us that life's greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the depth of our exploration. His commitment to wisdom, his humility in the face of the unknown, and his courage to challenge convention inspire us to live with authenticity and purpose. As the soothing story of Socrates carries you further into relaxation, let the timelessness of his teachings resonate deeply within you. His belief in the transformative power of questioning and reflection is a reminder that growth begins when we dare to examine our lives. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," a sentiment that invites us to seek meaning and purpose in even the smallest moments. Picture the serene landscape of ancient Athens at dawn. The first light of the sun spills over the Acropolis, painting the marble temples in soft hues of pink and gold. Socrates stands with his students in the quiet morning air, his voice calm and steady as he shares his thoughts. The city begins to wake, its streets gradually filling with life, but in this tranquil moment, the exchange of ideas feels timeless, as if the wisdom being shared is as eternal as the sun's light. Socrates' method of teaching was not about providing answers, but about encouraging others to think for themselves. He believed that through dialogue, one could uncover deeper truths and challenge assumptions. His way of guiding others with questions was both gentle and profound, a reminder that sometimes the best teachers are those who help us find our own way. As you let these thoughts settle, imagine the peaceful simplicity of Socrates' life. Despite living in a city known for its grandeur, Socrates valued humility and lived with few possessions. He found joy not in material wealth, but in the richness of thought and the connections he forged with others. This simplicity is a reminder that contentment often lies not in having more, but in appreciating what truly matters. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, imagine the stars above Athens twinkling softly in the night sky. Socrates, seated with his students, gazes upward, his mind pondering the mysteries of the universe.